Right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 20th, 2026, and we have a very big week and day ahead of us. It is the start to this first real big week of earnings. Again, even next week and the week after that, it gets even crazier, but you're going to be hearing from chips, big tech, Tesla, Google, you name it. There is a lot in store. You're going to start waking up more and more with reactions from earnings. There is not as much economic data. And then over the weekend, a lot of the drama that we had on Friday, it got unwound. Everything from the war down to the little chip freakout momentum. Kimi K3, Kimi limited their signups, and what people were freaking out on Friday ended up kind of turning bullish for compute. So that's why we're up here. Momentum definitely got to stabilize a little bit. And then the war headlines, even though there was a lot of tit for tat over the weekend, it was looking pretty bad. Oil gapped up right here early in the morning. They were saying that the mediators are talking about a 10-day ceasefire deal once again. Iran has confirmed it, and now we are playing the escalate to de-escalate. But big earnings ahead. Ahead of us. It is the start to this. Oh, hi. But yeah, man, it's going to be an exciting day, a good Monday in this first hour or so. Again, how we open up and whether or not we really do fully unwind what happened last week, that is going to be key. And now everybody is still going over all the debates. I'll tell you now, AI is starting to become the most important theme. Although people have talked about everything, run it hot, to everything with the midterms, economy, rates, all of that. Just after this momentum sell-off, as we're coming into this earnings, man, all eyes are on whether or not we get a durable theme coming out of AI. So we're going to see where it all takes us, but Chattadonia, it's going to be a fun one. We have a lot in store on this beautiful morning, so I hope you're ready. But before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this great nation for real. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for giving up so much for all of our collective freedom. I hope I can help out with the long term. I truly do hope all of y'all who have served, if anybody should be owning the land, baby, getting some good quality assets, I do hope it is you. But at the very least, thank you for everything you have contributed to our freedom, and every single one of you who has never served. I hope you realize I am not trying to make you a warmonger. I'm not trying to make you believe in anything. All I am trying to say is what I truly believe. You can never take away the honor from somebody who has chosen to give up and sacrifice so much for their fellow man that they have never met. So, veterans, active service, past service, the families, y'all did that, and God bless every single one of you for doing so. Thank you for the sacrifice and commitment, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you, but ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the judge! Oh, it's game time, Chattadonia! Harder! Oh, my goodness. It's Monday. So, Chad, Monday, big earnings. Apple still leading. Bad AI news turned good AI news. The chips are in the middle. You had a bunch of NeoCloud news, too. Again, Iron and Hut. They got headlines they're working up, but yeah, we only got 2 minutes, so I am going to be watching Intel, ServiceNow, Google, Tesla, a lot of the pre-run-ups. Let's get to see after this first hour or not whether they get to moving. Then keep an eye on IGV, Cyber, again, this back and forth between chip, software, how that all plays out. I think with this unwind from Friday, that is going to be crucial. Keep an eye on Apple, again, that is your big leader, and it's standing out a lot. Again, Apple, this is the biggest outperformance against the broader market in 20 years, so keep your eyes out for that. And then again, Adobe Adobe, Intuit, any of the other laggers with earnings right around the corner. We saw some of that last week, and then just keep in mind any other rotation, healthcare, staples, and what we get. But after this, most of the earnings start on Wednesday. You'll get a little bit more tomorrow. And then, yeah, now we got to go through 7 hours of today, my friends. But other than that, we got 1 minute and 43 seconds. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Are you guys ready? Did you have a good weekend? Good morning. Good morning. I'm excited. It's a Monday. Mondays are, and then this is the week, so I do think we're going to get a little bit of a green light, but at the same time, we got to work out what the hell just happened from Friday to now. Jesus. 1 minute.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Ay. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You can have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted.
Alright, 30 seconds,
it's the
chat
only way
again.
we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love. But
have any ideas, any good questions? I mean, don't get freaked out. Again, I'm sure, remember, every other day with earnings, and now the AI. There's, I don't know, man. I don't know if y'all feel the high stakes, so let's see how this week plays out. But again, even the start, we are up 0.5%. You got oil moving around. We do want to see if what Friday really was. Just remember, we moved even without the AI stuff too. So it's going to be interesting. But 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. Well, UMC, a couple of small. Damn, the chips are starting off great. Again, Oracle, too. They had bad news. There was information. They said that they're like over by billions. Just be on the lookout. Oracle's probably going to come out middle of the day and be like, that's not true. Siren sound in Kuwait. Again, Google, they just had a headline here about some new chip, Frozen V2. That's what started gapping it up there pre-market. Again, NVIDIA is up. Apple is actually in the down. Meta is down. So again, these Mag 7s, Google is up, and then where's Amazon? Amazon is up. So yeah, just chips for now, but so far the opening's not that crazy. NASDAQ is up 1%, SPY 0.5, so that just went up another quarter. Russell 0.3, and then Dow 0.29. The Chinese AI, yes, we can explain it here in a little bit. I explained it on the video last night, so in the meantime, if you don't want to wait, you could get that. UNH and healthcare. So again, XLV's barely up. Staples. So this sucks, dude. So to start off, I mean, all of the staples right now, you do have chips going up. They're leading by 2.3. You have IGV down. These guys are trying to come up now. But yeah, you're not your rotations and some of that obviousness we saw from last week. It was very pervasive, even on Friday with the chips. You're not really getting that right now. Studies. VWAP. Oh, so you're in the high of yesterday? So yeah, you're kind of even where you closed on Thursday. Remember Friday, and we are post-expiration, banks going up. Where's SpaceX? And then Nokia, NEM, where is your boy Intel? SpaceX coming down now. Intel's climbing. Damn, son. Yeah, those Intels are crazy. Again, well, Intel chips, you got a couple of staples starting to sell off right now. So again, XLP going down. I'm telling you, you don't have your Your rotations are not clear. IGV just went green. So again, software, as chips kind of recovered this morning, software and cyber, they did not open up good. But now they're coming back up there. And then Roblo, Uber, a couple of others here. And then Rocket Lab on the low. Saddle, MP. And then oil is not budging. And then there's Intel now. So again, Intel keeps going. If you want even earnings plays, just because it's this week, if you try to front run, but unfortunately, those are super expensive on Intel. None of those are cheap. Even the like super far out the monies, they're very different. I remember last Intel we had that like 1,000%er on the run up. Yeah, these are very, very different. SanDisk, AMD, more chips, Qualcomm now. Oh, okay, there's some red ones. I don't think these are gonna hit, but just in case. Google. But yeah, Google's starting to go up again. They had that headline. You get IV ramping up between now and Tuesday, or now and Wednesday. But again, those are actually negative on the day. So even that's with what, 10% gap in the last couple days. Cores, they had something. Abbott too, even from last week. Again, Google is where a lot of energy is. Microsoft's only down by 0.5. More chips now. Marvel, again, IGV slowing down. Cyber went green too, but they're not as like crazy. ServiceNow is on the low. And now there is a Micron. The only watch list was yesterday's video on Instagram and YouTube, but there wasn't a long one. Cores, IREN, the NeoCloud are doing it again. So again, they all woke up with like different headlines and stuff. So again, there was a lot. There's actually 2 contracts with HUT and IREN. Tesla's on the low, NVIDIA going up. It's a lot of chips, you guys. So again, to start off, remember the whole vibe. Friday, bad with chips. Now we're feeling good. Again, you are taking it, actually. It's just very small. It's 2.8. Remember, you were down 5-6% on Friday. Friday was getting fucking ugly. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. And then Synopsys with a pop here. But, yeah, for now, it's only been, what, 5 minutes? But you've already gone up here, probably another 0.25%. NASDAQ is up by 0.3. But so far, just wait till this program, give it like an hour and a half. This program is either going to keep going with the chips or it's going to flip. I made some ACHC free on last week. So, again, big spreads on that one. Do what you need to. Poet, Qubits. Poets actually go, again, even these momentum plays. Some more than others. That's interesting. Corsair. Because they did good on the other days. But the day they're all doing good, Corsair comes down. More Google. Google's your strong one. IREN, Nibis, again, NeoCloud on the high. First couple candles, we have only been straight up. Now Palantir was deep in the red earlier this morning. So again, software did not open up good. Game time. Yeah, Palant. I don't know if this is like recovery or news. But yeah, Palantir was deep red. That one just went green. Now Oracle, get ready. Like I'm saying, Oracle is probably going to come out and say that shit was false. They literally do it every time with the information. I wish I could make that up. But yeah, even then, that's killed. But that's helping out IGV. So again, chip still up by 2.6. It's still very small. Now Microsoft, again, you don't have Apple, Meta. All you have is Google. Google and Amazon are the ones doing good. Intel again, back above 100. Well, that's nice. Where did this one go? There was a lot of earnings, yeah, at least like 50 to 75, and then this isn't even the big week, but after next week they get a little bit bigger, but this is the first start where like this week is the sampler. So you get to, you know, you don't like them appetizer samplers at restaurants where you get like the mozzarella sticks, then you get the salsa, then like a slider. That's what this week is. You know, you're going to get to touch on every single industry this week, and we're going to get a little bit of everything, but it's still not necessarily the big ones. Yeah, Google, we get the Google same, you know, you get a little bit of chips, right? You get a side of chips with Intel, and that's related to memory. Then you get some hyperscaler with Google. Then you get some Tesla in the middle. Oh, then you get some 3M, some IBM, some software. Oh, you got a little bit of everything. ServiceNow, do I think it's a sign for bad earnings? Well, no, but ServiceNow is weird, you guys. Would you guys like me to show you something? Because this blew my mind, especially if you've seen how I've talked about ServiceNow. Because, like, we've talked about ServiceNow very early. We've made good money on it. But, yeah, it's just like, even as I told you guys, I don't know if you remember when that Donald Trump came out, that little, like, oh, he bought this. And I was just telling you, like, dude, people are, like, now is one of those pump stocks. People keep pumping now. They love pumping ServiceNow. It's one of those, obviously it's not like a pump and dump company. I think it's more important than that, but there's like people who love like they love it, right? And I noticed that. I shared that with you. I think some of you probably noticed the ServiceNow hardos. They're very hard to escape. But here's where it gets fascinating. Are you ready? This whole time I've been hearing ServiceNow, again, from retail to fucking institutional. I keep hearing people pump it. But the short interest is higher than ever. So something's weird with it in the sense of, like, I was assuming everybody was pumping this for other reasons. But, yeah, as this thing has been in the low, everyone's pumping it. The short interest is as high as possible, that is not what I was expecting on ServiceNow. So, like I'm saying, you have a lot of people who publicly love ServiceNow and pump it, but then apparently there's a bunch of motherfuckers shorting that. So, yeah, if you asked me that a couple weeks ago, I would have said I didn't expect that. That's what I'm saying. That's why, too, it could get squeezy if it does very good. But then also some people are worried if that's just going to lead to another beat and sell off. But, yeah, that one's just weird because I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, ServiceNow is a cult. Everybody would talk about it. They loved it. So that was not the stock I was expecting to see at a high in terms of short interest. WDC, IREN, again, chips, more energy. And then there's value in banks on the low. So communications, XLF. Again, XLF has been one of the best 7 weeks, bro. It's actually crazy. And then AstraZeneca, something with an asthma drug. Keel, isn't this one NeoCloud? Yeah, people were hyping that one. That one's up in the middle. And then IREN is really going. So again, even Nibis. Hut was the other one that got the deal. They're up 13. IREN's up 16. You're going to max out your Roth every year from now on. Your future self thanks you. Yep, Google's your lead right now. I mean, it's crazy because you would think Meta. Remember that Meta and Google on Friday was annoying. That really weighed you down on the index. But yeah, you have Google, Amazon too. Now we got CRM. I mean, another software. But Google. Wait till Apple, Meta, or Microsoft comes up. Now Fastly, Net. These guys are chilling though. Cyber's not really going too. It's just holding up. So again, even on Friday it did that, and then that could sell off towards the end of the day, or we need it to really go Korea. Korea! Korea. Palantir and Crowd again. Again, I think Palantir was really down in the morning. So yeah, these Cybers were all down in the morning. Now Cyber's hitting the high ticker. I don't know if it's a program yet. Like I'm saying, just wait till the chips turn off. That's it. So chips are either going to stay on all day, or just by the time they do stop, see what we rotate to. And then, yeah, as long as like the chips don't give it all back and then it doesn't cause a weird software staple financial move, then not bad way to start the week. But yeah, you could still kind of we could flip any which way here. You've been through this. ARM, Intel, now value on the low. EQT, Pepsi, these energy names. It's everything. Anything non-tech seems to be on the low right now. Let me get a checkup. Do we have time? 6:45? I think a good time, brother. CVS now, so see if XLV turns on. Because, again, that's kind of how it's played last week. QQQ. All right, well, hitting a high. SPY is up by 3/4. NASDAQ 1.4 now. Bro, they do have good Korean shows. Oh, my gosh. I don't even want to tell you guys. I'm embarrassed. But I love them. It was my girl's mom showed it to us. Oh, and then I have to tell you guys too what happened. It's very scary. But yeah, dude, there's fire Korean shows. I have a Korean show I love. Are you ready? It's called what is it called? I think it's called Bon Appetit, Your Majesty. Oh, yo, Agent Kim goes hard too, bro. Yeah, bro. No, it's terrible. I fucking love them. Dude. Yo, them Koreans, bro, they know how to fucking gamble on memory and make some good TV shows. Uh-huh. No, go watch Bon Appetit, Your Majesty. It's fire, dog. Yeah, and Agent Kim. They don't know, bro. Okay, Amazon now. Again, Intel, chips, you really only have 2 of the Mag 7 playing along. The rest just aren't dragging. So remember on Friday, you didn't really have the Mag 7 playing along, and then they started dipping, and then that worked us down. So for now, you got Google going up, you got Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, all chilling in the middle, but at least you don't have those going down, and then you have the chips still up here. Chips up 2.6, IGV's coming down back to negative again, but yeah, I mean, chips could go a little bit more, unfortunately. ZNTL. What is this? And then CLBK. I think these are all the NeoCloud. And then SPY, first little reds there. They're at VWAP. And then let's see the checkup. Dow Jones, 18 in the green, 12 in the red. NASDAQ, 67 green, 33 in the red. So not bad. And then 268 green, 232 in the red. Hims, Via V, Plant. So again, you got a couple new names going, but then take notice. It's a lot of industrials, staples. These are on the low. So you're just not getting the big names. So for now, the reverse rotations are light, like what you're selling off. But then I would even argue this chip bid is not that strong, unfortunately. Like I'm saying, 2.5 is big, but yeah, it's still not a, you know, again, we were moving 5, 6, 7% last week. Whoa, explosion in New York City. Uh-oh, and then the peach? Bradley Frizzle! Oh my god, explosive. And then there's explosive diarrhea. Bradley Frizzle! Oh, we needed it. Bradley! You know, you guys realize every day is a record. Bradley. Thank you, my brother. You know that, Bradley? Bradley. I don't want to tell you this. Bradley, I'm pretty sure you've given me over $1,000 by now, Bradley. I don't think they understand the consistency. I was thinking about that. Bradley, I should get Bradley a gift. I think we need to get Bradley a gift. Because I don't think you guys realize, bro, every day is a record. I don't, like, you know what I'm saying? And, like, you watch the World Cup, and they're like, oh, record. No. Bradley Frizzle is the record. Okay? Hold on. That's what I'm talking about. Good morning, Bradley. Good morning. BE big dropping. Yeah, they are, again, I don't know what planet. That's space or weed. And then healthcare is starting to go up. A couple of China ones. Didn't Chinese say they're going to stimulate? Oh, it keeps coming up. Oracle lower. Uh-oh, hot dog. I know IGV was dropping earlier. Now GE, yeah. Oracle's on the way down. That's going to bring it IGV. IREN's still going. A couple of the chips are still up. Oh, well, so yeah, so Chad, I'm pretty sure I got Taylor farmed this weekend. You guys know that? Bro, the last 48 hours, I don't think I've ever shit like this in my life. It's terrible. It's terrible, you guys. So yeah, I did. I think I got Taylor farmed. I don't even remember what I ate. That's why I'm kind of pissed. I wasn't even like frolicking in the lettuce field. Explosion went off in 26 Federal Plaza, NYC, with immigration and FBI agents rushing out, guns drawn, apprehending the suspect. It was a shooting an explosive device. Wait, so someone just tried to blow up something in New York and commit a shooting? The gift of knowledge. Well, thank you for inspiring us, bro. Because I'm telling you, like, little by little, bro, it adds up. That's what I was thinking. I was like, dude, it's insane. It's insane. I don't think they feel you, bro. Boeing, Dumpy. Don't you say that fair heresy around Bradley Frizzle. DoorDash. But yeah, Boeing and then eBay. Again, you got a lot of GameStop Cohen headlines. I know Elf is up, but I don't know what the headline is. I mean, you got Deckers and a couple of clothing companies this week, but I don't know if they have anything specific. Did I eat Chick-fil-A or Chipotle? No. Dude, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think I ate lettuce. It started happening Saturday. And wow. As somebody who, you know, I'm very active in the bathroom, but wow, this Taylor Farms, dog. Taylor Farms, holy. XOM and CVX on the high, energy, and then ADM, and now VIX is on the high. Oil hasn't budged, but SPY's back to open. So it's kind of interesting because, again, like I'm saying, the chips, 2%, you've given up halfway. But like I was telling you earlier, it's not like this was the strongest chip move, unfortunately. And now a couple more momentum is on the low, or even worse, your staples. So you got a couple more names dumping. App. Hey, yo, App volume ripping right now while everything's going down. They're up 2.6. Check App loving. And then Apple on the low now. So that could be part of it. CLBK. I don't see anything on app. That one's just weird. Again, VIX is on the high, so I mean, bro, it's 650. So I mean, we spent like what 15 minutes there, kind of chilling, but so far, I mean, you kind of unwound what was looking decent very, very quickly. But like I'm telling you, it's chips. It's just the chips were not as strong, but now you had all that other pressure mix in Apple. But yeah, they're only up at 1.8 now. So we'll see. Apple is starting to really go. Apple's down 1.3. Now you don't have, again, you have Google and Amazon. That's about it if they come down. But yeah, like we were saying, you know, Apple in the lead. And now energy plays. Kinder Morgan and then PBR on the high. XLE's going up and oil. SDAO. Yep, now below 100. They're doing very bad today. Again, energy is slowly climbing up. They just flipped green. So yeah, energy is actually kind of one of your only ones. The XLF, XLV, XLP, it's not too bad, but yeah, we're not doing much. Okay, VIX again. Bitcoin on the low. Feel like we didn't hear much. It's funny, I mean, you're still up by 0.4, back to just 1. So again, NASDAQ went up about maybe 0.5%, almost 3/4 there. NASDAQ went up just under 0.5%. But then Dow is now back to red. So again, you're not getting same rotations, and then the things you would have rotated to, they're just not as strong. So again, I mean, chips 2%, but you know, good or bad, they're moving 6, 7. Everything else is there. 6, 7. Now Sentinel. So some more cyber pops. Fortinet. Galaxy. It's crypto moving. A lot of crypto moving. Okay, Tesla now. Didn't Tesla start off decent? Again, they already flipped. Yeah, man. So we'll see. It's gonna be a little weird, just like remember on Friday. That's why I was saying, I was like, right when the Mag 7 went down, it's like nothing will move, but then yeah, we still have this weird leadership dynamic. Again, it was feeling decent. We got a long 7 hours, bro. Long 7 hours on Monday. SSPC. I thought that was SpaceX. Mexico President Sheinbaum spoke with Greer, Lutnick, and Rubio on sidelines of World Cup. Spoke briefly with Trump and Carney, receiving Greer on Wednesday or Thursday. Warby, Morgan Stanley, K-Star, China. Again, like everything from damn KC to K-Web, but not even K-Star, China. Again, they were talking about stimulus, but again, just China. China's economy has been doing bad, but then the actual assets have been doing a lot better. All right, well, low ticker picking up again. Q's on the low. Tesla, Apple, momentum. Unfortunately, or Apple just bounced off of it. But yeah, so all that little momentum in the morning, that you just gave up half of it, sadly. Dizzle. Tesla's really dumping. Again, Nvidia's, they're all still green, so even the market for now, 0.3. Again, Dow's the only one in the red, and Russell's at 0.31. So NASDAQ still has the outperformance. ADVB. Almost in the morning. Chips are moving. They're just into the low. I mean, I'd watch chips, Apple, Mag 7, unfortunately, and then the other fucking 500 names. But yeah, that first is going to start there. But chips, Mag 7, I mean, that dictates the 0.5%, the 1%. But again, even on Friday, we saw a lot of movement. And then once the Mag 7 and chips did, that was like, that just kind of what solidifies the move. But for now, I mean, we are still about 50-50. Again, NASDAQ, even 60 names in the green. Okay, VIX has been, again, since what, 6:45? The last 15 minutes has been straight down. Tesla again, and SpaceX. That keeps going. See what Apple does. I got two of them up here. The other rotation just stopped. So, if, again, value and all those sold off in the morning, but then they chilled, and it's all like 0.1, 0.2. U.S. sending additional aircraft to Middle East as Trump considers widening war against Iran. CNN. So, you have CNN wire with a Iran headline, but no oil pop just yet. Oh, see. Boston Scientific. They're not bad. I need to see where they're at, but I don't know if they bounced or not. But, yeah, they're an interesting company. And, yeah, they've been around and they'll be around. BMY. Lin? Not energy? Yeah, the Neo Clouds are still holding. And then XLE, again, that's even part of the war stuff, too. Chips a little bit off the bottom again, but Apple and chips are still there. Apple's actually in the red. Chips are still up by 2%, which isn't bad, but it's also not. I mean, again, you could see a 2% chip move takes about 30 minutes in the right environment. Oh, into it. Yeah, so even the software laggers, IGV's coming down. And then ISRG, that's post-earnings. Oh, there was an upgrade on Netflix this morning. I forgot, but they're still into the low. Okay, now value. So again, couple staples were down, but now you're starting to get, again, like Coca-Cola, CVS, Bristol Myers, and then energy. It's energy and a couple of staples are turning around. So see, materials on the low, VIX again on the high. Dow is the only one in the green, so you still got 1/4 to 0.3 a cushion, and then NASDAQ 3/4. Who's the other one? Yeah, Apple's coming down. So look, staples are getting it now. XLF with the little one. I don't know if healthcare is going to do it. But for now, you're at the low. You're getting another little sell-off here in certain tech. And then staples are trying to wake up. Low ticker fully maxed out almost. And a little momentum, ADVB. That one's still going. Again, Quantinium. That was interesting. Yeah, NVIDIA a little bit. So who? I think it's Apple. That little low there was Apple because chips are actually holding. Leading index came in June minus 0.2. Estimate was minus 0.1. Who's the other one? Checkpoint. Okay, Hut again. Bro, the Neo Cloud hasn't budged at all this morning. So again, Neo Cloud got the good news. They went up. So Apple is drilling right now Apple into the low, but then the chips, and then NeoCloud's taking another round. So yeah, I think you just either need Apple to stop or some of these other guys. Or at least like 2 other Mag 7s would be very helpful. Google's still up. Again, more energy, XOP, CVX, and then China again, K-Star. And Giga. Yeah, via V. Why is Apollo and KKR so bad? Unity on the high. Again, Roblo's still up. I haven't seen... remember, there was a couple of those Apple cases last week. The Apple App Store and the settlements. Google, maybe. For now, I don't have any. Is it $1.2? I was looking, who was it? It was Archer. That was the one in the morning. But it just sucks because there's today, again, decent momentum news. But yeah, you need momentum to continue for a month. Otherwise, just this stop and go with momentum, yeah, it would suck if we don't really resolve anything. And then, yeah, otherwise this may not be the time for momentum. But Archer, they did a deal with Anduril this morning. So they're up 10% already, just chilling. And then Iran again. Habibi, Iran, HUD, those started the morning and those are still going. Chips are still a little near the low. Apple didn't do any. I mean, again, I think today, as people maybe felt a little bit chilled out, they sold off some of the Apple because, again, because people were a little worried about AI and AI spend on Friday. And just everything going on, they've been buying Apple, but other than that, there's not really any news. Why are we watching S? I mean, you don't have to. I have a play on it. But then, yeah, we've been talking about cybersecurity for the last, like, 2 months here. And just kind of the opportunity. And what even then, I mean, even what you guys saw on Friday, if this chart doesn't stand out to you, even after what you saw with more AI freak out, I mean, yeah. But I would, I still think cybersecurity is going to be a fascinating one here, this post-earnings. It does depend on how they report, but for now, there's definitely something going on in that space that is outperforming. Yeah, ACHR, now team. Tanker near Strait got caught on fire. Dude, there were some yesterday, or the ones that you woke up to, they were really bad. But yeah, even this morning, though. So far, oil hasn't budged. You got one good war headline with the little 10-day thing, but we have gotten a couple of this back and forth. More software. Again, it's kind of weird because IGV's just not really reacting, but individuals are kind of doing their thing. But low ticker, more value. I need my chip and Apple. So Apple a little off the bottom, but then chips are still near there. Pen, big volume into the high, up 3. But yeah, you got 2 volume candles in a row. Pen. And then Synopsys, that flipped. Synopsys, what was that other one? App. They had a candle earlier. Why the sell-off? I mean, we're still green for now, but it just seemed like this this bounce, this momentum, people were feeling a little bit better after, you know, unwinding what happened on Friday, but it only lasted for 15 minutes. We're still up, but for now, I mean, you just still got a Mag 7 pressure, and then the other guys are just all chilling. Interesting. Gonna work. ADVB, low ticker. Again, oil is spiking now. How come my oil chart is not? I swear it looks like oil's doing nothing. It really isn't. But yeah, oil, a lot of energy oil plays on the high right now. SpaceX momentum on the low. Now you got more chips selling off with TSM. Even the weed stock's going down. Dow is down a quarter. Russell's about to flip red right now. NASDAQ 3/4 and then SPY at a quarter. So yeah, then there's the chips now on the low. So new low of the day on the chips. So I guess a further down from the opening. Only 1.4 now. Even the iPad. I don't know why USO and UCO are moving more, but it does not even look like the futures are moving. Are we out of the box? No, we're definitely right smack dab in the middle of it. Nibis now on the low. Okay, so hold up. So see if this NeoCloud shit starts to go down now. That's not good. So again, that was like the straight up in this morning. Or see if NeoCloud starts going down. See if that money moves somewhere else. Again, Oracle, there was a bad report this morning. They just haven't denied it yet. But yeah, that's part of it. Is that a new low? 120.81? That's a new 52-week low on Oracle. Didn't it hit 117 though pre-market? Allegiant. Again, whatever's going on with Penn. No rotation has really taken off yet though. So notice even staples are still kind of staying in that bottom range. You're just selling off the chips now, and now the energy names are coming down. Like I was telling you in the morning here, Iran, Nibis, that really, really helped you out. So now you got both of the 2 rotations this morning of risk on. Those are fading. Seems like a bot sell-off. Just earnings. So that's what I'm saying. I think I was expecting a little bit more of a green light. I don't know if that first 15 minutes was it, but we're still going to play this back and forth. Red light, green light until until we start getting through some of these earnings. But yeah, I mean, think about it. AI doom loop. Some of the stuff you're seeing and how people are reacting ahead of earnings. I mean, stuff kind of happens every time. Okay, well, SPY's going lower. Again, Nibis and other things that were rotating are starting to give up. And then again, chips, they're only up by 1.2. Cerberus on the low. Now AT&T, comms. Those are down earlier. Yeah, those are still in the red. So staples are trying to go up a little bit more, and then the rest of the rotations. Again, Apple's down 2%. So think about that. Now Microsoft's not moving as much. You're lucky you got Google in the green. Amazon's chilling. Meta is not doing much, but yeah, you got Apple down a lot, and then Google's kind of balancing it. Dio as well. Dio and Tap. So again, more staple laggers. But then like tech laggers like Adobe and Intuit are drilling. Oh, a Peloton. A Netflix. Again, a Workday Tandem. Isn't that a biotech? Okay, your first... I mean, you had 2 or 3. Again, since 6:45, dude, it just straight up, all of those little rotations just paused for a second. So let's see if we can get out of here. Otherwise, you're going to keep playing this game. Again, gold and silver moving. Apple. Habibi. They won't let us out of the box. Yeah, Apple keeps printing the low, and then oil. It sucks. So you have this little dynamic, and then you still even just got weird-ass oil shit in the background. Hey, yo, Microsoft. They're waking up now. That's new. That's different. So now Microsoft on the high. If you get a headline, that should run. All right, I'm taking the 1 centers. I don't know. That's a little... It's not a trigger, but like I was telling you, I'm waiting for something to turn on. Yeah, Meta too now. It's Meta and Microsoft. Like I'm saying, I grabbed the 1 centers on the daily, but I don't know what it is. It's not triggered yet, but that's definitely different than this morning. And then Apple on the low. So yeah, Meta's going, and then Microsoft. I don't have a headline on that, though. And then Apple still. And then Tesla on the low, too. And then Google on the high. Update. Can the Magnificent 7 save a stock market that might be doomed? Microsoft to deploy AMD's next generation. That was in the morning. Microsoft Kimi K3 partnership testing. K3 for Copilot. Adding to Azure information. What about Meta? So yeah, they're saying Kimi partnership. AT&T and comms. Again, watch still some of those staples. SPY still at the low, though. That didn't do much, unfortunately. I don't know why Meta reacted like that. So Microsoft's going. You got 100% on the ask if it fills, but yeah. I don't know. Meta was, again, Microsoft's still going. Meta was the weird one. Apple going lower. Again, more value names keep popping up. Tap, Bud, Dio, and then a few others. All right, Microsoft still going is not bad. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. SanDisk on the low, comms on the high. So you're triggering more of a rotation, or just see what chips do. Again, Apple's even drilling too. Habibi, they want to give you a break. You know? And Williams Sonoma. Alright, you guys want propaganda? I just need to go, I don't know how long. I'm gonna go in this bathroom break, bro.
But this
is either gonna be really quick, or I'm gonna have to shit everywhere. I don't know how this Taylor Farms works, but that's kind of. I'm very excited to see what's gonna happen. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I have no idea when I'm gonna be back. Either soon or yeah, we'll find out.
The open source story isn't going to be different this time than it was in cloud, which is they'll take some demand pressure off, they'll put some pricing pressure on various parts of the market, but whether it's Kimi or DeepSeek or one of these other dozen open weights models, they're going to find their place in the ecosystem. But corporate America is not going to chase fractions of pennies per token and embrace Chinese technology for their most critical data assets, market needs, and product needs. I just don't see that story playing out, and I think the frontier models are going to continue to lead as they have for the last many years.
So because the models, A, are not as good, or B, they don't trust them, or C, they're not allowed to?
A combination of 1 and 2 first, which is to say that these models have solid performance, certainly when you put in a price curve, but when you overlay this to the overall price performance, especially with the memory input here, and then you include the fact that it's almost certain these will be proven to have been trained on distillation attacks on the U.S. models, as time and time again they are. It's going to go to number 2, which is corporate America is predicated on trust, data security, and collaboration with their vendors. The same reason that you have these tight relationships with the leading software and hardware companies today, that's going to continue. You are not going to see Fortune 1000 that are moving their data assets, their business intelligence, their employee records onto these systems. Think of the blowup we had over TikTok and the sensitivity of dance videos and consumer data. You roll that forward to corporate assets, and it's just not going to play. And so I do expect number 3 is going to happen as well. There will be some level of regulation to manage this so that the dumping on pricing that China's trying to do, and the distillation attacks and the IP theft and the model competition won't be pervasive throughout our economy, as we're trying to drive our own AI industry and make sure we continue to have the lead here.
But even if the American corporates don't necessarily all shift over to Chinese models, Byron, it ultimately does put pressure on the prices of these tokens. There's already, I think, a lot of pushback that you're starting to hear from corporate America on just how expensive these tokens are from the Anthropics and OpenAIs.
I see this taking some pressure out of the system because the frontier models themselves have said they can't keep up right now with demand. And so you're going to have low edge use cases. You're going to have early startups. You're going to have experimentation and test budgets that are finding their way there. And then you're going to find that the leading companies, as they get more supply online and back to the data center story, they're going to be able to walk the prices down on their models pretty quickly. You will also see that you've got sovereign models emerging and other open weights models emerging in our allied nations, the European West and India and Canada, that will also be competitive. They absolutely will have a part of the ecosystem.
They will. All right, not bad. Not bad. Just only a P. We made it. We made it, Joe. We did it. Explosion heard in Iran's Shiraz. I heard the explosion too. I thought it was going to be a big one. Staples now. All right. So at 0.12 with NASDAQ up 0.5, this is where now the staples and the rotations, those are hitting the highs now. So again, financials didn't do it though, and healthcare. So technically it's like only defensives, or like consumer defensives even. And then Oracle now, 52-week low. That's going to bring down IGV. Again, Microsoft. You get 100% on the bid if you grab those 1 centers. So you can make them free if you'd like. It's up to you, my brethren. P. When Google achieved quantum? No. No one has. I remember, though, it kind of even relates to this Kimmy thing. Do you guys remember when end of last year when Google and Gemini, like, took over and then it just completely fell off? It's actually so sad. But yeah, I don't remember anything with Google and quantum, but I definitely remember, and that's kind of why this earnings this week with Google is going to kind of be key, because a lot of people are, they want to see if this is going to continue. It's not a, 300%. I made it free. Woo! But yeah, it's, and then Marvel now. Yeah, Marvel's starting to wake up, which is good. Chips are bouncing a little bit off the bottom. Yeah, Marvel, more candles. But yeah, Gemini has fell off pretty big. So that's why some people are hoping after earnings. I mean, if they could come get that dominance again, that was really good for Google. But yeah, they only had a... Remember, Google was dead for a second. At one point last year, people thought that Google fell behind, and then they came and they did all that. And then after that Gemini, it was Gemini 3 was very popular. But then ever since then, even that's why, like, look at Kimmy and all these other things. It's just like, there is... at one point, Gemini was the best thing ever, and now it's there. It's not it's no good. Now it's just this thing. It's just sit there. No, the Oracle CDS hit a new high. The 5-year. People were talking about it this weekend. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure it should be at the high. Peloton still, I don't think that's news. Peloton. RTX and defense names. Bro, Banks. So again, I was just telling you, bro, Banks has had the best 7 weeks. They were a lagger, gone pretty good to the upside, but they're not catching it today. Yeah, more Banks on the low. Marvel's coming up. That's helping out chips, but then Apple still into the low. And then JetBlue wins Spirit slots at LaGuardia. Eyes move to Marine Air Terminal as airlines fight for space. Every popular, powerful model falls off due to sheer volume and demand. That's kind of what's been happening. That's why what Kimmy did was pretty interesting, because that's what's been going on. These AIs would get really popular. Again, even Anthropic, Gemini, everyone downloads them, and then it's so much use that they have to throttle them. That's why instead of them selling shit, they just said, here, let's pause the sign up so that we don't degrade it. But yeah, for now, I mean, anything in AI, if it gets really successful and popular, it kind of kills it off. I mean, here, are you guys ready for this? I don't know if you guys want to see this one. Let me see if I could get it. Where was it? can't find it. There's a chart that shows it. Oh, where is it? Well, I want to find the chart off of it, but pretty much the another example is OpenClaw. So remember the Claude bot. So like, even if you go and look, dude, the amount of like, remember that Claude bot hit 1 million active users so fast. And then, yeah, it's the way it all just played out was pretty wild. Because now, again, I remember OpenAI bought it, and then everybody started doing the agents. But yeah, as that got popular, the more popular we saw it, then you slowly started seeing less of it. I'm not interested in UWMC because their balance sheet is pretty bad. So this happened like a couple years ago. They started kind of over leveraging and keeping their loans and then buying basketball teams and all these other things. So yeah, and then again, it's rates, real estate. It's been under pressure. So with everything going on, but until that balance sheet eases up, I prefer Archite. But then Archite is up. Moikade soft. Again, Constellation. I just had Dow. Again, a lot of XLP names. Chips did good, though, this last 10 minutes. 5 minutes. They bounced off the bottom, even though Apple is drilling. And then banks and a couple of others are going down. So, at the very least, you stopped going to the low. I don't know range-wise. Oh, did we fill the gap? I guess not. You still have a gap to fill. Banks on the low. No one talks about OpenClaw anymore. They do and they don't. I mean, it just turned into agents and the whole agentic thing. But yeah, it's weird. It's kind of crazy. I'm telling you, because that was remember OpenAI was the fastest to 1 million users, and then I think OpenClaw beat them, and that swept the AI world for a nice period. But then yeah, here today, gone tomorrow. It still exists. It's just not it just changes. Tex and Trini sells out full position. Roku on the high. That one's just odd. Rokunian. Oracle. I mean, they didn't say anything. I mean, Oracle, this was just they got a hit piece this morning. They haven't denied it yet. They usually do, but... And then again, as we've talked about, the, what's it called? The credit default swaps. And that's what people are talking about now, ironically enough. Because we brought it up when it was all happening, and I was telling you, I was like, it's kind of weird. Because even though Oracle went up $100 in 2 months, the credit default swaps never budged. They were still actually pretty bad. And then now, that's why as we're, moving here, hold on. It got people, what was it? But yeah, as it came back down, now it's coming to the low. Now people are talking about the credit default swaps raising, which does make it a little bit worse. Is this it? Yeah. So this is in real time. Like I'm saying, a lot of people were talking about this over the weekend, but I've been tracking this for you guys prior. Like I have both in real time. So this is the 5-year CDS. I don't know if you see it, but this is higher. It's like, so that high was I believe 195.72. That's the cost of the credit default swap, and then today you hit 197. What's it called? Yeah, you had 19719. So you went 2 points higher on the 5-year default swap. And then the 1 year is still the same, but it's pretty much back to where it was. A little lower at the beginning of the year. But 5-year CDS on Oracle is breaking out. So again, now the cost to insure debt on Oracle, the premium's going high as people are worried. Which again, that was the situation that got us the discount in the beginning. Okay, Microsoft now. Estee Lauder. BIA. BIYA. Oh, whatever this is, a big pop. It's already up 100%. Good morning. Happy Monday. RTX again, actually with the candle here at the high. UK Housing Secretary Reid resigns. The Archite from the Redfin, yeah. We got it at $1. Was it like 190? But yeah, that's why I like it, but I just don't like the price. Long term. What are credit default swaps? Explain in simpler terms. You never watched Big Short? You never watched Selena Gomez? You know, or what's her name? Margaret Robbie. That's what they loved. But yeah, it's the if a company defaults on the credit, you're buying the insurance. So if the company defaults on the credit and they don't pay back the debt, and you buy the credit default swap, you get paid out. It's insurance on the debt. So that's all it is. It's just insurance. Very most people, this is very 08 coded or very Big Short coded. Here, I don't know. Oh, no, it's not it. I guess Selena explains CDOs. Microsoft, Habibi. KYGO. All right, well, that's IGV still whopped. Yeah, Clavio. Dollar. Ooh, brother. Take two now. And then anywhere, those Microsofts are anywhere from 500 to 800%. They're just all over the place. Spreads are wide. Again, take two with the candle. SPY's here, but I mean, you just had some really weird moves and the dollar up. So I don't think we're out of it just yet. Chips are still near the low. There's only the Selena clip of CDOs, but that's a CDO is different than a CDS, a credit default swap. So a swap, they're pretty much, you swap out the losing asset for the winning one. But the CDO is when they start packaging them up and selling them and doing all that. FMS, CF, Zoitis, Visa. So ITS. Can retail buy credit default swaps? I don't think so. It all depends, but they're not usually too accessible. But if you wanted to get your hands on them, I think you could. But they're not widely accessible for retail. I have a clip of Warren Buffett explaining it. I think this is from 15 years ago.
They do fine.
One of the other issues that may be creating volatility, people talk about it, is credit default swaps and what role they've played, for example, in Europe with some of the bonds there. And I'm curious, do you believe that credit default swaps should exist? They should be outlawed? What should happen to them?
Well, they can be a very destructive instrument. I mean, if you think about it, you can't go out and insure my house against fire because you do not have an insurable interest, as they call it in the trade. Because once you insure my house against fire, and you may decide that, that maybe dropping a few matches around my lawn might be a good idea. And credit default swaps, if you don't own underlying debt and you buy a credit default swap, you have an interest in that place getting into trouble. And when a lot of people have an interest in a place getting in trouble, they may start putting out misleading statements about it. I mean, if you had a bank, if you were short the stock of a bank, you might hire, and there wasn't any FDIC, you might go out and hire 100 movie extras to stand in front of that bank. And in effect, you would create your own reality. Now, buying credit default swaps and talking about them and causing the price of credit default swaps to go up creates its own reality to some degree. So I think they are potentially a very antisocial instrument.
Antisocial instrument. But yeah, again, he doesn't explain it. He was just criticizing that if you don't own the underlying asset but buy the credit default swaps, you want everything to crash and burn. What do you think about the interview going back to silver gold certificates? They may be redeemable. It would be good for currency stability, but it would limit growth. Anytime, unfortunately, the world is so big right now, and we still do rely a lot on globalization, that if you had a currency that was not floated, unfortunately, and it was like backed by like a certificate or fixed on something, unfortunately, we would just not, the economy would be dramatically slower. So it's weird because I don't really like the fiat monetary system. I think QE and the quantitative easing and all of this, like I do think it's not, I think it has a lot of its problems, and I'm not necessarily the biggest supporter of it, but I am very well aware that without this current system in place, it would change the amount of activity and growth. So these fiats and floated currencies, they help with growth. That's how we could spend and buy so much around the world. But if we pin it in, if we went back to like a gold standard, it would be growth would be, the GDP would go less than 1. It would be terrible, unfortunately. So that's the thing. I mean, eventually when this fiat monetary system fails, they'll go to something else. But in the meantime, I mean, it's pretty hard to compete with it because growth and globalization and how it makes productivity go through the roof and costs go down. I mean, it's very hard to beat that. In the moment you go to a fixed exchange, you'll get more stability domestically, but you're going to give up growth. Again, ask China. China's a great example, because China, they tried the unholy trinity. They try to control everything, and it comes at a cost. Do you do private lending? Is it hard to get into? I've been doing it. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it my whole career. It's not hard to get into, but it just depends on how you want to do it. Whether you work for a company, again, that's what so there's many levels. Like go look at KKR, Apollo, Ares. That's what people in LA do. I know a lot of people who work for them, because that's just private lending on the corporate level. And getting into it at that certain one, you could get into private lending with real estate, with companies. So yeah, that's why I did the mortgage-backed security stuff And then as I started going into it, I mean, I loan out on paper. I do a lot for, you know, liens and shit like that. But it's just all, like, it's not hard to get into, but it is slow. So that's the thing. It's like if you don't have, you can make a lot of money lending, but you got to think about it. Lending is a slow process. So how do I make money if I'm giving you a 5-year loan, right? How do I make money? You know, I don't want to wait 5 years. That's not how you make bank. It's by giving the loan, lending it, and then selling the loan. So you need a book for funding the loan and then a book to sell the loan once it's funded. It's just like kind of what we were talking about here. Maybe like the CDOs to a degree, because you issue a loan and then you take it and then you're flipping it. So then that way you pull the points and then you just rinse and repeat and then you lend every day. Every day. Would a long, deep out-the-money put act like a CDS? No. Because out-the-money put is just related to the price of the stock. And then, you know, again, depending on where the stock goes and price and all that. Whereas a credit default swap is very binary. You know, like a bond is it's simple. We talked about this a couple years ago. I forgot what was going on. It was like in the middle of Biden and Yellen and all that. But like, long story short, you don't what is it? There was one bond payment and people were worried that we wouldn't pay it and it would trigger a default, because a bond, the moment you don't make the payment, it's very binary. It's a defaults right away. So if you have to pay out by the 15th and you don't pay out, default, that's it. There's no questions asked. You might be able to negotiate with bondholders to repay it, and you could get a technical default and still avoid a default. But quite frankly, if you miss a payment date, that's it. It triggers into default. That's why they paused all of your guys' money in COVID. I don't know if you guys remember that. So why did they shut down the economy and then stop all credit and payments? You know why? Because once you go back to the date, if the world was shut down, we had COVID, but then you get past these credit dates and you miss payments, that's it. You default, you can't go back. So that their idea was pause the payments. Because once you get past the default date, if no payment is made, it automatically triggers a default. So back to the credit default swap now, very different than a put, because a put is an agreement for somebody to buy your stock, right? Whereas a credit default swap is in the event of a default, right when a payment doesn't get made, it instantly triggers, and that instantly triggers your payout. So there's no question asked, and you get the full amount on a credit default swap. It will cover whatever, I mean, assuming you buy as much to what you're holding, or if you don't hold anything at all. MXL Centrini initiates long. Reddit, DoorDash, and then DLO. Isn't that data centers? DLO, or am I tripping? To the dollar still. It's no good. And SIBO. Mexico, I mean, we heard the Shine Bomb, and I think we're gonna get something. And yo, bro, we didn't see this, bro. There straight up was a damn explosion in New York. Saying that's kind of random. MDB, and then you guys know we could buy something for the long term this week. Do you guys have any ideas? You guys know, so give it like 2 more days. It's been a month since we sold the covered calls. Oracle? Did I really get those 1 centers for 1 cent? No, I prefer to build my business off of lying to you guys right in front of you when all options are public on an order book and you could see them all. Yes, man. So I'd encourage you to do it. Is your $50 subscription really 50? See? So it's green filled, 1 cent, 1 cent, 1 cent, 1 cent, 1 cent, 1 cent. Sell it at 300%. But yeah. That's why I don't care about some of them too. That's why I tell you guys, like, unfortunately, you know, if you're late, you're late. Don't chase it because, and that's why too, I'm down. I could throw out 5 of those, 3 of them, spend $5, $10, get multiple of them. I don't care if they hit or not. So I again, especially if you're balancing it out with other gains and other plays. But yeah, so just be mindful. But if there is a 1 center and it's viable, I'm down with them. Pay raise, the long-term deposit grew. Woo! So I'm talking about. Let's go, Timmy. We're gonna get you a crib, Tim. Unilever, UL. Check McKesson. Oh no, McCormick. Yeah, Unilever. Iran reports airstrike hit Shiraz, no casualties. Ooh, you said SpaceX for the long term? Well, why not? I was gonna do SpaceX for the long term, but then I was like, why not just buy SoFi? You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Ever since having this explosive diarrhea, I feel like a whole new person. I don't really feel like myself. So, you know, I was like, why not just SoFi it up and just call it a day? Right? And I was like, we could do it. Or SpaceX IPO. UK Deputy PM David Lamney resigns. Dude, I am hydrated. Kind of. Cheers to that. Oh. ALNY. Hey, yo, high ticker's going crazy, but it's energy. Hold on. So, yeah, bro, energy plays just went ape shit. But oil is not budging unless oil breaks out of 82 right now. Keep eyes up. You're near the low. Did you guys just have Iran? Yeah, we had that airstrike headline. But yeah, dude, look at the high ticker. It's all energy. And now airlines on the low. Something's happening with oil. Nah. Something's happening with oil. It's just nothing's moving yet. But like I'm telling you, you have way too... Now airlines are going down. That's weird. What's the date today? The 20th? LYB, Caterpillar, now industrial. Bro, that was a weird-ass move. Get ready. I don't have a headline, but I'm telling you, that was odd. You just had energy rip, and then a lot of other, like, energy-adjacent names, like, tied to travel, and now even industrials just flipped on that. So I don't see it yet, but something, just like I'm telling you, that was a very weird move for the day. Again, in terms of rotation and what that just triggered. And now SQQ on the low. Meta's just chilling there. Microsoft staying up. I think the Microsoft's came down. Again, they hit as high as 800%. Now you're back to 300 on the bid. Again, LNG now. Again, that's a beta. Oracle, I'd like it now. I mean, I don't think we're catching the knife. I think as long as you know, we've already established a position on Oracle. I think we did it responsibly. I mean, we didn't go big, and then we waited. We didn't chase the top. So I'm just building around a position. I don't see it as, you know, knife catching. But at the same time, I mean, something we've been talking about a lot lately when it comes, especially with the credit default swaps, because I've showed you it from day one. I mean, I've never tried to conceal the risk of Oracle to any of you. It's just like you have to understand the risk. That's why I'm saying positioning wise, as long as you don't over position on Oracle, it's fine. But like I'm saying, there is still a lot of risk in it, and you have to be aware of it. So that's like I said, when I did it, I do think Oracle is probably one of the riskier plays that I've ever done. Again, it's even risk like Snapchat. When we bought Snapchat, it was near the floor. I mean, it's a small company. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're taking a company right in, you're buying the dip on something that has a massive room to succeed or massive room to fail even further. So it's just, as long as you're aware of that, I think that's more important than, you know, thinking you're bottom ticking it or not. I would understand truly the holding plan and the 10-year minimum around Oracle and really what you can expect. Like I'm saying, it's not a Kimberly. It's, you know, you should be in the, if you're not in the game of 50% ups and downs, I would not touch Oracle, because it's going to be a volatile one. But yeah, I already like it. I like it at this low. It's now what, 20, almost 20% lower than where we bought it. Oracle. Yeah, we're down 18.8 now. And then the highest we were up was 56%. What a crazy quarter for Iraq. SPY going lower again. Oil didn't break out yet. IDF withdrawal from pilot zones in southern Lebanon will take place on Tuesday. Oh, that was just weird with the airlines. And then again, just keep in mind these rotations. But you have chips at the low. SPY near the low. I mean, low ticker 30-second 1 minute is picking up. Apple near the low. I mean, brother, you don't have too much goodness in your favor after that open. It opened good, and then energy again. Boeing gets investor class status nixed in 737 MAX case. Let's see, Boeing's already down 2. Now more consumer, like Macy's, clothing. I mean, some of them were doing good. Russell on the low. Sadly, SPY's still green. Dow and Russell are down by 0.3. SPY is still up by 0.12. NASDAQ up 0.47. Siren in Bahrain. C, either wait for the headline or wait till oil fucking pops. But like I'm telling you, 5 minutes ago, that was weird. That was not... That was too much energy on the high, and then it started tweaking out the companies that would get affected by high energy. But then staples are up. That's the weird part. But then I guess technically 0.02. Because again, the staples do not like the war headlines. Remember, beginning of the year. CBOE. Socks on the low. Alrighty. Remember I said you got to fill this shitty gap. Oh, I guess technically you filled that one. Again, chips still on the low. Alarm sounding against in Iran. Incoming Iranian drone or missile attack. SPY near the low. 757, dude, it's early. Rachel Reeves resigns as UK Chancellor of the Exchequer. These bonds, MDT, but then a couple of these like inverse ETFs are on the high. All right, it's interesting because medical devices and medical oils trying to get above here now. Again, 82. I mean, since 1 a.m. you haven't gone above that. So that's the like 10-day ceasefire level from the morning. And then again, a couple of names moving. Low ticker still fully maxed out. SPY near the low. Chips at the low, everything at the low. S back, more communications. Now, I mean, financial like brokers, CME, ICE, and then even some Webull, even Robinhood. Yeah, oh, it's trying again above 82. I think that's where it all kind of freaked out. Again, airlines are still low after that. A couple of staple, and then again, you're doing industrials on the bottom too. So I don't know. Low ticker, again, 30 second, 1 minute, 5 minute is almost maxed out. You got oil climbing, and then you have chips, Apple, even your staples. You're not really rotating. You were just selling off these morning moves, and then we are waiting for oil to move. And dollar's been climbing up all day. So no good. About Jersey Mike's. I haven't been there in a while, but yeah, apparently people have been liking Jersey Mike's a lot. At least what I've heard. Low ticker. Again, it's staples, airlines, industrials. It's even materials. So again, you're not really rotating. Again, these financial, the CBOE, CME, ICE, I don't know why those are going straight up. But I will tell you guys. So are you ready? I think I've decided. I'm definitely buying one shit stock for the long term. Do you know that? So I thought about it. I'm going to buy some dividends. I'm going to buy some growth. But then I'm going to put like a third of a deposit on a shit stock. So if you remember last time I had deals, I was going to buy a shit stock and then I chickened out. But I have one. I think I'm going to do it. So get ready. Get ready. Microsoft again. And then MT, at least, again, these, thank God you have one going up. Because like I'm saying, that would, today, just like I said on Friday, I mean, shit would have looked a lot uglier if you didn't have certain names playing along. And Visa, Amazon. SpaceX. Can't get more doo-doo than that. Oh, yeah. No, you can't. You know, SpaceX is just overpriced. I don't think SpaceX is a bad company. I just think it's overpriced. Well, I'm talking, yeah. Just get ready. Just get ready. Ample software, GitLab, another software run, and then a couple more payment companies, payments, brokers, but banks are down. That's the funny part. Okay, SPY. Amazon. All right, high ticker's waking up. Low ticker chilled out a lot, 30 second and the 1 minute. And then what time is it? 8:03. Chat, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom again. And I don't know how long it's going to take. Bahrain Interior Ministry, again, Siren. Okay, BRB.
Yeah, it's
follow me on Instagram.
Two messages coming out of Iran, right? I mean, on the one hand, they are fighting. On the other hand, they're sending these sort of diplomatic overtures. And sort of you could say the same thing about the United States, you know, continued military strikes, but also you see these diplomatic overtures, Marco Rubio and others saying, you know, we can go back to the negotiating table at some point. But when you see the Iranians tearing up the memorandum of understanding, at least rhetorically, over the weekend, you do get the sense that we're sort of back to square one here. And a lot of the diplomacy that happened over the past couple of months is just water under the bridge at this point. So where do we go from here? Can they get negotiations back on track? Is there a deal somewhere to be had? You know, all of those are unknown questions right now.
Okay, thank you, Eamon. Eamon Javers in Washington. For more on how investors are navigating the latest around Iran and everything else right now, let's bring in Neuberger Berman Private Wealth Managing Director Holly Newman-Croft. And it is worth noting that Holly just came in at number 3 in this year's new Barron's list of the top 100 women financial advisors. It's a great article in Q&A. Congrats and welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So what are you telling your clients as we go into the second half with, you know, last week was a bumpy week, as you saw what happened when these chip stocks don't work.
You know, we're not telling our clients anything different. The story has stayed pretty consistent. The first half of the year, we expect it will stay consistent the second half of the year. There's a lot of uncertainty in the market. That means there's a lot of volatility. And so we've got to navigate that volatility. And it all goes back to investors and clients looking at their asset allocation and making sure that their risk profile properly reflects their ability to sleep at night and not overdose on Tums. I mean, I thought it was interesting this morning, Carl, you were talking with Jim, and he said he doesn't want to wake up and see his tech portfolio down 40%. That's Jim Cramer. I mean, he's a professional investor. If he doesn't want it, my clients certainly don't want it. So how
do you do that?
Well, we've seen a broadening out this year. Now, it's happened in fits and starts, and that's to be expected because in times of uncertainty, investors are going to go back to what they know has worked. In the last 3.5 years, what has driven the market is concentration in the Mag 7 or the top 10. But overall, when you look at the numbers, the equal weighted index is significantly outperforming the market weight, the S&P. Value stocks are significantly outperforming growth. Small caps are on a tear. Emerging markets are on a tear. So we're really seeing this broadening out, not without volatility and not without fits and starts. But that's what we need to focus on. We can't focus on the day-to-day. Will there be a peace treaty? Will it be torn up? You know, we can focus on the price of oil and what the impact that's going to have on inflation and commodities and the consumer. But you have to stay at a 10,000-foot view for investors and clients and your viewers and say, is our risk profile that is reflected in their investments appropriate for them to sleep at night? And that's the bottom line, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess within that, how much do you allocate toward AI right now? Because you can also miss it. You know, we're in the middle of this historic transformation.
Well, and I think that's a big question. You know, there's a lot of concern, not only in the equity market, but in the fixed income market. When you look at a client's portfolio, how much exposure do they have to AI? And these companies are committed to spending so much money just to stay in the game. We don't even know who's going to win and who's going to lose. And you know as well as I know, there will be winners, but there will be more losers. And so people are spending hundreds of millions of dollars just to keep pace to make sure they don't lose out. So you have to be smart about it. We've talked about this in the past. If you're investing in a software company, you don't want a one-source solution. You want a company that's embedded in the whole infrastructure of their clients so that if one component is replaced by AI, the company isn't totally bankrupt, you know? So you have to be smart about how you're thinking about AI. But Sarah, like you just said, we are on the wave of the next industrial revolution. Yeah. There was concern that it was going to replace jobs or eliminate the need for human workforce. The labor market is so strong. I think it will create new jobs, and we may not know what that is, But AI isn't replacing you talking to your viewers every day about what to think about in the markets, or me. So you just need to be smart and not too concentrated, which gets back to risk.
So if you are going to leaven out a tech or an investing basket, you mentioned financials. I mean, that's probably been the best reaction to earnings so far.
You know what's interesting, though? Banks came out last week. They surprised hugely on the upside. Didn't really move the market. IBM gave some guidance that they were going to miss, down 25%. So that leads me to another concern, which is the market expecting huge oversized expectations in earnings? And if we don't get it, what's the risk? Because earnings is so concentrated in a handful of companies that are driving the market up, in one misstep could have dire consequences, short-lived, but again, that contributes to the volatility. But the great news about the banks that reported last week, the IPO revenues was huge. And even if you take out SpaceX, the IPO revenue was double Q2 2025, which is good not only for the financial institutions, but also for private equity investors who have been really starved for exit opportunities. And we've talked about the IPO calendar being really healthy this year, and seeing that play out, not only with the mega IPOs, SpaceX and the others that are on the calendar, but with everyday IPOs providing an exit opportunity for private
What do you tell
equity
your
investors.
clients if they want a piece of these IPOs, the SpaceX or coming Anthropic and OpenAI?
They're going to have exposure to those companies through the changing rules in the indexes, not in the S&P, but we talked about that last time I was here. It was right before the SpaceX IPO. So they're going to have exposure. And again, you have to look at the concentration risk and how much exposure do they have, and how much exposure do they have in the fixed income portfolio that they're maintaining as well. So these companies are going to continue to drive the market. We continue to be constructive on the U.S. market, on markets in general. Neuberger just came out with their Q3 views. We went a little bit underweight international developed. We're concerned about the dependency on energy.
In Europe?
In Europe, slow growth in Europe. Maintaining an overweight to emerging markets. There's a lot of AI opportunity there that doesn't have the same valuation that we see here in the United States. But in emerging markets, selectivity is really, really key. So unlike the U.S. large cap space, which is very efficient, I think emerging markets does require active management and real selectivity to capitalize on that.
And finally, I just wanted to ask you what the sentiment levels are like of your clients, who they are, and what their sort of level of bullishness is right now about the market.
So my clients tend to be ultra high net worth, taxable investors, endowments and foundations which are tangential to that. And I think sentiment is positive. People aren't as worried as maybe I might be, but I'm not so worried. I just want to be responsible. We are investing for...
Be responsible. Yalla. All right, my bad. My bad, bro. I just want to go to the bathroom, and then Taylor Farms shows up. So every bathroom break is we're liable to take a dump. So dude, you have no, I want to leave it unmuted. So you guys, I don't think you all understand, bro. I am tempted to leave it unmuted so you guys could experience how insane this is. I'm like laughing by it. I'm like half in pain, but then the other half, I'm like, yo, this is quite, dude, I'm just telling you, this is like, it's the craziest shitting I've ever done in my life. No, I don't think you would be ready. But hey, man. Either way, big week. Someone knows what I'm talking about. It's just because, like, when I have to go to the bathroom, so, like, even if I have to go pee, if I try to sit there and pee, my body want to poop. Does this make sense? I'm sorry to give you this at 8:13 in the morning, but I feel like it is relevant. I think I have it. I don't know. The last 2 days I've been shitting everywhere. So I don't know if I got the the Taylor Farms. But I'm assuming that I did at this point. Okay, airlines on the way up. Coin, Cody. Okay, a couple more of these individual consumer names. Apple into the low. Chips stopped. Iran Foreign Minister Aragachi will travel to Pakistan. IRNA. And then UK government weighing rent freeze. Mexican drug kingpin Ismael El Mayo Zambada sentenced in U.S. to life in prison. Okay, bro, airlines are on the way up now. So again, a couple of others are up there. They started off, and then a couple of those deep value like software names. It just sucks. Apple just keeps ripping lower. So, I mean, it's good you got Microsoft and Google up. So it's chilling out a little bit, but yeah, Apple going down is just slowing us down here. ALNY and now Meta. So again, first one was Microsoft. That one's not as bad. Again, those laggers are coming back up now. Microsoft still 2. Meanwhile, Apple into the low. And now Intuit, MSTR. Let me get the Apple. Okay, high ticker's good. The SPY is not moving because Apple is drilling into the lows. El Mayo was caught? I guess so. I haven't been keeping... Dude, you guys don't remember beginning of this year? Remember when there was like the Blackhawks in Mexico and then the one guy got caught and everyone was free? I feel like after that, then we started a war with Iran and then everyone forgot. Well, yeah, I haven't been following up with captured drug leaders. Hey, yo, IoT, big volume and then coming up. I think that's a legit candle, no? Yeah, IoT. Big volume. I mean, the move is small, but the volume was big. New proposal for agreement between America and Iran includes implementation of Memorandum of Understanding. Includes a cessation of hostilities. Mediators have presented a 3-point proposal to the U.S. and Iran. They're like, we want another memorandum of understanding to understand the other memoranda of understanding. You know? We need a memoranda for the memoranda so that if we ever made a real memoranda, we would understand what we need to understand about understanding the memoranda. That makes sense? Okay, airlines. And then Baba, you guys had that headline. You had a Baba headline while I was in the bathroom. AOK, ALNY. Apple still, if Apple stops going down, the SPY will look decent. Because again, you still got half the Mag 7. The chips could be a little bit better, but you know, not overall, not too bad. Just a normal day. 1.5 is margin. That's just normal. Like I'm saying, you start going 2, 3, 4, those are either good or bad. But for now, chips are chill. I wouldn't say good or bad. But as long as the other Mag 7 stuff doesn't get in our way. Oh, UAL. All right, well, oil did come off the 82, and then Roblo, Domino, that's post-earnings. Hey, dog, I heard you like memorandas, so we made a memorandum of understanding for your memoranda of understanding so you could understand your other memorandum of understanding. Sir? ALNY. Dude, I can't even type. IGV went back to green. They're slow in the Microsofts though. They're still 400%, but we need a little more juice, brother, you know? UK 30-year gilts 5.7, highest since May of 20. Yikes. MOU is a memoranda of understanding, but it's just like a rough outline. It's agreeing to agree on the conception, a concept, but it's not necessarily binding. So we could sign an agreement that says we're gonna do this. We understand that we're gonna work towards this. Here's the outlines, but it's not binding. Hence, why if you sign it, it doesn't mean that you have to do something. GPN, IoT again. Like I was telling you, that volume was pretty big. And then a couple of these saw. Yeah, IoT now, that's up 2%. Oh, they don't report till later. Apple. And then Abbott, I don't know where Staples are. Yeah, dude, Apple's down 2.7. So again, like I was telling you this morning, though, Apple is one to watch. Just because, again, even how it closed on Friday, that was the best outperformance in Apple in the last 20 years. And then ServiceNow, I mean, they were down 5% at one point. So again, it seems like the last 30 minutes, they turned on software, but software is still a little down. And then there's Meta again. Yeah, so Meta's now going. Again, you had Microsoft. You have Google. Google stopped advancing, and then you just have Apple into the low, and then Amazon's chilling too. So not too bad. Yeah, dude, the UK, they've replaced their president or prime minister randomly so many times. It's actually kind of like normal at this point. Workday, ServiceNow, SAP, it's software into it now. Even software laggers. So something's changing. Again, we had that little program. We had that little weird freak out. The Apple Sell program is on still, but then buy everything else. And now you got China and software. Last like 5 to 10 minutes, software is clearly picking back up with a couple of consumer names. But yeah, we're right under VWAP, SPY 0.3, NASDAQ 0.8, Russell and Dow still in the red. Ryanair on the high, that's post-earnings. That's actually, it's like 5% from the low. Is IoT still going? Like I say, they don't report till later, but that volume was very, very big. Bia! Again, Ryanair is doing it now too. This is a post-earnings. Toast MGM. MSTR. MSTR is ripping. So now crypto. So what? Start off good, spend 15 minutes up, the next hour and 30 down. And then now you're kind of turning back on. You're still well below. Again, NASDAQ and SPY. Only one in the green. But like I'm saying, that software, more Mag 7 support. You just have Apple drilling. That's the one. Trump AI Security Agency head resigns. Axios. This is after Kimmy. And then several explosions heard in Bahrain. Again, Roblo. So again, a lot of software, and that lasts like 10 minutes. That was software and a couple of other consumer stuff in the middle. Even healthcare a little bit. And financials. Remember, they were down the whole time. He's only been the AI head for 3 months. There is a lot going on, brother. A lot. IoT again. Then Microsoft. And then Apple. If Apple stops, Habibi. But hopefully when Apple stops, you don't want the other shit to stop too. So, like I'm saying, it's still, this has been this awkwardness since the last week or so. Just welcome to the volatility, brother. Microsoft again, brother. All right, yeah, more China too, and then crypto. Like I was saying, MSTR just started waking up. A legend. Are we all pitching in for the Trump Discord? We'll see. We'll see. I'll see if I could get my hands on it for you guys. But yeah, 1.5 million a year. 1.2 is kind of pricey. Again, MSTR. There's a couple names on the low ticker, but you got way more on the high. High's about 75% of the way. And again, Russell's about to go green. Yallah, Habibi. Again, Apple. CRM not doing bad. Oracle's chilling. XEL. Okay, pay attention to what goes down on the low ticker, though. Just be on the lookout for industry. Again, a couple of leaders from earlier are on the low. Again, DraftKings. You had Penn earlier. Zoom. More Roblox. Yeah, bro. Where's Palant? All right, right below VWAP. So see, again, you got that one little pop on Apple. And then still very early, brother. You know, still not even a push-up. 3 minutes till push-up. Jersey Mike's. They're doing the IPO. Again, I think they're sending out emails. It's weird, Jersey Mike's. I don't know if it'll be hype, but remember I was telling you a couple months ago, people were bringing up apparently Jersey Mike's has higher satisfaction than Chick-fil-A. So I don't know. I feel like Jersey Mike's, remember a PE firm bought them out, changed up everything, but like low key, people have been vibing with it. Whoa. Schwab, ALNY. Why is Schwab ripping like that? Schwab has earnings coming up, I think tomorrow or today. No, tomorrow or Wednesday. Oh, just signed papers under contract again? Crib is in way nicer shape, so you're not doing the other one? Not bad, though, bro. I'm glad. That's it. You see a problem, not attached to it. This one's better. That's even better. Who's this? French Minister Barrot. 2 embassy officials were intimidated by Iranian security services on Sunday. French embassy's officials were held for several hours, questioned and hassled. Unacceptable actions not be left without consequences. Apple incoming 5. Well, we're down 2.6, but as long, if the Microsoft, Google stay up, it won't be that ugly. But if Apple keeps going down and then the other support goes away, it'll look like it did on Friday. Otherwise, I mean, if this could chill, it seems like we just turned on software up until VWAP, and then you had a couple of other bigger names move. But yeah, no full follow through yet. I mean, this morning is already kind of got off to a slow start. ACHR, again, I was telling you, Archer has that, they had that deal with Anduril this morning. Fig now, and then Fivin. See, Fivin was my shitty one, bro. That was the last shitty play I got tempted with during the software route. So yeah, and then Baba. Okay, so if we could get above VWAP, some advancement here. Like I'm saying, just watch the Mag 7 leadership, and then we'll see. Riot and then Coin. Myrtle Beach? No, I did not. Let me see. This house had been listed for a while. It's the only thing I don't like about it. Oh, and they just bought it. No, I'd run away from that one. Unless they send you the Airbnb numbers. So unless this guy has numbers that make it look really good. But yeah, he bought this shit. I would stay far away from this one. Unfortunately. Like I'm saying, I would maybe entertain just to see the Airbnb numbers if you like that area. Ask him if he could show you the taxes on the Airbnb or the returns so you could see. But yeah, he bought the house in May 15th, 2025 for $285. And then he has it listed at $500,000 or $415 and then lowered it. So yeah, he just bought that house for a fraction of the price. Then we're talking a year ago now. Feels like 6 months ago. So yeah, I wouldn't pay that premium. Like I'm saying, unless he shows you Airbnb numbers. But then again, once you know the Airbnb's good there, I would just probably find a cheaper one. So Archer still going. HAE. Amazon again. But that's what you could do though. So, but like, ask him for the Airbnb numbers, but that's something that like, those Airbnb numbers are important. That's actually what I'm doing with the farm. But just by being able to get like revenue off of events, if you could show income, that changes the value of the property. So like that's why. So like when it comes time for me to sell the farm, like I keep telling you guys about the comps, right? I'm like, yo, guy behind me just sold for double the price. House down the street going 40% more. That's all good, but then you know what I've built over the last year on the farm? An income source. So now when I go to sell it, that's what I'm going to show people. So if I wanted to even try to get more money from the farm, I'm going to show them the income from these events. So then I could be like, look, it's generating way, way, way more. So that's why I'm saying if you could get those tax details on that Airbnb, confirm the area and see. That's what I'm saying. I don't like that he bought it so cheap, but if there's some good details behind it, you could either make your own in that area, or if he's willing to negotiate on the price and, you know, the premium is correlating with its actual rents, then, you know, that might be an opportunity. But initially, I don't, like I'm saying, I see a 200K increase in 6 months. Unless that Airbnb is netting 5 times over, I don't see that as a good sign. Yeah, take this. Well, all you need is the numbers, because like I'm saying, people don't know. You don't know if an area is going to work for short-term rental. So if you take the risk and confirm it and you know it does, then there you go. That's what I'm saying, is like if you could see this guy's Airbnb numbers and you could see this area is really booking out, you might want to just find one over there and run it yourself, because that's the risk. I didn't know, like I was telling you, when I bought the farm, I didn't know how it was going to make us money. I didn't know anything about the area. So that's kind of that was the big risk with it. But yeah, if you could get around that and you know that the area is going to have demand and be good, then yeah, there you go. Sap on the high too. Is 10% a good comp for an Airbnb? What do you mean? Like a 10% cap rate? Like return? I mean, any return is nice, but honestly, I would say for a short-term rental, no. That's not, I mean, ideally you'd want to be I think 30% is kind of what you should be pulling from short-term rentals. They pay a lot. That's the thing. Like renting a property, still expensive, but long-term rentals are cheaper. But short-term rentals, usually there's a much, much higher premium. So that's why, like, do you know what industry is short-term rentals? So before Airbnb, there's always been short-term rentals in real estate that would demand a heavy premium. What is it? Pop quiz. Let's see if you guys know. So this is defined as short-term real estate, charges a heavy premium to utilize the real estate, not a hotel, not a timeshare. What could it be? Short-term real estate. So it's even on the books now. If you looked up this industry, it technically is defined as STR, short-term real estate. Yeah. Refugee camps. That's a good guess. It's good. I think we're 2 guesses away from weed, I think, at this rate. Not a motel. Come on, bro. You guys know this. Best real estate you could buy. So if any of you came to if you gave me one of this type of real estate, if you gave me this real estate at market rate without a premium, I'd buy it right now, without any hesitation. Ding 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 ding. The daily double. The answer is storage units. Yes, storage. So storage units, like self-storage, that is the original short-term rental. Ta-da! Does that make sense? Because that's what you're doing. You're taking real estate, even if it's to store, and you're renting it out a week, a month, short-term rentals, and then they charge you an arm and a leg for it. That's why you'll pay $200-300 a month for a small-ass storage unit. Isn't that interesting? So that's where some of these metrics come from. But that's why, like, short-term real estate, it's to use it, it costs a lot. You know, longer-term real estate, it doesn't cost a lot. But yeah, that's the original STR is storage units. So that's what I'm saying. Like on an Airbnb rental, any short-term real estate, you should be making more than the market rents. Or even if you're breaking even, you shouldn't be using it as much. AKA, you may not make a bunch, you may not rent out your property short-term rental and get a crazy amount, but you might be able to even just rent it out for half the month and cover your mortgage. Stuff like that, where the premium, how much you get for less use, should be on the higher end. Those are at a premium. Storage units, yeah. Think about what you're paying for. You're paying a lot. So like $200 a month for a storage unit, no electricity, no water, no nothing, for like a what? For like 50 square feet or something? That's a lot. Like your price per square foot of what you're spending on a storage unit is through the roof. That's why they make so much money. It's expensive. People forget. It's recurring revenue. You could charge higher rents. It's pretty insane. That's why I said, if you give me one, I'd buy one right now. They're almost impossible to get your hand on too. Exactly. You can't they won't approve no new storage places. And then anybody selling a storage unit, they're going for 30% premium on top of the increased value. So if you already thought real estate, like commercial real estate, dirt cheap, you could go find a fucking big ass skyscraper right now for 90% off. However, any storage unit anywhere in America, it's going to be trading at a fat premium. Nobody will give it up. I told you, I have a guy in Cali, my one friend. He's like one of the only people in California in the last like 20 years who they just approved him for a massive fucking storage build out. But he's friends with people in Cali. So I was like, dude, you're insane. But yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be a bubble. They won't let you. It's too limited. You can't, it's very zoning. So like there is a REIT that has storage rentals, mainly. I forgot which one it was. That there is a REIT for short-term rentals. But it's not, I mean, again, same exact, my problem with all of it, high premium. So it's going to be good. It makes a lot of money. It'll be around, but yeah, if getting into storage, you're paying up front a lot. DXC. Trump truce thinking House Speaker. No, the high ticker is frozen, Loki. Asking House GOP to vote yes on budget resolution. Meta again. Oh, BB. Zoitis, ZTS. I saw that one earlier, but now it's rampant harder. And then Meta, and then Air. And then more Baidu. I don't know why the dollar is so strong. I mean, it is also Bank of America talked about it. The long dollar is going to be a contrarian trade, sadly. It could be, but yeah, this last month, dude, last 2 weeks of the dollar, it's already in the danger zone. And like, sure enough, I hope you guys noticed that, because like leading into it, I was telling you, I was like, bro, if the dollar breaks out from here, this isn't going to be good. And then sure enough, I mean, bro, right? Ever since we broke out of there, momentum has been very annoying. The whole market has been extremely annoying in terms of the movement, the leadership, the back and forth, all of that. And then GPN. All right. Yeah, a couple more names on the low, but it's like BVN, MT flushing. DoorDash and crypto. Microsoft again. Is Apple's still kind of in the low? Baba, JD, Baidu, that's still been running as well. We're right below VWAP. I mean, where's chips? Because holy, NVIDIA's holding chips. It's weird the market is just chilling right below this VWAP, but it seems like we have shit going on. World Cup is done. Strong dollar time. Yeah, I can't believe it. I like the World Cup halftime show. You know that? I was loving it. You know, I'd be pooping every 10 minutes, but I loved it. You know that? You had Justin Bieber saying hallelujah. When was the last time at a major sporting event they would say anything related to Jesus? Hallelujah, Justin Bieber? You know, I was like, and even like the Madonna, like it was like, you know, they had some, it wasn't like all in your face, all like weird shit. You know, it was kind of a little metro, but still, I was like, dude, I'm down with this halftime show. I was actually liking it. Comparatively. You fell asleep? Lucky you, man. Dude, I was trying to. I fell asleep once. Literally last night, and I woke up in the middle of the night. I'm telling you guys, it hit the wire. That was my joke this morning. I literally woke my girl up. My girl had to come take care of me. And then in the middle of the night, the shit that I let out was so loud, it woke her up. And then I swear the wire, it said explosions heard in Southern California. And then that's where it was it was not okay. So yeah, that's why I was trying to sleep. Anytime I lay down, bro. Right when I lay down, I just poop. It's amazing. It's really fascinating, bro. I didn't know the human body works like this. Will I share the FIFA tin? I will, yeah. I will. I told them on Friday. There's a lot. Here, let me find you a better one, though. I have another one. So you're sleep deprived, too? Yo, yeah, 100%. 100%. That's what, dude, this morning, bro. So this morning, it was 66 degrees in my house. And you guys know how I get freezing very easily, right? Dog, this morning, I'm sweating. Dog, that's what happens. That's what I'm saying. It's insane. I get one poop urge. If I don't run to the bathroom, I start sweating. And like my whole bro, I'm telling you, it's insane. That's why I'm like, nah, bro. And like I felt like dog shit in the morning. And I'm like I was waking up at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. to just, oh man, poop everywhere. I don't even know what I ate. I'm telling you, I don't think I had lettuce. Crypto again. Just breathe. Yeah, high ticker looks good, but unfortunately, it's gonna, all it takes is one or two of the big boys. KWeb, Microsoft. They stopped going up on Microsoft. We don't know why crypto. It seems like the second half you got some more of that risk on. Again, it's just Apple getting in the way, and then a couple of the morning moves just chilling out. Not to mention chips. Chips are good, but it's just still kind of small, all things considered. But yeah, it just feels like a little risk on, even though you know, we're not looking as good as the morning. Half the indexes are red, half are green. JD. Didn't JD Vance just have a kid too? Core Weave on the law? You almost had a salad. Dude, I don't even know what the fuck I had. That's what I'm saying. We went to a restaurant with my girl and her mom. Her mom didn't get sick at all. My girl was pooping for a little bit, but she's chill. I'm the only one. But like, I don't know what I ate. I don't think I was chomping on lettuce. The Pepto. Is Pepto PG? I swear Kimberly. No, don't Kimberly. Oh, we got Neosporin with Kimberly. I think you might be right. Pepto is PG. Path. All right, well, still a couple reds on the SPY. Oh, 850. Can I interest you guys in push-ups? I thought we were going to be on time. I'm down for push-ups. I'll just stand on my little stretch board. And then nearly 30% of U.S. auto trade-ins had negative equity for the second quarter. China, ACAM. Again, Path just got a little big there, but yeah, China's pretty on fire. They had stimulus news this morning. Like I'm saying, though, dude, the Chinese economic data has been so bad, but as the data has gotten worse and worse, K-Web has actually been ripping. J.D. Vance had a kid. It's the first kid born while a VP is in office since 1870. Wow. That was a nice fun fact. It could take 2 weeks. Did the Archer? I wanted the Archers, but I faded them. AT&T or Verizon? I think Verizon's a better company, but Verizon has more premium. But then AT&T is cheaper, but then it sucks. So comms are weird. I like T-Mobile. I think if you're going to do comms, I think you're better off with AMT, dude. American Towers, REIT, sadly. But I just hate the comms. They haven't done much. They're good for rotations every now and then, but whenever we chill out, we have AT&T in the long term. It's decent, but it's not going to do anything. Like I'm saying, if you want comms, I would get maybe something that could get a tailwind off of everything else. But yeah, pure comm, no. Maybe even Comcast might be better. Wasn't it Comcast? Is that the one? I think they're still at the low, but I think that might be the best one with a deal in communications, and it's different than AT&T and Verizon. Any chills? Yeah, randomly, but only like when I'm sweating because I have to poop. It's hard to explain. Like, I don't feel sick. I'm just pooping uncontrollably. And then it does get you pretty tired. I've never really understood how much energy I was using, but yeah. It might be towards the China meeting with Xi. I'm still a long time ahead. I do think that stimulus headline this morning, but I think it's a matter of it actually working. Wix on the high. Shop, MSTR again. SPY just needs to get past VWAP. REITs and value on the low. The new China tin over the weekend? Which one? Intuit sold off 5 for no reason, dude. Same thing with Adobe. They're still down 2. All right, SPY going. Microsoft. NSP. Okay, well, first time above VWAP all day since the first 15 minutes. Again, NSP on the high. ONON. This thing just moved 80 cents. That's like 2%. Yeah, Nike, Apple. So I hope we chill out. Again, Amazon's near the high. You have Google going up, or Microsoft. Meta, again, PagerDuty. More of these software names. They've gone green. Software actually might break out. Again, chips still up 1.7. That allowed software to catch up a little. But, yeah, first time above VWAP. As long as this doesn't instantly send us back down. If we could start working our way back up, not bad. For Roth on the comms. How old are you? And then why? What made you want them? So like I'm saying, look at Comcast, and you can get them, but I would put them last. If you could find any better deal or something better for your portfolio and what works, I would do that. But like I'm saying, I personally am not the biggest fan. I do like comms better than energy, though. So 34. Yeah, so you could work, but you don't need it. Again, like, because usually if they have the dividend, the stability, if you were older, maybe, but yeah, it's still, you know, it's not going to do much. So I'm saying next 10 years of your life, you know, it may help, it may add some yield, but I think you could get something better. But Comcast, that'll be the one out of any of them. But then again, I have not bought a comm in like 6 years. I really legit think that was the last time I bought one, 6 years ago. Shop, Amazon, SAP. All right, we're working. Oh, Chad. Mad early. Oh, yeah, we didn't do a push-up. I need a stretch, dude. I need a stretch. I can't stretch too much, though, because if I stretch too much, the poop might fall out. But I'm going to try. I am going to try. You know, it's all that matters. You try. Woo.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money.
All right, get moving.
Not for the country, I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the aisle, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricey floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala. My wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala. At least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala. Armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala. Hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala. Approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better run.
Man. My goodness. Music is brutal. It's a great locked-in comment. You know, just be grateful. Be grateful I'm dying of poop. If I was more locked in today, oh, Yash let it. Yash is taken out by the poop. TTD. You hear my deep breaths. I'm fighting another enemy already, okay? I don't have time to. I can't. I gotta pick my battles today. Bro, ACHR went another 5 or 6%. So, yalla. Enemy within, dude. TTD and Netflix. Now available on TTD platform through sellers and publishers. Interesting. So remember, I think their shit started when Netflix like moved away from them. When all of that decline. Like I said, with TTD, I understand it, but I don't. That's what's kind of made it weird. But I do remember them and Netflix kind of is what clapped it all in the beginning. CRM and then QFin. But yeah, we're still going up. Again, all these little software moves. Then a couple of names are joining. Path keeps going. In the Microsoft. Can we get the tin? Oh, is it the what's it called tin? The World Cup tin? I want to see if I could find you a better one, because I saw some more after I told the chat. But yeah, pretty much over the last week, what the Egyptians were saying in Egypt was that Lionel Messi, there's a tinfoil where people view him as their savior. So Lionel Messi, lion, like Lion of Judah, again, like Messiah and like saviors, right? The Lionel Messi, and then Lion El, like Elohim, and then El Messi, El Messiah. That's how you say the Messiah in Arabic. And yeah, that's what all the Egyptians were saying. So Lion El Messi, they're saying it was a play on words for the savior. That was the tinfoil. I didn't want to fry your guys' brain too much. But then I saw another one. Let me see if I can find it. Armpit hair is not yucky. Oh, into it now. Oh, and then Zscaler came up. And then FBI is warning public that scammers are impersonating FBI personnel, facilitating internet crime complaints to deceive and re-victimize individuals. They're using AI-generated videos and spoofed websites to fund recovery to gain and trust. Damn, so they're like, you're going to recover your shit, and then they scam you again? That's crazy. And then Checkpoint. So that's two. Cyber just started going. You just saw Zscaler and Checkpoint. They just went hand in hand. How do you say it in there? Are you? I thought you're Arabic. Into it. I thought you're Middle Eastern, Nadim. Masia. Armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. Into it again. CENTCOM update. Microsoft new high. The plays are still 300. If you went closer to the money, you got similar returns, but now like you need the ones in the money, unfortunately. They're still up, but just not. It's straight up moved another $5 and we haven't gotten another gain. U.S. service members above amphibious assault support flight operations from Arabian Sea and CENTCOM. Verisk. So again, a couple more cyber names, Microsoft, IBM, and now SPY. That candle's big. That makes me want to say we got some Mag 7. No! Dude. Yeah, you got Apple and Google still kind of lagging there. But yeah, Microsoft's going. Yallah, Habibi. From South America? Oh, no way. Well, Nadim. Nadim's a Middle Eastern name. That's what I thought. Nadim, Habibi. Broadcom now. Armpit hair. S dot. You've seen that? Lunar in space, and then Marvel's still on the high. Again, service now, man. You got a text from Boxable saying they're trading. Isn't that the house company? Did they IPO or did they just SPAC? Yeah, I remember when people were hyped. No way. Dude, do you guys remember this shit? This was like a weird little fad in like 2019. It was like in 2019, bro. People, because like I would be in real. They're like, Josh, you're in real estate. What do you think about Boxable? I heard about it a lot. I remember people were hyped about this, but that's crazy. They just did a SPAC. Yeah, Boxable did a SPAC, 3.5 billion valuation. Interesting. And IBM, remember, IBM has earnings this week, even though they came out with that pre-announcement a week or two ago. Oh, and IBM did come back down to the low now. I know I wanted Qualcomm to do that. You bought some in 2020? No way. Of Boxable? That's crazy. It took that long? But yeah, I remember that company. I didn't know they were doing all that. But yeah, it was a fad. People really liked it. People were really... I remember those container homes, small house. They were supposed to take over. Texas. What's up, baby? I ran, again, IBM, and then Intuit came back. I mean, that was down literally 5% at one point. And then again, IBM. The VIX is on the low. No shit. Dude, you're not even at the high. So that's interesting. I don't know if you're going to do the inverse. IGV software is coming up. Again, cybersecurity. Now you got IBM, but literally right below open, the VIX is going down. So very fascinating. Another Matterport. I remember Matterport was interesting because like Matterport was really being used, but it just wasn't like, that was just because of COVID. It was a very, very odd one because Matterport was everywhere, but it was just because you couldn't go inside of houses. Like it was a very odd time. But yeah, that never really had the traction. But then again, I'm telling y'all, man, you'll see. I'm gonna have my shitty stock pick. So once I give you a shitty one, then that's it. Don't ask me about all these other shitty ones because I am allocating some dog shit. So I look forward to it. TTD again, that Netflix headline, it took another $1 almost. So yeah, that's looking real good. Again, I didn't want to take it because I didn't know if that was the right story. Because like I told you, I'm pretty sure Netflix was what started their downside. So if they could come back up again, Coin, ServiceNow, Microsoft, 400. Oh wow, brother. Planter moving a little bit. Again, VIX on the low. And Tesla trying to climb up. Yeah, Palantir near the high. Microsoft still. Where's Apple? Apple's still into the low though, man. And then see, as long as Nvidia, but you're still gonna have to deal with that. BZ. Bowson? Bose. IBM. Okay, VIX still going down in SPY. A couple more crypto. Now SanDisk. SanDisk only 150 highs of the day. And then now Cerberus. So that's 20 highs. So a couple of them are coming up here. Would I average down on Oracle here? Yeah. I don't think we're down 20%, give or take, from our last purchase. So I do think a small average is something I have in mind. I'm just giving it a couple days because now 2 days is my lockup. But I think I could act whenever, but I might as well just stick to the 30 days. Defense, GD, RTX, and NOC. They literally 3 defense names all just hit a high at the same time. And then more crypto. Wow, brother. What time is it? 9:13. Still very early. Yeah, IGV hit a high. So that last, again, I was really from here. Whenever we turned on that software, we were talking about it. It's been like an hour now. That has actually done pretty well. Bibsy. So that could be another one. We're still a couple more bucks away. But at least it did go lower. Pepsi was moving hella slow. Iren's restarting too. Remember, that started us in the morning. Cerberus again, now Fly. You had a couple of the other ones moving up earlier. Oh, Snow. Now Melina. XLV's still red. XLP and XLF. XLF actually ended up doing the best so far. They were worse in the beginning. Keeps getting circulated. Yeah, they said it in the morning. That's what I'm looking at. Oil. That's why I said that one oil pop earlier. Just see if we get above 82. Because we've done days like this where once you hit the memoranda, we just like stay in the range. But it looks like 82 is the line in the sand for today. Above or below 82. That's kind of going to let you know if it's heating up or not. Geo. Is UWMC going to go BK? CEO sold all his shares and yield is 21. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I was telling you from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that's when the balance sheet started to just get really ugly. But yeah, I haven't looked into what he's been doing. And then, it just doesn't help too that, remember, like even last year, as people were feeling more like long duration, the rates, it doesn't help that we took another year of 5% yields and then you do that. But like I said, I'm unfortunately in the beginning, UWMC is still very active in business. That's the weird part about it. It's not like I interact with them a lot, but it's still like like I was just saying from a couple years ago, the balance sheet got very heavy and it started to get really unsustainable. And then Ishiba is a fucking weirdo. And you just one thing after the next. And yeah, if they could clear up that balance sheet, it would be a lot better. But until that balance sheet, that's really it. That's what I'm saying. If real estate could turn around and rates could go lower and they refinance, easy. And they could find a way around it. But for now, they are extremely over levered. VG. I just got to pop here at the high already. And then CRM and SAP. New York firebomb suspect caught. History of anti-ICE behavior. What was it? Oh, Leidos. So, I don't know. What do you guys think about this one? Leidos. Everybody knows Leidos. I didn't know this was considered cybersecurity. I don't think it is. Do you guys know what Leidos is? Leidos? You'll know it once I tell you. Have you guys ever been to an airport and ever seen a big x-ray machine that said Leidos? You've seen it before. That's them. Yeah, so dude, they're underperforming heavy, but when I was doing all of my research last week on the cyber stuff, they're on the cyber ETFs. This is one of the biggest, but I don't know how it fits, dude. Your cousin is an ops manager. How is this? Ask him how this is cyber. I'm like, I don't know. Or what are they feeling? But yeah, Leidos. So that's the one. I don't have any exposure on it, but like I'm saying, it definitely stands out, but it's a weird security. It's like security machines. It's not like software hacking type shit. Moikrom. You work with Lidos, heavy in defense. What do they do besides the airport stuff? Is there any like security defense stuff that gives it some good tailwinds? Into it again. ICE is killing real estate. It really is. Just immigration, which is, I mean, it's both bittersweet. It's weird because prices are still elevated, but I mean, I would tell you guys in the last 24 months, you have had way less competition in real estate than any time in the last 4 or 5 years prior to that. But yeah, again, even the Fed admitted it. So just even, this was like 2 weeks ago, the Fed, they put out a document, they did a whole research thing just explaining that immigration and real estate, that is literally what made real estate move so out of character after they printed all that money. You know, it was one thing to print all the money, and we've done that before, but it never caused that to happen in real estate, and that's what they studied, the immigration effect. But yeah, a lot of the immigration has affected real estate. So as I'm saying, there's both good and bad from it. It slows down real estate. Prices have not advanced. The demand is different, but like I'm saying, you have less competition. You know, you're not competing over homes in the same way, even loans. But yeah, it's a fascinating one. Microsoft again, even Veridian. Yalla habibi. They do flight simulators, cybersecurity. What do they do with cybersecurity? Veridian. Apple calls, yeah, maybe. I still do think they're going to be important over the next week or so. So it's either going to keep everybody bounces and then Apple comes down, or they're all going to kind of match up together. But I think Apple is crucial right now. Like I'm saying, it was our tell for leading in AI and everything going on. But yeah, whatever this thing does is going to be crucial. You got 400 on the bid of your. I think if Microsoft goes $2 more, we'll get 1,000% on it, give or take. SGHC. What's this? And then the IGV. And now Meta 2 and Palant. SPY's just barely above VWAP. I mean, you still have Apple into the lows. Meta's starting to kind of move up a little bit. Again, remember, Meta started moving with Microsoft. Well, Microsoft got a little bit more active. Well, yeah, Meta now 648 to 650, 2 candles. Lidos has a zero trust architecture. Really? I like, dude, the whole zero trust thing, especially with all this AI. That's why I like Zscaler. But Zscaler, they're the ones with the big government zero trust shit. But yeah, I do think that type of system for cyber is kind of what's going to be advantageous here in the future. I don't know. Apple, it's not about the levels. Like, just use the recent couple of days. If you want, just basic support and resistance. Maybe this gap fill. But it's not. It's what I'm telling. What I keep kind of being annoying about, where I'm like, this leadership, the Mag 7. We need to see these programs. Like, just if you haven't, July has just been a terrible. It's not even that bad. But June, July, the momentum, this back and forth, software triggers the chips trigger the software, then it triggers this, and then 7 stocks make up the 90% of the return. So I think you just need Apple to, it's going to be one thing about the levels, but also kind of finding out where it fits in with all of this stuff, and then ultimately where it's going to be after this earnings. But you want it to start moving with everything, or keep moving up. Okay, Snow, Sentinel, Affirm. IGV, Meta, and then Monday. So remember, ServiceNow was ugly this morning. Now it's up, but a lot of these other software plays are moving. And then, yeah, you're going to get your first set of software earnings today. Alrighty. Start off the week with 1,000%. So yeah, they're up there. They're filling at 9 and 10, but 1 cent to 9 to 10. I have another set of orders in too. Oh yeah, that Microsoft hit 1,000. Keeps going. Now I need to shit my brains out. Do you think there's a risk to hardware because the software claims they're buying is going to soften? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Nobody really knows right now, you know, and this whole like back and forth. That's kind of the issue, is that, you know, some people are saying this AI the bottlenecks pretty much are either going to keep going on, or that's it, it's over. And then like we even said, you know, just this whole Chinese thing, you know, if China gets into your industry and starts deflating, that changes a lot. And then if now, you know, if somehow we can't make a return on all of this stuff, then it's, yeah, I mean, there's bigger risks. So this whole hardware, software, it's like this started out as like a store, you know, kind of like a feature and things pushing and pulling. But now, that's what I even said this morning, it's like the number one main thing is just AI. It's this AI story where we're at now, of it keeps heating up, or we've already overinvested and spent a lot, and now we have to play this weird game. So that's kind of how I view it. But I mean, because we know, I mean, chips are worth it, energies, there's a lot. But like we're saying, if this if something about how we monetize this starts to change, and then that leads to something else, then it could really change this dynamic. But also too, in the meantime, we could just keep doing what we've done for the last couple of years here, and it could still kind of keep building out at this place, or at this stage, until we actually get to more of the finish line. TYL and Gildan, and then Meta. Okay, Meta's moving more now. P-Core and LNG. But yeah, Meta. So again, that's $3-4 now on Meta. That one's really going. Then Glob, and then ACN. Docu. SG Kava, FDA traceback investigation. Continue to converge on shredded lettuce from Taylor Farms in central Mexico. I don't know, maybe it does. It's chilled, at least that's good, but then we're barely up though. I mean, this little right above VWAP oil just straight pinned. But yeah, I mean, Apple, it's allowed some of this flexibility here, but whatever this starts moving mixed in with the other guys, I mean, yeah, I think we got another move in store. Still early. It's 9:30. The field workers are shitting in the fields that the lettuce grows in. Dude, I don't want to talk about it. Okay? It's all fun and games, dude. The last week, I'm like, yeah, don't eat food that you shit on. Apparently, I ate food that was shitted on, and now I can't stop shitting. So, I've been humbled because I feel like it's a very serious issue. That, you know what I'm saying, bro? Like, now that I've really got to reflect on the situation, and I'm like, yo, bro, this shit, nah, dog, this shit's real, man. This is not one to play with. I can't believe it. It's not, it feels weird. It's not even like, it's kind of fun. I hate to break it to you, because it's like, it's funny. Like, I'm telling you, like, some of my poops, they're not even like liquid diarrhea. It's just normal poops. But I'm like, wow, I've never felt the urge to poop like this ever it's a new feeling. I don't think y'all realize, you guys, I've gone through my whole life and I've just discovered a new feeling. Like, you know what I'm saying? My body has never felt like this ever before. I have never had this type of reaction to pooping. No, dude, it's not. It's insanity. Yeah, I think I got it. I don't know. So, like, literally on Saturday, I just started, like, pooping, and then my frequency of poops would just go up, and then it just wouldn't stop, and then the next day I'm just dead, and then it just kept going, dude. It just kept going. The perspective does change when you live it. All right. We watched the finals while pooping. I tried to. I would have to leave at like 10 minutes at a time. All right. It didn't. There you go. I sold more Microsoft at 1,000%. I filled one of them at 9. So yeah, because he's like, did you really buy them at 1 cent? I did. Oh, I can't. What's it called? It didn't let me zoom down more. But yeah, 1 cent. And then that's the make free. And then these are the ones at 1,000. One of them was at 900. But yeah, easy. And we got another 1,000%er. Woo! No, Chad said not to do. I was gonna take Imodium, but you guys said not to. You said let it clear the system. So I said, you know what? I will let it clear the system. Baba and K-Web. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. IGV still going by Apple. All right, well, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will BRB. It shouldn't take long unless I don't know, guys. It's fun. That's why I said this. It's kind of fun. Imagine. I like surprises. All right, burp.
That's it. It's like that's the one thing that I'm putting myself out there. I'm saying I'm out of consensus on this. So if you go to Kalshi and you go to Polymarket, the event contract's saying 38 to 32% chance of passage this year. I still think there is a chance that they can get this done. Because if I'm a crypto platform like Coinbase, I want to deal now. I don't want to deal in 2 years when the Democrats potentially control the House of Representatives. If I'm a bank, I want to deal now, because if I don't get a deal, then the crypto platforms can do essentially work under a very friendly regulatory environment for the next 2 years. And if I'm a lawmaker, even one of those moderate Democrat lawmakers, I want to deal now, because the Crypto Political Action Committee money is a serious thing. And whether they're going to help me or hurt me or combat me or support me. So, you know, if a deal does come together, it'll come together quick. But if not, I don't think you get a deal until after the Trump administration.
So that would be this week or next, is what you're saying.
Yep.
that would be a big deal, Nathan. That, I guess, is why you're saying you're out of consensus.
Yep.
Is it the ethics language or the stablecoin deal that's holding this up right now?
It's not the stablecoin. It's the ethics language, and it's language bringing crypto up to traditional finance in terms of Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering.
Okay.
Now, there was a story about President Trump's family involvement with crypto. That did not help. And
No.
for what it's worth,
The financial
Democrats,
disclosures didn't either.
No, exactly. And so what happened here is I think the Democrats said, look, we're going to take that issue and we're going to push for more language here. Senator Warner said over the weekend that the language just isn't there yet, and they're not negotiating. So ultimately what happens here is Senator Thune will have to make the decision. Am I going to hold a vote or yes or no? And if I hold a vote and put the Democrats on record, that's a really tough thing for them to face.
Wow. Boy, this is going to be a heck of a couple of weeks here. And boy, the Congress will keep us guessing, I think, is one thing we know. I've been hearing about Lou Malnati since you came on last week. I got to get a freezer full.
We got to do Giordano's 2 blocks south of us.
All right. Yeah. Tell me when.
Yep,
I'm there.
let's do it.
The great Nathan Dean. Find him on the terminal and online. I'm Joe Matthew. This.
I'm not pooping, but I have a fart, and I don't. This is a bigger risk than a daily, you guys. I know where it is. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, give me until another commercial break comes on. I don't know. A vessel being struck by unknown projectile, damage to steering gear. So look, it hit 82 and then come again. You had another UK MTO incident. No urge to vomit. No, that's why I said it doesn't feel like sick. Just poop, dude. Yeah, I know. I just can't trust these farts. And we should do a push-up. I want to get another stretch in. Have any advice? Get a long-term. We should
Hello,
talk about
everybody.
it.
We're back on
Here, let me
Halftime
come
Report.
back.
I'm Contessa Brewer with the ETF Edge.
Thanks, Contessa.
We are getting into the thick of
But yeah,
earnings
we'll talk about
season,
long
but with a broadening of
BRB.
market leadership, can quarterly results really live up to the great expectations? How should ETF investors adjust? Joining me now is John Mayer, who's the Chief ETF Strategist at JP Morgan. It's good to have you today. We have seen some earnings upside surprises. However, expectations were particularly lofty. So how are you thinking about the rest of earnings season based on what we've seen so far?
Yeah, thanks for having me, first of all. Earnings season so far has been very strong, but just a small defined number of companies have reported, about 50 companies. And company reactions, actually, the market's been reacting very positively to these numbers. Like, for example, banks have reported fantastic numbers, and that has given us some insight, actually, into the consumer. From various different banks, ours included, the consumer seems to be rather resilient, and you're seeing that across the board. Also, capital market activity is increasing, and that's really helping bank earnings. Now, looking to some of the other companies that are going to be reporting over the next several weeks, we're expecting a fairly strong earnings season. So far, you've seen 20% year-over-year returns. Excuse me, EPS. That's the second quarter of 20% or more. That's pretty incredible.
And when you see 88% of the companies that have reported so far in the S&P have beat expectations, many of them by double digits, it really is setting the stage. That's according to FactSet, setting the stage here for remarkable performance. So when you're looking for opportunities in ETFs, which sectors do you think have the most opportunity to outperform?
So the easiest one to talk about is still technology. Technology is a big sector. Also, technology has a lot of different parts. And right now, the AI companies or the ecosystem related to AI is really driving earnings from my perspective. The CapEx has been very strong for the hyperscalers, which is feeding into other sectors. And I view AI as kind of like a 5-layer cake. You have the AI models, you have application, you have memory, you have energy. And the AI CapEx cycle is feeding into those companies because AI takes a lot of energy, follows a lot of industrials.
And if you want the icing on the cake, well, you just have to wait for that. John, you're going to stick around because we're going to continue the conversation at etfedge.cnbc.com. And John will be joined by Cynthia Murphy, who's the Director of Research at Vetify. Les, I'll send it back over to you.
Looking forward to that, Contessa. Thank you. Straight ahead, searching for opportunities outside of AI. We'll debate the bullish playbook on one area of the market next.
All right, bro. Deadly. Deadly, dude. Deadly. Those Microsoft's 1,200% at the bid. So, with the last ones, you could do what you want. More China, too. Other than that, I don't think we've gotten any big changes. Again, you've got back and forth with oil. If a war headline doesn't break us above 82, it's going to stay here. Other than that, I mean, a lot of software moving, these Mag 7s. I mean, Apple took another $1 lower. Meta's going. Again, IBM, I was telling you guys, even though they reported, they still have earnings this week. Remember, they gave that early update. Armpit hair. Hims, Paycom, Pinterest. Yeah, Amazon's running too. Honestly, Google stopped. Google led in the morning. It's just Apple. Where's Tesla? So Apple and Tesla. Those are the ones not doing as high. I mean, Nvidia is still near the low too, actually. So that's not good. But again, IGV, CRM, like I was telling you, software turned on from here. And that has still been going. Again, cybersecurity is right behind it. 94. IGV, actually, we need to get above 96. Okay, there it is. Oil above 82. See if this holds. Oh, big SPY red. You got oil and SPY. Hello. How are you? Oh, I don't think these will hit. They have not jacked up the puts yet. I don't have the headline on it yet. You know what? I'll leave it. There's a SPY, though. So there's a SPY. There's one at 4 cents. Those haven't moved yet for the daily if you want it. I'm not going to take it just because I need more. Like I'm saying, though, oil, it came right back down. But that's the one I would do. But yeah, it does feel a little sketchy today. Was it Hegseth comments? So see, if it holds above 82, then you'll get your reactions. What did Hegseth say? Peter! Every time an Iran kills an American, they will pay for that killing many times. Ah! Yeah, I think it was a Trump comment, not Hegseth. Yeah, every time an Iran kills an American soldier, they'll pay for that many times over. This directive has been passed on to Secretary of War of Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Staff. So I think just bad rhetoric, but see if oil stays above 82. Otherwise, this might get limited. That was a big reaction, though. I feel like everybody wanted something. But like I'm saying, it's just Trump saying the old American adage. That's how it should be. Literally. Yeah, so True Social, every time Iran kills, they will pay for that. Yeah, same one. Well, that's how it used to be, bro. You don't remember? Back in the day, bro, if you ever touched an American, they would fucking bring out the warthogs. They would go insane. So I feel like after the Afghanistan in 2020, whatever, that kind of changed a little bit, or even for a while. So I don't know. I think the algos took it as escalation, but I would like to think that's it. That's the standard of how it should be. It's on Truth Social, the comment. Just posted it a minute or two ago. So literally, Trump just said that every time Iran kills an American, they'll pay for it many times over. So oil's back below 82. Like I'm saying, at least for today, you could use that oil as a guide. Anything above 82, something's happening there, or it's like legit. That was there. It finally got you above it, but then quickly right below. Now Nvidia's selling off. Watch out. So like we were saying, Apple was into the low. I was just telling you, I was like, SMH, you got IGV, you got Cyber, and a couple of others, and then now Staples, they're red trying to catch a candle. But yeah, chips are coming back down. Plant. Yeah, energy's still up. Again, you do have XLE names: Devon, Conoco, Oxy. Sphere on the low. Again, I do think it's weird, Tesla. But yeah, NVIDIA on the low, now Apple. SPY's not bad, but you just cut off that Trump headline mixed in with the chip move. I mean, you just gave up half of that little recovery there over the last hour. Hot dog. On clarity, if it passes, I don't know. I would like to think it would, but I mean, ever since last year, any of the crypto policies, they didn't really lead to events. So with how weird crypto has been, I honestly don't know, because I do think I think crypto has other things going on, but in my mind, crypto still has everything in its favor with ISM. So until we figure out where that settles, I still think that's going to be, I still think that's the biggest driver of Bitcoin this year. Reuters, about a ship. I don't know if that's old. I feel like we've seen, though. There's probably been like 3 or 4 incidents. There was the first 2 in the morning, and then there was that one not too long ago, struck by unknown projectile to steering. So we've heard a couple of them. That's why I said, I was like, as long as this... Just see if any of those headlines come in and oil spikes above 82 and holds, that's seemingly the level today. Tossed. No, not 82 because of VWAP, just because I mean, if you remember from last week, I was telling you the new price range is like 75 to like 85, really 90. That's like you're not having good news, you're not at the worst news. That's the like elevated level. So then today, right when they announced that little 3-point memorandum, this new 10-day ceasefire, right? That instantly brought oil down, and then we haven't moved anywhere above there. So that new headline of this new ceasefire, that set you to the 82 range. So that's why I'm using it for today, and that's why, like every other moment too, it's just really not going above it. We've watched this happen a couple times throughout the conflict. You'll get one of these bigger developments on ceasefire escalation, and then oil will stay in a pinned range off of it, and then we go from there as we get into it. So you're right back to where the Trump comment came out. Oil actually is lower than where that came out. Again, it started from a little higher. And you're just back to VWAP. Just pray NVIDIA stops going down. Or Apple. Maybe we'll chill. But at the very least, we'll get some more earnings tomorrow. And then after that, I just use /CL, crude oil futures. GitLab. Oh, where's BIOS actually? And then again, this second half, we're gonna get a lot of biotech approvals. Just keep in mind. I mean, and then remember how much healthcare and biotechs. Those are actually the rotation winners not too long ago. GMM and then E. 47%. EQNR. Whoa, 50 cents on the pop. That's about 1%. EQNR. Kind of a decent pop on decent volume. I don't know if the volume's quite unusual. Almost halfway there. But yeah, EQNR. Check headlines. I see a nothing. Small nuggets help. Good. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Homeboy was asking. He was like, how do I get started on this? Long term. You guys know that, right? So for real, man, I don't know. Some of you, we had this talk on Friday. Some of you were like, I've been here for 2 months, 1 month. But just remember, you guys, please get a long term. You know, it's for you. But it's just like, yeah, it really, the best thing you could do right now, bro, I'm telling you, even with everything going on, I mean, we have long terms that just highlight and show, you know, again, you know, we are absolutely immune to everything going on. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. When you pull up our long term, I mean, again, it's not the freak out, the back and forth. Oh my God, it's very different than trading. But like I'm telling you, it's for real, man. Get one of these. So best thing you could do right now, especially if you're listening and you're like, I want to learn, I want to know how to do this stuff. It's going to take time. And as you do that, but I'm telling you, what you need to do right now is go make a Schwab, go make a Fidelity, set up your auto deposits, 10%. And then, yeah, and then you just start working your way in. Especially, I'm probably going to be buying stuff this month too. NVIDIA red? No, Trump Netanyahu won't be arrested in any way in the United States. What? Trump reassuring that Netanyahu will not get arrested? And I don't see anything on EQNR. That one's still kind of popped there. And then SPY is coming down. You have Apple into the low, and unfortunately, NVIDIA lowest all day, and now it's flying between no man's land to the gap fill. Enjoy it. Thanks for the 1000%. Amen, baby. I'm glad you got it. Let's go, baby. Have a good day. PTC. Didn't they just have an offer? Or am I tripping? Or was that PD? Or PLR or PNL? Remember we saw one of those? There's something with a PN something bio. I don't think that's it, though. Was it PSNL? There was another one, though, this morning. PLD. They said SGRO rejected the third acquisition offer. Mamdani was threatening he was going to arrest him. Oh. That makes sense. I was like, what's kind of odd? Okay. SPY coming down. A couple of industrials, but you got CoreWeave. Mainly NVIDIA is selling off. I mean, just see if Marvel comes down. If chips, EQNR, bro, that's 2.5%. It says 1, but it moved a little bit more ahead of you guys. That's what I'm saying. It started red. But yeah, EQNR. I don't have a headline on EQNR. Bro, Z-Bio. I feel like, I don't know, we haven't heard from, I keep seeing DJT pop in. I hate that shit. But I don't think we're going to hear from Trump today. And then ACHR is going to break out again. Oh, he did. He just had a gaggle. How come none of these hit the headlines? 4 minutes? Oh, I guess so.
It's incredible. There's never been anything like it, probably in terms of an event, let alone soccer or football, whatever you want to call it, but I thought it was incredible. It was 4 times greater than any FIFA ever held, and it's probably about 5 times actually. They're telling me today. So we're very proud of our country.
Like, bro, this is how I sounded like this morning. I felt like
we're very proud of the job that was done by everybody. We congratulate Johnny Infantino and all of his staff and the incredible job they did, but this was one of the greatest events of any kind ever held. So we're really happy that it did so well. And all over the world, people have come and they've loved our country. You know, shown off our country in a different light. And it was a great thing. It was a great event. And I'm glad you all enjoyed it. No, I wasn't there. I think they both played well. I would say Spain played better, really. But they both played well. I mean, they got to the finals, and it was very exciting, actually. It looked like Spain dominated, but it was a very close match.
Why is he talking like that?
It was great.
He just came from the dentist.
Well, we feel very badly, but
Warner Brothers deal paused by judge.
Those great pitchers who are out there fighting that.
On the low. Paramount Warner deal temporarily paused by federal judge. Nice. Can I have one of these judges can one of these judges just like temporarily pause the explosive diarrhea? Is that possible? But yeah, WBD dumping on that. So again, Paramount Warner Bros. Deal temporarily suspended by federal judge. Again, I mean, this thing's up like what, 30, 40%?
Iran did not have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the straits. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit it very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably three as opposed to 2 great patriots. Well, we're going to see. We'll be speaking to them. I did, yeah. How did that go? Well, it went good, but I told them, I mean, you got to stop these fires from coming in and, poisoning our air. Our air has been poisoned. Have a good relationship, Mark Carney, but we got to stop the fires up there. If we can help them, we'll help them. But maybe they could pay us some damages or something, or we could do some tariffs. But it was terrible. I mean, you had business closing. in particular, Michigan. You look at Detroit, Michigan, that has closed everything. Then it closed car plants and a lot of other things. So I've never remembered this happening. Over the last 4 or 5 years, you saw it starting to take place. I've never remembered. I did. I spoke with Spain, and I congratulated them on having a great team. I really spoke to a lot of people. No, I have no tension. I have no tension with anybody. Well, it has a lot, and it has a lot of capability. But as I understand it, in about a month or so, they're going to send it to have it be maxed out. So they're going to be sending it, and they'll have it be maxed out. It'll take about a month. I did. Well, I was just saying, I gave an answer here. I spoke to them about it. I said, you got to get it stopped. It's really forest management, and they should know how to do that. If you go back 4 or 5 years, I don't remember ever having a problem like this, and we do have that problem. Well, you keep hitting me. This is a far bigger job that we're doing. We were doing a little job and stopping them from having a certain capability. Now we're just ending it. So it's really not the same thing. What we're doing now is we're ending any chance that they can have a nuclear missile. If you look at it, after a week and a half, not 4 weeks, a week and a half, 2 weeks, we stopped them from probably, but I don't want to have the word probably. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Interesting. Yeah, he didn't say much. The way he was talking was weird. But they, the headlines today been super chill. Again, you just had the Donald Trump thing, and then you just got that Paramount headline coming in now. And then we started off. I'm surprised Oracle. I'm surprised they haven't denied the information yet. But yeah, we do have. We are still kind of waiting. Remember, this is going to be the earnings week, so there's not as much data. I mean, the real bulk of what we're going to get, if it's not a story around narratives and AI and hyperscalers, it's going to be the results that we get from these companies. DJT still. And then again, no WBD move. He sounded like he was someone said Fixident. It sounded like he had the like the numbing shit in his mouth. And that's it. I think some of you are hoping he has a stroke, but that's a little too dark for my taste. But he did definitely sound weird. That's what I said. My first thought was he was hungover. I'm sure he was partying at the World Cup. But then again, he doesn't drink. Or so he says. Oracle supposed to deny. So this morning, the thing that made Oracle sell off the most, or a little bit more than some of its other peers, there was a report from the information that said that they're like delayed on these data centers and that they are over budget by billions of dollars. So this has happened like 4 or 5 times where the information says something and then Oracle denies it. So that's why I'm saying usually they'll come out and deny it, but we are at 10 a.m. and nothing has been denied. Cipher. I feel like we've seen that all day, but I just took another candle. And then where Iren's near the high, Nibis is not. Hut came down, so literally Iren did the best. Where's the other one? Shaz. Since you're Leopold. The sentiment on chips right now is stable. It's obvious. I mean, there hasn't. I mean, even since last week, if you guys recall, like there wasn't any narrative. That's what I was even saying on Friday. I mean, even Thursday, they found something to freak out with Kimmy, but you were already doing chips Korea. They were in a bear market, and they fell off from those highs even before all of that. So generally, I mean, it's a little bit of stability, but there is still this, it's obviously there's a reason to buy chips. There's the bottleneck, but then now there's also both the pricing and how long this goes on. We're really kind of in the middle. And this is what I was saying from even about a week or two ago. I said the problem right now is not only are we pricing in multiple things and we need to see the answer, but like, think about it. We are 2 years into this. We are well into a cycle, even since when AI started. So we can't see the finish line, but we are way too far from the starting line. So we're in this you are in no man's land between this stuff continuing or not. But generally, I mean, the chips it's not the best vibe. It's all your vibe is off of the highs, but it's not as if you've gone fully bearish yet. And that's why, again, I think some people are waiting for earnings and other little updates to get an idea and feel comfortable. But yeah, it's for now, chips off the highs. It's a contentious point, but I do think the answer and where they go, I mean, people are starting to point to those being the main economic themes that are going to dictate good or bad as we move forward. Verisk. Nivda and then SPY coming down. Are they buying AMC? AMC did good today. And surprisingly, nobody tried to tell me to buy it. But I don't know. Okay, low ticker. Again, you got Apple and Nivda, but Apple's getting a candle now, so it looks like you might switch. If Apple comes up, chips sell off, I still think it'll be a little bit bad, but it won't be as bad. You kind of had that happen on Friday, if you remember. But then you also had Meta and Microsoft down. Oh, excuse me. Do you guys hear that? Thank you. The panic sellers are going to be so bummed when Oracle rebounds. They will, but I would encourage you not to ignore the risk of Oracle. I feel like Oracle is really well weighted right now. Where there is it's not too often that credit default swaps blow out like that. So I would take the risk of Oracle seriously. I like the company, but I like it because I know the ball game that I'm playing. And it's like, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I'm not walking into the casino thinking that the casino is a bank. It's a casino. So like I'm saying, I just Oracle, I love it, man. It's a great company, but at the same time, I am 50-50, Habibi, 50-50. It's either going to work or it's not, and you've already seen it go up 100, down 100, and that's kind of what sucks is that the price moves don't really matter. It can rebound, but it all comes down to the finish line. They either are going to succeed or they're going to fail. There's no other way I could put it with Oracle, especially because of what they've done, the level of bet they are taking. They are playing high stakes. So, yeah, I just don't underestimate the risk of Oracle. They're not. The companies won't run to China's Kimmy to have the fractions and pennies. That does make sense, but I guess the problem is that, like, you guys got to realize this is the reality. What happens when China figures out how to do something? Do you guys know? So what happens if China gets into your industry? What happens to prices? What are the Chinese going to do? That's kind of the risk right now. That's where people are. It's not about that. It's about China competing in your market. Exactly. They're going to mass produce, and then you're going to collapse the price. That's it. Steel, solar panels, fucking food, any agriculture that they would get involved in. You go and find anything. You literally go look. Anytime China gets involved, if they could compete in an industry, unfortunately, their competition is very deflationary. I wouldn't even say deflationary. It's again, steel is probably the best example. And then again, solar panels. Solar panels is recent because you saw that. What happened? Solar panels, energy, clean energy. It was big money, bro. And there was a lot of people going for solar and a lot of money behind it. And then what happened? China got into it. And then China starts figuring it out. And then China floods the world with solar panels. And then what happens to the price of solar panels? Yeah, it didn't take long at all. And then before you know it, now you have solar panels going, the pricing all collapsed. Same thing happened with steel. So anytime China gets involved, if they could actually do it good, it's a very deflationary thing. So I'm not worried. I don't think anyone's gonna. I think you're correct. No one's gonna put their data with China if it's to save a little bit. But the problem would be now is if all of these models, it's like if you're able to produce all of this stuff extremely cheap now, and again, depending on what equipment you need, that and what we're finding out is even if it's successful, they still do need compute at this moment, which is kind of what eased this out. But the problem is if these guys, if China changes the whole entire pricing model of AI, because then now all of the CapEx, you overspent. Do you see this is the chart I was showing on the video yesterday. Because this is what I keep bringing up to you guys. Like I was telling you, one, we started hearing everybody in the government last week. They were like something else. But remember, I was telling you, I was like, look, free cash flow is going negative. This is the first time in 10, 20 years you have seen these companies find something that they want to buy more than their own stock. That doesn't happen too often. So, but yeah, that's like the shitty part, though. Just imagine you're thinking there's a return. It's like solar panels. It's like buying putting $1 trillion into solar panels, thinking they're going to make all this money. But then if China comes in and fucks it all up, do you see that's the worry. So the real big worry, it's not really China. It's just China changing the pricing model of all this. Because then if we spent multiple trillions of dollars on this, there might, if China deflates everything, you have no way to recoup this. That's what I'm saying. We were already debating how you were going to recoup this if everything was a bottleneck. What happens if now China turns AI to solar or steel? And that's the real big risk right now. That's what I would say with Kimmy. I was telling you guys, don't think it's weird. I was telling you, I was saying China AIs 2-3 weeks ago. It was just GLM. That's where it started popping up, and they were trying to get the narrative going, and then instantly Kimmy. But it's just like that. The risk is one step removed. It's one layer deeper. It's again just changing the whole price and spend model, and then your return on your investment. I mean, let me put it this way: if Oracle has high credit default swaps now, what if the future forecast on what you could expect from these AIs? What if the revenue gets slashed in half? Now, what do you think the credit default swap would be? Exciting. The Kimmy has landed number 4 on Agent Arena. No fucking way. So that's the screenshot I posted yesterday. So this is all from my video. This is how they rank it. So this whole like agent thing, that's what they use. Kimmy was number 1 on Code Arena. But yeah. But that's what I was saying. Let me check. I want to see. Service now going up. Yeah. Landed 4 on the agent leaderboard matching Claude. We are casual tracing. Did that change prediction odds? Because that's what I was telling you. That was the weird part. Interesting. It didn't. It changed. Oh. Well, yeah, they just did. Surprise! The prediction odds didn't move as much. That's weird. But like I was saying, that's the part that weirded me out. Because I don't like the prediction markets. You guys know that. But shit, I mean, I might even trade some now. Now, if I see some of this arbitrage, it's kind of crazy. I don't know if this is legit or not. And then even then, if this is, there might be a fat arbitrage available on one of these prediction markets. SPY coming into the low. But this is what I was saying is that the last time like we were sensitive to Chinese models and AI changes in these models and performance that have literally moved trillions of dollars on the stock market, the prediction markets were very accurate on it. That's what I was saying. Like, look, you saw Gemini go down. You saw Anthropic go up. The rise of Anthropic, the death of IGV, that was all there. But then that's what I was saying from Friday, even till today. Let me go double check right now. But I'm pretty sure a couple of these prediction markets, one, there's an arbitrage. There's a fat difference between the AI stuff on both of these platforms. But then that right there is just like, it's not budging. Yeah, so it's either going to be a delayed reaction. But like I'm saying, usually the prediction markets will move a lot more sensitive because it's way less money. So that's why the first time the AI shit moved really accurately with it. But now this time, that's what I'm saying. You've had a lot of people freaking out on Friday and so many articles about it, but it really, that was a little sus. And so let me check now. Well, shit then. Okay, yeah, one of them, it didn't move. So the Kalshi odds on there, that didn't change at all. And then Polymarket. No. End of 2026. Yeah. It's still, nothing changed. It's still not budget. Then there's a couple of these markets, but yeah. No, not at all. The prediction markets are not, they're not reacting at all to any of this shit. But that's funny though, because like I'm saying, that Arena AI, that's where they base it all off of. So that Arena AI is how it settles. Both Kalshi and Polymarket, that's the ranking they use to determine all these like weightings and what's good and bad. ACHR, bro, 21. Do I do angel investing? I do, but I don't do any pre-revenue. So if your company is not like it's not already making money, unfortunately, I don't invest in pre-revenue companies. J&J selling off. Nvidia off the bottom. I don't know why they're going up. Current benchmarks aren't great. They're being reworked because the current benchmarks don't test overall accuracy and intelligence. It's mainly speed and cost. I mean, weren't people even saying that like a year ago? They were saying these beginning of this year after the Claude. They're like, these benchmarks. Or was it the safety where they're saying it can't even keep up with it? Yeah, but that's so weird, though. So like I'm saying, they just updated. I'm checking this arena thing. But they just changed the... Yeah, they've changed it. So they literally just threw up Kimmy now on these like leaderboards, but none of the prediction odds changed. So again, on Friday, there was like a 10-minute reaction to Kimmy on that. But then it wasn't even on the list. That's what I'm saying. So, and I showed you the screenshot of them on the list for coding. But now they're popping up on all these other lists. But then that's the funny part. Like I'm telling you, prediction markets are not reacting, and now the stock market is reacting a lot less today too. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because you got to let all of this shit work through. Service now. White House new Air Force plane will receive additional upgrades in fall, which will take 1 month. Again, Zscaler, was it higher on Friday? Yeah. Again, SPY hit a new low there briefly. You have Apple and Nvidia into the low. 6 counterparties, 30 million Fed reverse repo. Trump, Netanyahu will not be arrested. While in the U.S., he states he's fighting for Iran, which killed 52,000 innocents. Iran, Baba Commerce Department is not moving forward on banning Chinese models at this time. Interesting. Politico. So yeah, Commerce Department is not moving forward on banning Chinese models. Okay, a couple things waking up. Value on the low. Walmart, Pepsi, 52-week low. But then more software. See if that bounces us up here. If chips, though. I didn't see the arena thing yet, apparently. Dude, something's weird with it, bro. I'm telling you, this was my reaction even on Friday, where I was like, dude, Wall Street, hella weird, bro. They never panic on something that's real in one day. Does that make sense? Like, if it was real, they'll panic a week later, just like they did every other time. Usually the stuff they react to immediately is fake. But then that's what I'm saying. It's like, just the way it all played out from Friday, over the weekend, the pausing, and now like all of this, even the rankings are changing, but no one's really reacting. So yeah, it's either going to be a fat delay or this is all just some bullshit leading to something else. Or yeah, this could just all be the AI doom loop just ahead of earnings to fuck with pricing. But yeah, it is it's a weird situation. Tencent and more China names are going up. Okay, more value on the low. So see if this could lead to a rotation, but you're going to need Apple and some of the other stuff to move. VG again, and then Iran. Hold on. I kind of have a bad idea, Chad. You secured the Forex super server, a CMP. It functions like a partial 80 gig pricing, went from 300 to 14. Dude, I've never heard of this. Is that Chinese? Like CMP Chinese? Man H. Oh, dog and data dog. Again, team keeps running. I think it's the same price as last week, though. But yeah, that gap, that was actually in the red this morning. It's NVIDIA, but they nerfed it. It's a damaged A100 HBM2. They sell those? So they take the damaged ones and like refurbish them and sell them? Team bought somebody out? Oh, no way. And then ACHR or whatever, Archer, that one just... Oh, Tem did. Yeah. Not Team. But Team was red, and then they just keep coming up. And was this Kimmy K3 is a game changer? Everybody wants to do cost control. Citizens. They put out a no this morning? I didn't see this. So they put out a whole thing on Kimmy. Man, I only had one bad idea this week. I was going to buy a shit stock for the long term. But I have another bad idea. But then we also need to get into Philo. All right, give me a second. And I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'll come back. And then we'll either do Philo or we'll see where this is at. Let me see how if I could do this right now. Dix expands investment in women's sports with Cookie Jar and A Dream Studios Life in the W documentary series. Or? Bro, more value. All right. Okay, please hold.
This town hall meeting on Thursday coming up, live streamed by Bloomberg. Yeah. We will have the chance also that people hear about what's going on, because frankly speaking, most of the people probably don't know that the Secretary General process is ongoing. Mm-hmm. But this will be also a power game, frankly speaking, between the Security Council, upon which recommendation a person will be nominated, but in the end, it is the 193 member states in the General Assembly representing 8 billion who take the final decision.
But those 5 permanent members of the Security Council, which includes the U.S., obviously, as well as Russia, China, France, and the U.K., they do have an inordinate amount of power to be able to say, this is the person that we want. If they put someone on your desk who maybe you do not think is appropriate, what options would you have to push back on that?
In these challenging times, in my personal view, it's always how you define power. Mm-hmm. Obviously, being a member of the Security Council, a P5 member, you would say, well, it's up on us to recommend somebody. Yet, if you define power, that in the end, the General Assembly has to agree, and if the General Assembly, so the member states, make very clear, it is hard for us, for example, to vote on a person who is denying climate change if we just had a couple of weeks ago a joint resolution in the General Assembly about the member states' responsibility of fighting climate crisis because it's one of the key drivers for more conflicts and crises around the world, so it's a peace and security issue, then power shifts. Because if there would be a proposal, for example, where a person would face a situation that he or she is not sure whether she will make the majority in the General Assembly, then obviously everything changes. And this is unique about this process because, as you mentioned, before it was behind closed doors, there was no television reporting about it, there was no social media asking questions, so where does a person stand on peace and security or women's rights, for example. But we have had also in the history a situation that, for example, when Kofi Annan was finally elected, the African states made very clear, because it was their turn, if this is not an African person being proposed, we don't even take a vote on, back then it was him.
Yes.
Yeah. So this time it could be also very clear that member states are saying, we agreed 2 years ago that we should nominate women. How would we explain back to our constituency afterwards we could not find a woman? You cannot say, well, there was no competent woman out there in the world if you have 4 billion candidates. Right. So this is also a question about the credibility of the General Assembly. So also a signal to the Security Council, if they could propose only a man, or if they would decide then, okay, we propose a man and a woman, which never happened before, that there were 2 persons.
I am curious, though. I mean, some of the members of the Permanent Security Council are also some of the biggest ones that are in arrears to the United Nations. You've had to cut the budget. You've had to adjust. The United States is at least several billion behind. China, last time I checked, had not made its payments for the year. Is there a sense here that this is a permanent cycle where we are going to see nations either not pay what they are obligated to or to delay those payments?
We are in a very critical moment, and this is why the current Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has rang the alarm bell that we will face a liquidity crisis. Again, my philosophy is in every crisis is a chance. Because when we faced this situation that we could not pay for peacekeeping at all anymore, beginning of July, member states came together. I invited all of them and said, we have to change our financial rules. For example, we had this very frankly speaking, ridiculous rule that you have to pay back money which was never collected in the first place if you did not spend it. So if the US didn't pay, obviously the US could not, the UN could not spend it, and we changed this rule. So we see at the moment that under pressure, the vast majority of member states understands that the UN is the life insurance for most of the countries in the world, and under pressure we can reform. But this will be the key new task for the next Secretary General, to drive forward this reform, but also make clear to member states, especially the big P5, if you do not pay, you could even lose your voting right in the General Assembly.
But some of the reform measures that have been in place right now have, I don't know, either intentionally or unintentionally been conflated with austerity.
Yes.
Is this an austerity move by your part and the...
Oh, the Europeans. The Europeans. All right. Aramat and Gabonese Republic signed Memorandum of Understanding. I thought that was related to EQ&R. But that one keeps going up. And then SPY near the low, value, oil, a lot of things pinned. We still haven't got out of this Apple NVIDIA trap. But not bad, Chad. The day is flying. You guys know it's already 10:30. Yeah, WBD on the low again. Again, the judge paused the buyout. So it dropped and then popped, but now it is coming back down again. So not bad. All right, Chad. Well, there's only one way to get out of this. So I think we should do it. I think we should do it. Is there a breakup fee if the court orders no buyout? It depends how they structured the breakup fee. So some, I do believe they'll have like a caveat where some are structured where it says regardless of the reason, even government, they still will pay the fee. But some will have it as like that could be a contingency. So you'd have to just look up the original agreement and see if that's what if it was one that they get the money no matter what, or if it was going to be or if it was dependent on government approval. All right, Chad. Well, shall we begin? We got to save the market. Wait, where is it?
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Ay. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you tryna control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting.
Oil above 82. And you got a war headline. U.S. preparing next phase of campaign against Iran in coming days. Israel News. I-24. So, yeah, at least it's above 82. So, that should give you an idea. But Chadadonia. How you feeling, bro? Are you ready? Are you ready on a Monday? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for Philo. So, I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you are ready for a very wild time. Again, these next couple of weeks, man, the rest of the year, rest of this decade. Oh, man, the AI, the future, all these things, bro. I hope you're excited. And again, I do hope that you are moving and have made a choice and a decision, and I hope I can be the annoying voice to keep reminding you of this, because I think it's the most important thing in the world. So, I don't know what you did this weekend. I hope you thought about some of the stuff that we talked about on Friday, because I meant it. I was very serious. Like I'm saying, bro, what good is information? What good is knowledge if it's not changing behavior, if it's not getting you moving? So I'll tell you, I want to talk about something today that is my favorite thing. It's one of my favorite things. Oh, but it's so misinterpreted. And it's so easy to let a good thing become a bad thing. And do you guys know that happens? I could use my diarrhea for an example, because like I enjoy pooping. It's nice. I get a healthy bowel, but too much of it is a little, that's a bad thing. But usually what I tell you is what I was telling you guys a couple months ago. Again, I was telling you even in the market while we were running up. Remember when everybody was hitting every day? The first quarter, everything was crazy. First 2 quarters. You remember May? It was just everything, right? And I was telling you, I was reminding some of y'all, because, you don't remember what happened? Oh, stop. Isn't it funny? Look at the market now. Oh, the momentum. Oh, what's going to happen? Earnings. You don't remember 60 days ago? Motherfuckers were ripping 5,000% and getting mad because it went 9,000%? Did you forget? That just happened. Yeah. And I was telling y'all, I said, don't let a good thing turn into a bad thing. Your covered call. Don't let a good thing turn into a bad thing. Making money. Don't let a good thing turn into a bad thing. Do you understand how often this happens in life? I know we like good things, but that's why this whole idea of being ready and character development, I don't know if you're understanding why it's so important. So, the thing I'm going to tell you today is a very good thing. Oh. But it could be used as a bad thing if there's only one crucial thing about it. So what do you think it is? What do you think one of my favorite topics is? This is one of my favorite topics. What do you think it is? Let's see. You guys, remember I got to share with you on last. I said the other topic was like one of my favorite, but I hated it. I didn't like it, but I liked it. This one I like. It's overall a good thing. It's a virtue. I'm pretty sure it's a fruit of the spirit. This topic, I think all of you have got to put it into work to a certain degree. This one's a big one. And then SPY still coming down lower. Again, oil right at 82. Planting seeds. Oh, it's in the process of that, but it's not. That's not it. Faith and hope. No, those are great things too, but that's not it. Pooping. I already went over that. The other P. Patience. Patience. Do you see how that would be one of my favorite topics? Mr. Long Term. 10 years minimum. Just plant the seed, but then we got to be patient. Patience. I love patience. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to master. It's funny how you could both master it, but always still have to deal with it. So, oh man, patience. But yeah, one of my favorite. Again, even the long-term results, how people weigh them, how they expect it, how it gets them starting. I mean, patience, dude. It all comes down to patience. So that's a good thing. Oh, but it could be a bad thing too, Chatadonia. So I will give you a secret of life today. Okay? Has to do with patience. Do you want me to just give it to you straight up? I'll tell you right now. Patience without action is a sedative. Patience after action is a superpower. That's the conclusion. Straight to the point, my brother. There it is. Patience is a really good thing. You learn to master patience and learn how to use it. My brother, you could live a patient life and you don't, lack of impatience don't get you making bad decisions. Good things will happen. Ask any investor. Like I told you, the biggest money is with patience. I mean, you make it on the buy and then wait. And that's it. That's why I always told you the hard part, not getting rich. It's not what do I buy. It's actually surviving after you buy something and then letting it grow and then having the wherewithal to follow your rules and not let your outside life interrupt your investments and decision making and all of that stuff. But dude, patience, if you don't know how to use it or you use it too much in the wrong way, it will hurt you. That's why I hope, dude, when you see what I'm trying to put y'all on game, Chad, I want you to know the rules, the principles, the foundation. Look ahead. Have some big dreams, big goals. Do something. But then also you should be patient, but not to the point where you're so patient you do nothing. Are you understanding? Like I said, patience without action is a sedative. It will put you to bed. My guy, you will have so much patience, you will do nothing. Oh, I'm patient. Ask the guy with 90% cash. Guess what? He's patient. I don't think that's good. Do you see what I'm saying? Too much of anything will be bad. You don't want too much patience, but you need to know how it works. So what's the key? The key is action. Patience with or without action is the difference maker. And I'll just tell you very simply, you cannot be patient with a seed that you have not planted. Does that make sense? Are you understanding? If I never put the seed in the ground, what do you mean I'm waiting? Nothing has been planted. Why would I want to be patient right now? I mean, it's like saying, it's like going to the gym and you're like, oh, I'm going to be real patient with my hips and my posture. But I'm not training them. So what are you being patient for? Oh, I'm waiting. For what? My guy, you cannot be patient with a business that you have not yet started. Is this clicking? So what is patience? When patience is good when you make an action. Why is the farmer so confident? Do you know what I'm saying? The farmer is very confident. Because he knows he's put the seed in the ground. That's where you could be patient. Oh, I put the seed in, I watered it, I take care of it. Now I know the seasons are going to do its job. Does that sound familiar? Long term. Let me ask you this. Do you think the farmer is putting the seed in the ground? And then do you think he's waiting for a miracle? Do you think the farmer's patience is a miracle? Do you think he puts it in the ground, does all this, and then he's like, wow! The seasons did their thing and something came out. Huh. It's a miracle. No, he's not waiting. The farmer's not waiting for a miracle. He's literally waiting for the math. 2 + 2 = 4. Put the seed in the ground, water it, take care of it. The seasons are going to do its thing. Something's going to come out. That's it. So this is the key to patience. The farmer is patient, but it's not like he didn't do anything. Once you do something, that opens up the door for patience. Oh, Chad, I hope you feel me. Aggressive first, patient later. Are you getting? Other way around never does anything. Some of you were asking me last couple weeks, like, what if I do this? What if I pay off my debt first? What if I do all these different things and then do the long term? I said, listen, that's a great idea, but sadly, you will not make the long term if you have to spend a year doing something else, even paying down the debt first. Think about it, the people with the long term. If you're telling me I'm going to be patient with my long term, I'll start it after this. No. Be aggressive first. Then be patient after you have gotten it started and have taken an action. So, I mean, like I said, patience without action is a sedative. Patience after action is a superpower. But this is the thing. I'll just tell you right now. Stop calling patience. Stop calling your hesitation patience. Do not use a virtue to justify how you want to bend this value. You understanding? That's why I said too much good could be bad. Patience is a virtuous thing. Don't think you're doing a good thing, though, if you are being patient but with no action. I would not call that a virtue. You take action and then are patient, that makes a lot of sense. That's where people get patient. They make a move, you wait. Plant the seed, you're waiting. It's not, are you doing nothing? No, I mean, you're waiting on something specific. So it's once the work is in the ground, you put some money on the line, skin in the game, you're putting in effort to it. Now it's a matter of waiting. Again, I hope you could apply this to your long term. But like I've been telling y'all, got some opportunity, got things in the future. But yeah, the good foundation. Secure it. Make a decision. Let information move you, actually change you. My guy, be patient. But do make sure you're using your patience how it should be used. Do not use patience as an excuse to hesitate. Do not use patience as something to let you fall behind. I mean, again, it's very simple. Are you patient? That should be the second question. Are you taking action? That's the first question. And you know everybody would agree with me, right? What do you think Jim Rome would say to this? I actually have a Jim Rome for you today, believe it or not. So yes, my friends, be patient. But if no seed was planted, what are we patient for? So that's the first thing I wanted to share with you today. And the other two, I have two. I don't know. I don't know if you guys want. Do you want AI philo? It's not a philo about AI. It's a philo that AI made. Well, while you decide that, I'll play you a Jim Rome.
In my opinion, here's the best way to live the good life. Make sure the greatest pull on your life is the pull of the future. Make sure that exerts its greatest influence on you, the influence of the future. Now, see, some people are mostly affected by the environment. They're mostly affected by their associations. They're mostly affected by what's going on around them. Some people are affected by the past, the failures, what they haven't done, what they haven't got, or some tragedy. They've let that take the greatest toll and make the greatest claim on their lives. But if you really want to live what's known as the good life, unique lifestyle, make sure the future has the greatest influence on you. In my opinion, here's the best way to live the good life. Make sure...
That's it. Super simple. Make sure the future has the greatest influence on you. How do you feel about that? High ticker popping there. A lot of the Neo Clouds Arena. So yeah, how do you feel about that? What is the greatest pull on you? What is it? Your environment? Is it your past? What is it? What has the greatest pull on your life? Oh, there's something beautiful about letting the future be some. Oh, that's what I'm saying, man. I hope none of y'all become doomers. And again, so think about it. Doomer. If you were a doomer, what has the greatest pull on you? Yeah, WBD still on the low. Pass. Kinda. I would argue environment. Because it makes sense. You look around at things. That's why I always would bring it up. You guys know, like, every generation, it was difficult to a degree, where there was always groups of people that had different advantages and disadvantages. And the way it plays out, you always had a certain level of difficulty in the environment, had a lot of crazy things going on. I think the doomers are focused on environment, which makes sense. Look around. Don't let your environment pull you. Let your future. Again, that's the whole vision thing. That's you are in one spot now, but you could see it you're seeing something else. That's, again, the future. But I mean, I don't blame you. It's easy. Look around and see what's in front of you. That's hard. But there's difference. Environment, future, vision. So, Chatadonia, let the future have a pull. Let it be the greatest pull on you, actually. So I'm saying, man, there's many things you could have driving you. Let the future be the first. So on that note, that's all that I got for you. Unless you don't want the AI one, I'm going to play the AI one. I like it. It sounds good. It's nice. I think this is it.
You need to breathe. You need to slow down. Why are you rushing towards something that can only be built with time? In your impatience, you risk ruining the very process that will get you there. Yes, you're excited. That's a good thing. But excitement should never outrun discipline. Calm yourself. You already know what to do, so do it. Not because you expect a reward tomorrow, but because it's the right thing to do today. Stop chasing the finish line and start respecting the journey. The work you put in now will come back to you when the time is right. Effort is rarely wasted. The problem isn't that you're not moving fast enough. It's that you're measuring progress by how quickly you arrive instead of how well you're building. Commit to the process instead of the outcome, and you'll often end up somewhere better than the place you were racing toward. You need...
Not bad. Yeah, bro. Don't let excitement outrun discipline. There's a couple of one-liners in there, but yeah. And breathe and stop the timeline. I enjoyed that, but again, I don't know how I feel about the AI ones, but it was good. I liked it. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. First link for the nightly watch list in main channel. Or the stream alerts, one of them. I'm seeing, I thought that was Trump, but no, it was Andrew Tate. Anyways, I need pro. Pro's gonna make me everywhere.
So cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist, I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this, already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble but I'm powerful, but I don't have to tell you there's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. Hey man, it's a cop, baby. 2020. God bless y'all. Yeah. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make 'em feel some type of way. Give me my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make 'em feel some type of way. Give me my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. It lifted me up, I'm holding it down. Pass it around, started with nothing but went for the land. They said I'm crazy, but that was the plan. Mama, she raised me one hell of a man. She said don't get it if you won't get back. I gonna ask you what you did with that. I know he smiling, but he looking down. They think I'm crazy, but I think they boring. Remember the days that I couldn't afford it, so I got some dollars, I had to go flaunt it. No wonder I lost it, but I kept on seeking and God kept on calling. So now when I'm eating, I'm no longer starving. I shoot like I'm Harden, but pass it like Stockton. Got money like Wall Street, but loving like Gandhi. You could keep your head on grade, I'm chillin'. I ain't hop up in the raid till I say made a play on the building. I can play with your feelings, throw 100 in your face. Everything 6 digits, turn a 5 to a 50, but I ain't a magician. But you saw it on the net. Now I'm talking my positions like the video was hitting to the quad car switching. Made 1,000 off a play. Watching Facebook, me it's like they say I'm different. I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. 1,000 that hate me some regular shade. Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make 'em feel some type of way. Just give me my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. 1,000 that hate me some regular shade. Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make 'em feel some type of way. Just give me my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. 60 for growth, 40 for slow. Step in the mode. Heavy rest Spotify, I think they go higher and higher, so I'm buying slow. I don't like if it is below 4. Got me beyond cause it didn't take scrolls. I bought into Disney cause Frozen was dope. It's really that simple, I've done this before. I kept it simple so they thought it's stupid. I'd rather do that cause nothing feel more clueless. They wasting their time trying to decide while I do it. But do what you doing, my talking is fluent. Your talking is stupid, I'm teaching some game, but your attitude truant. They judging like Judy, they rate me like Moody's. They trading like movies, but paying to do it. Stay up in your lane, I'm trying not killer. Don't make me get your case, my name ain't Shilla. I can buy this shit for change, watch it change to a million. You ain't gotta see my face, cause the plays made millions. I ain't do this in a day, but I wasn't that patient. Started with a long turn, hit a play, I take. Every time I bet it out, confident the market take it. Then I play the spot on my own, then I started banking. Call, baby. God bless ya.
Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya.
Shout out the long term. Dude. The long term. I love it. Yeah, sirens in Jordan, and then Israel maybe under attack. I mean, oil's above 82. So a little bit, but we're in the danger zone. Either way, today kind of, I mean, it seemed a little better in the morning, but we've been in this little mini box, slightly going down actually, all day. Well, not bad, Chad. Got some kumbaya. There was a couple of runners. I mean, we got our 1,000%er. Even the ACH, if you took those, the WBD, there was some decent things. And then again, all the software plays moving up. Kumbaya. Kumbaya. I think DVR. I don't know if it was on, but no, I think the alert came out when we started, give or take a minute.
Seismic.
Oh, hey, Uncle. Hey, yo, Uncle. But Chad, how are we doing today? Welcome. Is it power hour yet? No, we got 2 hours. An hour. How you feeling, man? You guys right below VWAP, are you ready for earnings? Do you feel the pressure, the AI pressure, the CapEx? Isn't it exciting? Don't you guys like high stakes? This is why it's fun, no? So, yeah, man, it's good. I mean, I still have some ideas I want to, do. I can't wait for the long term this week. It's going to be fun. Just curious for the long term picks. Didn't mean to cap. I don't know. I kind of want to grab some today, but I think I'm just a little excited. But then I shouldn't be excited because I'm shitting myself. But other than that, I am, I don't know. I like the long term. I did, like I said, I had many ideas over the last month, but, there's also, I like having the cash, especially with all these theories, the tension, the high stakes. It's good to have, but at the same time, I have, I've considered putting all of that money into one. But like I talked about last week, I'm not going to use all the cash, and I'm probably just going to space out maybe 1 or 2 deposits on, both growth and value. Kind of how I've been doing all year. All year my emphasis has been value. It always has been, but we have been doing, we've been buying a mix of both. I'm taking advantage of the growth when it's low, taking advantage of value when it's low, but that, like Oracle, Kimberly, Tap, and then we're throwing into it Microsoft. So I should get some value, and I'm glad we did the covered calls too. You see how we're balancing it all, but so I'm thinking 1 deposit to value, 1 to growth, and then a small fraction towards high risk, high yield, kind of like I did last year. I keep calling it a shit stock, but it's just comparatively to the level of quality out there right now. That's why I call it a shit stock. But it's like when I bought Chipotle and Sweetgreens last year, or even Fiserv. Remember, those were S&P, they were down, but once we kind of established a lot of other plays and other things were moving, I took some smaller, again, really, really small position size on some of these high-risk plays. So that's why, too. That's what I'm hoping I could show you guys through some of these long-term picks this month, is that not only, like, how to balance it with the growth and the dividends, but also what I've told a lot of you guys, where you don't have to do what I do exactly. Again, I'm giving you a pretty solid model to follow, but at the end of the day, some of you guys will ask me about stocks like, I don't know, SoFi. And or maybe you want to buy Micron down after 1,000, or SanDisk down after $1,000 bucks. Maybe you want to do it. Who knows? I'd be my guest. And like I've always told you, if you want to do something like that, even if you want to take on more risk and you want to go and, get yourself some certain exposure, how do you do it? Do you know? So this is what I'm hoping I could show you, because you do it by keeping the position size small. So making sure that you could still get that upside exposure, it's enough to do some damage, but then you don't want to overexpose yourself and let a riskier or a lower quality idea or company dictate your long term. Not, I mean, even if you were gonna top ticket, like I'm telling you, if you put down like a third of a deposit on a top tick, is a lot. It's very different than putting 1, 2, 3 deposits in at a top tick. You get what I'm saying? Or again, buying something that's just like, momentum, hype, dog shit, not necessarily, following the value that's out there and taking advantage of the clear opportunities there. RKLB, larger government contract. They're popping a little bit. Again, things have started off slow today, but like we were just saying, we've actually got some moves. Joby's going up too. I don't know if that's tied to remember ACHR. But yeah, the sizing of it will really change a lot. So that's why I said, I mean, even if you want to take stuff that I wouldn't necessarily agree with, or if you want to take random risk or at higher prices, the exposure level, that's what really makes the difference. So that's what you'll see, because again, I think there's some risk out there, but yeah, I got some ideas. Navin. But yeah, I don't want to use all the cash, because I like it, man. It's nice having cash. It's much more stable. But then at the same time, it is just cash. It just doesn't move. I would like a dividend yield. So, dude, I did the math. Are you ready for this one? So what do you think about this? The other option, fuck that diversification. I put all of it into one dividend stock, and it would, if I put all the money into it, which again, remember, it's a large amount, even though it's only 10% of the portfolio on the YouTube account, it's still, it would be the second largest position. So if I put all of the money into something, it would become the second largest position. But then if I did that with a high enough yield, I would be close to $1,200 a year in dividends, which is almost 4 deposits. So I don't know. Just that's the thing. There's so much opportunity. Which do you take? Which door? You'll regret it either way. So you might as well do the one that you choose, that you value. Oh, I love the drip. I'm a big fan. I don't like the dividend ETFs, but just dividends in general. That's what I'm saying, dude. If we got the YouTube account doing almost 4 by 2027, we would be at 4 deposits just from dividends. Just from dividends. You need cash. You're looking to pull equity from the house. Don't pop your tires. I was looking. I've read "Don't pop my tires," and I read your message, but you didn't say anything about selling the long term. So I think you're safe. But if you do want to pull out home equity, I mean, just the only thing that sucks right now is that rates are high. I don't know. Did they stop giving HELOCs? I know. I don't know if they don't give them at Wells Fargo anymore. But HELOCs are a little bit easier to tap that. But also, why? Is it necessary? Because if you want to sell the house, I'm unless the investment is really gonna turn a fat profit on the back end, I think you might just be better off selling it as is. I'd like to, because again, just sell it at a lower price, make the property more marketable. Won't be as nice, but yeah, I think people would, may not be worth it. If you have to go take loans out, do all this, we're saying if it's just easier to sell it for a little less and get it all up. I mean, that is usually, I think, the best idea. But yeah, just don't sell your long term. That's what, even then, I mean, even if you are, I know people want to use there's like major home repairs and some people want to remodel, but like I've always said, just try your hardest to exhaust everything except your long term before ever reaching for it, no matter what the reason. You just got to get a renter soon. Have you thought, can you Airbnb it? Because that's what the Chad just did the other day. And he was like, it's really good. I don't know what area you're in or the locale, but if you're talking about needing a renter, that's what I'm saying. I mean, even then, lower rental, you know, you don't do the yard. But if you're going to pull out any money, I have a full-ass plan about it. But that doesn't make me want to slash your tires, but it doesn't get me excited. Does that make sense? I don't think it's the best nor the worst, but at the same time, it all depends. It all depends. But then if you just pull out money and then you don't do anything with it, or if like you don't really have a plan, don't pull out the money. That's because then I know what you're really doing. Then you really just want to pull out a fuck ton of that home equity, so you got a war chest to just shoot off. But then if you don't have any real plan, you're just, again, you're going to pay interest and change things around without actually doing it. You're in the hood? Still. Dude, you'd be surprised. Are you allowed to? Are you allowed to Airbnb it? I don't care where the area is. The question is, are you allowed? Like city. Because if you are, I mean, then you're looking for a renter and you're like, I need a renter. I don't know what you have furnished in that place or not, but you might as well try it. But then again, though, if you want to, like I'm saying, you got to really do the math on if you're going to add additions before selling, because like I'm saying, you could just sell the property for same price or cheaper and just skip the work, or let people know and just say, hey, I'm giving you a discount because this, instead of doing this, here it is. And then that way, because again, sometimes it's not worth it, or again, people will even try to refurbish the property right before, but it's just not, you're going to spend $20,000 to get $20,000 or get $10,000 or $5,000. It's just not worth it. Archie, welcome, my friend. Affirm. What time is it? 11:17. Still early. Or post Philo. NeoCloud still going up. I haven't looked at chips, but 1.5, not bad. Nvidia is not in the low. Apple did chill at 325 after a wild day. Oracle is a dividend stock. Excuse me, what does it yield right now? I think we get like 1.5% or something. I didn't buy Oracle for the dividend, but I do think, it's like 1.6 right now. Wow. That's amazing. But yes, it does pay a dividend. 7 hours to nowhere. 48 hours to know. But then today was just, it fizzled off so quickly. Every other day they give you like an hour. They turn that shit off in 15 minutes. But today was just kind of fizzled out. That's what everything. The Kimmy, both the negative and rebound fear on that was so weird. The way it's all playing out, the rally all minimal. But then again, all these weird ass moves and nonsense and bullshit sounds a lot like earnings. Alaska Airlines. I just had a couple candles like 30 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago. But yeah, we saw the airlines earlier. And then power station in Bahrain attacked. Iran claims it's commanding control an AI data center for U.S. military. When was that? That was 3 minutes ago. Market. Did that site load? Yeah, because I don't know if that was it either got overloaded or maybe they made a mistake. And then ServiceNow, Adobe came back up. Who was the other one? Intuit. Yeah, remember Intuit was part of that. That was something on the last week. Just the laggers again. Intuit's the worst on the S&P 500 still. So yeah, but those laggers were catching a bit. And again, SPY, it kind of looks like NVIDIA here. Like we said, Apple just stopped moving. Apple's kind of moving up, and then again, yeah, NVIDIA. Now beta. I think Intuit was just part, like again, this last week. I think that rotation we saw, like I think people were just buying laggers or some sort of rotation. Because again, I mean, as people get worried about this AI stuff and all these different themes, the growth, all of that, I mean, remember that there's a whole nother area of the market that, you know, if AI gets better or worse, I mean, there's a lot of other places people want to put their money. And there's a lot of things that have moved drastically. That's why I keep saying, like, the opportunity where I'm like, dude, there's so many S&P names that are below their main 200-day moving averages at their 52-week lows. These are good quality companies. So, yeah, there is once everyone's done with this AI stuff, or again, if AI keeps going, though, that'll keep impacting some. I mean, there's still a lot of money to move around. Mm-hmm. Hun. Yeah, there it is. So RKLB, they re-updated it, that headline there. Or the SAM notice, the government. They raised the ceiling on the award. There's a bunch of companies listed in there. Launch, Merit, Blue Origin, SpaceX, Rocket Lab, Impulse Space, Relativity Federal. You use TurboTax and they've done like nothing to use AI? Were you disappointed? You're like, what the fuck, bro? I want my taxes to... Hey, how's your day going? Well, awesome. You're totally right. That wasn't tax fraud. That was a justified deduction. Here, let's see if I can help. Oh, I did make a mistake. I'll catch that next time. I need to get better at my AI. I don't talk to AIs as much like that. BlackRock leads new $12 billion financing for new meta data centers in Texas. But SPY go down. Name a few of the good ones that are down and not Oracle. Okay, I'll do all your work for you. Why not? Fuck it. Why not? It's the same shit we've done every day for 2 years. I've been talking about the same shit over and over. I'm so repetitive. I love it. Because it's good shit. I'm going to go into it. Boston Scientific, CTSH, ACN, Lululemon. I don't know how often you work out. Leidos, we talked about today. Fucking Tractor Supply, but they don't even sell tractors. Don't get fooled by this psyop. Okay? Zoetis, if you're in the animal healthcare. ISRG, they just had earnings, but we talked about that. Then there's your Oracle. Fidelity, I mean, shit, you have your money there. So, again, these are all down 30. CRM, we've talked about extensively. Again, Adobe, Nike, easy one. Workday even, or again, Zscaler. That's another one. Again, a little up there. So I could find total laggers. I could find stuff that's up. Service now. If you still don't even care about valuation, dude, look at all Ares, KKR, Apollo. If you want to buy the dip on private credit, dude, do you see what I'm saying? Fucking crypto. Even if you wanted to, are you kidding me? Dude, I'm still at the 30%ers, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of crazy. Bro, IBM, if you really wanted? Oh, come on. So, yeah, they're there, bro. So, yeah. I don't know. I think it's good. I think there's a lot. That's what I keep saying. These are names down by anywhere from 50 to 30%. Okay, but name one more. I mean, Kimberly a fucking month ago. That was dope. But yeah, there's many, many more. Again, we bought Microsoft too. That one came up a little bit. But yeah, there's so many names, man. And these are good names. These are names, like I'm saying. I mean, they're not. Yeah, these aren't even bargain bin. These are names. Some of them are in the bargain bin, but many of them are just, they're maybe either off a 1-year high or a 3-4 year high. But like, yeah, these are big name companies everybody knows about. So I just been saying this a lot. The opportunity is pervasive. That's what sucks. That's why I want to use all this cash. But also too, I mean, things move slow, and we're at a point too where things can, we're gonna get we have a lot more still for the end of this year. So, but I am definitely gonna take advantage of some of these. So, and I do hope that that's why if you have a lot of cash, I mean, you have so many opportunities there. And that's why I'm saying, look at your portfolio and find out what makes the most sense for you. Again, think 10 years minimum, stuff that's gonna be around. I mean, it's don't even gotta overthink it. There is some value there, and like I've always said, showed you, pull up the year-to-date laggers, and you'll see a bunch of them. You're getting Salesforce shoved down your throats at work. I mean, Salesforce, like, just maybe this is but they don't report till later, huh? Let's see. Yeah, they're in September, but if they could have a good report, damn it, they just reported low key. But if they could turn this shit around with a solid print. Remember, this thing they had the turnaround, we talked about it, but then once the turnaround failed, just like Nike, they had turnaround, great move, and then turnaround stalls here. Tractor Supply does have Ivor. But they don't have tractors. So dumb. I still want to go to Tractor Supply. Hershey's. I wish Hershey's came down more. Oh, I guess it's negative on the year. But I just remember Hershey's that one time, bro. That 140. I like Hershey's a lot, too. 3 missiles slip through air defenses, highlighting challenges as protecting estimated 50,000 troops. Wall Street Journal. True Blue. Hey, Blue, you have a true stock. Oh, wow, brother. Make it pop. It's very liquid, though. Oh, Bebsy. I did, bro. Ryan was even showing me those skid steers. So he has a place, I think, where I want to see, there's like a shop for them. But yeah, they go for, it's like $2,500, $3,500 for like they're small, but I think Ryan said we could work with it. That, or we get like a little mini one. But dog, oh my gosh, I need to show you guys. Ryan, I was just telling you the last week, I was like, bro, the farm, I was like, it got like, there's a bunch of weeds and shit. I was like, this land, oh my gosh, Ryan fucked it up, dude. He killed it. He did amazing. He has it looking like the first time I saw it almost. So you guys are lucky. You guys coming out for, and then we're still doing that in September. I'm gonna call with Derek this week, and we're gonna figure out how we're gonna still do all that. So, but yeah, no, it looks, because I was telling you, it looked way better when we first got it, and then all these plants grew, and then the dirt, and then the rain, and then but dude, he sent me a picture over the weekend of it. I was like, holy shit. He moved 320 pounds of fucking weeds. It was just like, what? So, man, it was amazing. What do I think about Grab? I don't think I've looked into them. You think Kimmy could save SaaS companies being the black swan? I mean, it's either Kimmy's gonna be like DeepSeek, or it's gonna be, I think it's weird. I don't really think it's anything for now. It's like, obviously it's causing something, but yeah, like I'm saying, I think Wall Street's kind of just using it as an excuse. But then again, I mean, where's DeepSeek still exists, but it's not like, yeah, I mean, that didn't stop anything. Yes, Tractor Supply sells pretty much everything except tractors. Kind of crazy. Their stock looks crazy. We checked their dividend last time. I don't know if they bounced, but I think you guys were telling me about it in the 20s. Yeah, but they just had a bad earnings. They have a couple things weighing on them. I mean, I've never been to a Tractor Supply, but yeah, they were doing a lot better and then kind of fell off. Your girl got mad. I was looking for a Chinese model named Kimmy. That would be, I could see the mix-up. Korea. Kimmy, can't you see? Sometimes your benchmarks hypnotize me. I just love your China ways. If they get in deflation ways. Wow, 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 wow. On SMCI, depository shares. Oh, there was volume earlier on SMCI like 30 minutes ago. This just tracks with the momentum. You could use SMCI as a momentum gauge. Because like I was saying, even at that time where it started ripping, that was when everybody was getting so bullish. They're like, they're like, how bad was the fraud, Everybody makes mistakes. But yeah, now that one, not even down 50%. You own a bunch of heavy equipment. Don't buy a skid steer for $2,500. Buy a real good one. A used Bobcat for $30,000. Just listen, but dude, that's $30,000. Why not a 2K, like a NBA, and then just drive it around? But no, I'm thinking we get like a little golf truck, like one of those like little Polarises, and then something I could hook up attachments to. We just need something to scrape the ground once the weeds are out, just to keep it out there and like maybe move some dirt around and all that. That's our big thing. There's just a lot of dirt, and when it rains, it fucks up the road. So if I had equipment to pretty much every time it rained, if I could just move the dirt around myself, that would be a lot easier. Hey, Spy's coming down here. It's 11:30. I mean, we had a little IGV rip earlier. We got out of that, and it was just looking good with Apple and NVIDIA, but yeah, NVIDIA started turning down. I don't know where everything else is. Microsoft, Google sold off like 2%. Yeah, remember that was your leader in the morning. That was helping, but now you have Google down and Apple, but Google's still technically up. So yeah, I think that's our only development. And then oil, 82.71. And XDR. What's a good price for NVIDIA? It just depends. But like, I don't know. I've just known NVIDIA my whole life, and I even said no to it. 80 pre-split, or I was gonna buy it. I was just being way too patient. Sword to the Fila. But we did buy the other shit. But yeah, I mean, I think right now, or was it last week? I think at the 197. That's their lowest PE since like 2019. SPY, new low. Low ticker is actually almost fully maxed out. Paramount Skydance spokesperson, confident evidence will demonstrate state attorneys' antitrust arguments against Warner Bros. Are without merit. Yeah, SPY went a little lower. And then you got oil up. Actually, I don't think we filled that gap yet. So, still a lot of tension. But you got 125, 1 hour, 25 minutes remaining. And then, again, IGV held up, so a couple of things. That's why I think this is kind of Google. This is Google in the video weighing. You actually have Apple holding you up. Like I'm saying, Google kind of shift. That's a pretty big shift on Google, man. But yeah, like, look at all these software names, IGV. That thing is chilling. But yeah, Staples down, healthcare's down, all the rotations. Surprisingly, Nasdaq's still up 0.5. Dow is down by 0.4. Russell down a 0.2. And then SPY up by 0.1. And then let's get a checkup. We haven't had one since early morning. Dow Jones, 19 in the red, 11 in the green. Nasdaq 100, 61 in the green, about 39 in the red. So that's not bad. And then SPY, 224 in the green, 279 in the red. Yeah, software, Adobe, Palantir, those are looking good. You just have this Google and everything else kind of going down. And Peloton again. Ukraine defense firm Skyfall testing new long-range strike weapon. Why does that sound familiar? Is that public? Skyfall? AI-enabled high-speed interceptor drone. JKS Solar. Again, Apple is going up. So think about it. You got a couple names on the low ticker, and then we are just off of the low, and you have that Google move. Yeah, all day today. I mean, oil, again, some of the oil was a lot higher this morning. Again, the weekend wasn't good. The weekend, you had a lot of, like, tit-for-tat war drama. It was getting pretty bad. And then they came out with this little, okay, we'll do a 10-day ceasefire. But then oil is above the 82 right now, so it's a little bit above that ceasefire announcement, which brought everything down. But, yeah, all day today. And, I mean, last 7 days pretty much, they've been going a little cuckoo. Okay, coming back down. I mean, Meta, they're just didn't react. I mean, again, Mag 7's a little weird. Kind of looks like Meta came down with Google, just Meta chilled because Meta didn't go up as much. Again, I think this second half right here, this is Google and Nvidia. Again, chips are coming back towards the low, you guys. So remember, chips were the problem on Friday. We felt a little good even with all the headlines, even though Kimi did advance on the AI leaderboards today. But yeah, the chips got a little bit of relief. You know, software's up, and chips are still green. But yeah, 0.9. That's nothing, dude. 0.9 is like break even. I mean, that doesn't they're moving 6-7%. But yeah, I do think the chips waiting, and then all it takes is that Mag 7 pressure. Even though Google still technically up, I mean, Apple stopped going down, but that's down 2%. Then you got NVIDIA, the other chips. So here we are, but coming towards the low. We didn't fill that gap, so we got a little bit of range left. A little bit of range, a little bit of time. You got an hour, 20 minutes. So not bad. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Okay, low ticker, new low. So yeah, low ticker, 30-second, 1 minute, but 5 minute about to be maxed out. Literally the SPY on the low. Like I'm saying, chips are coming into the low. Google was your friend, but now he's turning into a liability. And then even Apple though too. So again, even Nvidia's about to give it up. Yeah, even Intel did good. A lot of the other chips, I mean, some like Marvel, they were kind of stable. Even CoreWeave. So low key, a little bit more Nvidia. Starting a new job at JP Morgan next week. New deposits inbound. Thanks for everything. Wanted to share. That's awesome, bro. Congratulations. You got it. I don't know if you're going to have some restrictions probably trading, but that's super hype, dude. Once you got another JP Morgan, Chad. Tell Jamie hello. Say, do you know the Josh Tola, Jamie? Okay. What is this? Netflix prices $1 billion 10-year at plus 7.5. You got a Netflix fucking bond offering now too? And SPY into the low. Junko still. All right. Did we fill it now? I think we did. You did. You have indeed filled the gap. Took all day. Look at that. Was your small little 15 minutes in the morning. They didn't give you nothing. I thought Kimi needs hardware. They didn't even worry about Kimi. Where are the Koreans? Where are the Koreans, bro? 1 in every 30 Koreans is getting margin called right now. And they have awesome shows on Netflix. Okay, but where are the Koreans? I think you need the Koreans. Okay, 743. Again, that little dance here was all 745. So yeah, you're going a little lower, low ticker. Now maxed out, and then it's kind of everything. I see healthcare on the low. Again, staples are at the low. Then again, chips. Technically, you had other stuff hitting the low before the staples, but yeah, XLV, XLP, they're not doing much. And then, again, they're at the bottom, and then chips are about to break. Tesla's been down too, besides Apple. But like we said, Apple is coming back, and then Google is 1% still. And then even Meta's about to go red, actually. So even that move on Meta leaves it red. That's crazy. So now it's going to be Meta red first and then Google. Otherwise, yeah, and then Microsoft's holding up. And software is a great day for software. So even though the chips weren't that much. They kind of rotated, but even now, software's going down. Welcome to 11:45 Pacific time. What is this? U.S. Steel proposes 18% wage increase for 5 years. Labor union agreement. SPY dump. Bro, it's dumping now. So again, all the little mini bullshit like relief, it's practically all faded now. The chips are being surprisingly strong. I kind of want to think this is everything else now, because now a couple more software names, whatever here, last 5 minutes or so, that just started taking down both Mag 7 and then kind of everybody again. XLV at the low, XLP, SPY is into the lows, and surprisingly, chips are like 2 points off of there. $2. And then VIX is at the high now, so VIX high into the low. It either gets worse or not, and also too, it's correlating with oil on the rise. Pilantier. Why the market sell off? Well, this is what we were saying on Friday, because like Friday they gave you a bullshit reasoning with Kimmy, but like I was saying, with how things and the prediction markets and other things operated, it seemed like there was something else going on with rotation, and again, some of this dynamic around positioning and AI and the importance of it. But we had a little relief from the Kimmy this morning with kind of how it led to them needing more compute. But yeah, we just kind of faded that real quick. I'm strongly thinking this is just earnings. And again, earnings and anxiety of, again, positioning and some of the other stuff. Not to mention, again, June, July, and momentum has been a very wild ride. And just what's happened even with chips and AI. Yeah, Apple didn't like it when the market was up. But yeah, so far. But it was here. Where was it earlier? Yeah, at the last low was kind of up. It did the same thing. And then chilled. But see, tomorrow you're going to wake up. You'll get a little bit more, but then by Wednesday, that's where all the big dogs are at. But like I'm saying, you know, even after the bell today, you're gonna digest all of this in the morning. Then tomorrow you'll get Dana here, Schwab, GM, 3M, even MSCI for crying out loud, home builders, insurance, oil, some industrials, then more airlines, and then energy. You'll get a couple of industries tomorrow, and then this is, by then, whatever's position, you're gonna have so much to focus on. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of this is still positioning, and we're into earnings, but coming to Wednesday, you are, even Texas Instruments, you're going to have a lot to focus on. So, and then after that, I think the market will start to put together some more less choppier moves, hopefully. Oil again, $83 now. So I was telling you all day, 82. I'm pretty sure oil is settled, though. Oil should be settled. But yeah, so you're starting to climb up. Like I'm saying, this was this morning on that little peace deal. No matter what headline, attack, alarm, but then what was that latest headline? Was it Israel getting attacked, or them saying that they're expanding the next stage? It was one or the other. But yeah, oil start with big volume on the futures, but it is about to settle. that quick. All right, I sold another one of the ACHCs. They're climbing, but and they still have time. Nothing has still been, that's been ripping every day. No Google plays for now. But yeah. I'm glad though too though, because even this morning they were going a little crazy. And then all these moves just make the premiums wacky. And then this week we get a little bit more, but it's really after this week that's where we should get some more earning surprises. But yeah, like 2 days before, 2 days after. Oh, oil. And then low ticker is fully maxed out, but the SPY hasn't hit a low. I haven't seen the VIX on the high. Again, I think Google, Apple, Nvidia. So sad. Where's Kimmy? I don't think this is all Kimmy. I just think it's all earnings. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Hub. HUBB. S&P turns negative, erasing gain as much as 0.7. Yeah, NASDAQ still green, 0.39. SPY's down by 0.07. Russell down 0.3. NASDAQ or Dow down 0.6. NASDAQ up 0.39. So sad, Habibi. Chad, give me a second. Pray for me. Hopefully this is just a quick one. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Lows, S&P
coming up.
Still up. Look at that. The Russells, Steve. They're down. Forget it. I'm selling them all. And we'll go underneath the index.
That's the volatility he was talking about.
No. They don't got no propaganda. So you guys are gonna have to wait. I think I'm gonna have to wait. Bop, 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 bop. What does a Netflix bond offering mean? Well, I mean, just that the company's raising money, I wouldn't say it's too big of a deal. Just as of late, there's been a lot of supply of companies raising money through both bond markets, IPOs, and just God knows but those two alone have just kind of been pretty intensive. I mean, you've had pretty much Mag 7 offer bonds as big as these large IPOs, but so that's why I think it kind of catches a little bit more attention. But usually, if the terms are favorable, it's a good way for companies to, get good cash on their balance sheet. Tesla flushing, Arab, BNB, SPY still near the low, and now here is a propaganda for you. I be right back, okay, brother? Okay, thank you.
Joaquin wasn't wrong.
Yeah, he was. I don't know. It was there.
I'll let you talk to him about that. The S&P right now is flat, but lower. The Nasdaq Composite down about 0.2%. The Dow down about 0.6%.
I'm Carol Massler along with Tim Stedovic. Let's get to some stocks on the move. And with us, of course, is Jess Menton. She is Bloomberg News senior equities reporter. She's here in studio. All right, let's start with a name that I have to say I don't feel like we talked about much. I'm hungry. A name that we didn't talk about much, but when it was named to go into the NASDAQ 100, all of a sudden it caught our attention.
Yes. So this is an optical equipment maker. And of course, anytime we see chip semiconductor stocks rallying or declining, it's part of that group. So this is the top of the leaderboard in the NASDAQ 100. And it's actually off down over 25% from its May high, but LITE is the ticker on this. It's up about 6% today, so on pace for its best day since July 14th. But actually, Barclays ended up upgrading the stock to overweight from equal weight. So they're talking about how the underlying fundamentals from the transceiver laser demand, they still think that's optimistic. So the price target's actually $1,000. So if that would imply close to a 40% increase from where the stock closed on Friday. But in general, if you think more broadly what's been happening today, the stocks, of course, entered a bear market on Friday. You're seeing a lot of those chip makers rebound today. So not just Lumentum that's higher right now, but SanDisk, Marvell, Micron, Western Digital. Of course, Intel has earnings on Thursday.
I'm so glad for SanDisk. It's had such a tough year.
And what's interesting about this too is, that was the best performer in the first half of this year.
It's been on a tear.
I'm glad you brought it up.
You're right.
If you use the comp function, if you look at where the stocks peaked in June, SanDisk is down more than 30% in that span. Micron's down more than 20%, but Nvidia only down about 2-3% in that span over the last month or so.
But also didn't go up as much.
No,
right?
and it's only, I mean, if you think about year to date, that performance, of course, to your point, SanDisk, Micron, the two best performers in the NASDAQ 100 the first half of the year.
Okay. How much is it up? No cheating.
This year, I'm going to say 300%.
Oh, way above that.
495%.
Yeah. And if you looked from June of last year to the end of this year, it was like 4,000%. It was crazy. It was so wild there.
From one tech name to another tech name, and another one in the NASDAQ 100. Talk to us about Apple.
So Apple, AAPL is the ticker on this, down just only 2%, so worst day since not that long ago, June 25th. But that's also the same day Mark Gurman had that story and that he reported on the price increases for the Macs, other home devices. But in that span, the stock had been up more than 20%. But of course, on Friday, that's when it briefly overtook NVIDIA for the world's most valuable company. So today, there's not a ton of reasons why. You see a little bit of run, though, but also it's only 2% off of that all-time high that it hit just last week. So you're seeing a little bit of a trade. So that's why I was looking at the point decliners specifically for the S&P. So that's why you're seeing the index more broadly flat right now, because if you look at on a point basis, since it's a market cap weighted index, it's Apple and Tesla, biggest point decliners, and then you have Microsoft up there, one of the best point decliners, or point gainers rather, today.
Okay, did you go to the movies this weekend?
So I did not, but I didn't have time. However, I did pass by the AMC near Lincoln Center last weekend. So I saw everything for when the premiere was about to go on for the Odyssey. So AMC is the ticker on this. If you look at this stock, first AMC Entertainment up 25%. So that would be its best day since May 14th, 2024. It's also in the Russell 2000, so it's one of the top gainers there too. So it's up more than 55% year to date, clearly outpacing the Russell 2000's 19% gain year to date.
A 40-foot Trojan horse statue.
I saw that. I got to see that
in front of the Upper West Side movie theater.
Don't they know how that sort of story ends?
They had everything blocked up.
I'm sold. Chad, I think I'm going to do it. I think we should just add AMC to the long term. You know, if no one's going to ask me today, I might as well ask you. What do you guys think? Should we add AMC to the long term? Do I have any, stop. Stop. Do I have any AMC believers out there? Is there anybody? I got a lot of cash, man. I think now might be the time. You know what I'm saying? If there was a time in the last 5 to 6 years, do I like my tires? Hey, why? Is it AMC? I'm not going to sell my long term. Just going to. Might as well get your GME while you're at it. Okay. Kind of down. I'm just trying to, I'm going through a midlife crisis. You know, I'm just trying to just venture out maybe. You know, maybe this whole like diversification thing, boring. I need a Corvette, you know? No? You don't think? Some SoFi, some AMC. They did stop asking about Netflix for now. Oh, he said, oh, you definitely are sick. Wait for Barbie too. Nice. See, I love it. Call someone, they've replaced Josh. Why? That's it. That's it, man. You guys broke Josh enough. I think it was the 9,786th time someone asked me about SoFi. I think it just like something clicked. And my whole eyes, my life flashed in front of me, and like I was just like, you know, maybe I should be a little bit more open-minded with shit stocks. I said, you know, maybe. And then I did shit my brains out, so maybe I just lost my mind. That could be it too. We'll see. Do I have a play on options? We made our plays today, but no, if anything, it's earnings front runs and tech and software and cyber. I really like cyber. And then I have some long-term ideas. I kind of want to do it now. Building a long-term with 10K, what 5 stocks would you buy? Or should you wait to spend the covered call money? You could. But like you could, I was just going over, go to the year-to-date laggers. There's so many names that are there. But like, yeah, you can just go and maybe even pick 5 of them, put $1,000 in 5 of them, and then keep the other 5 to space it out over those same stocks or any new ones. But yeah, you could wait for me, or you could take a look if it's a brand new one, you know. And like I've been telling everybody, dude, I can't stress this enough. It's a good thing. It's like if you're an impatient little bitch, then it's not a good thing, because then you're gonna hate it. Because then you're like, oh man, my life didn't change in a week. I hate this. I'm never doing this again. You know what I'm saying? But like, no, the first couple months don't matter. So this was the rebuild, even we had Intel, and Intel was working by then, but it barely impacts you in your depositing. So as long as you stay consistent to get it from looking like deposits to then let the thing come to life. You guys see how it like comes to life, right? You see how it starts with like, and that again, this has been about a year now. So isn't that cool? This is like 1 year of the long term. So as long as you stay consistent with the deposits and like what you're doing. So it's not about the 10K. It's about setting it up 10K, but like make sure there's additions, savings, and that you keep adding, and then, you know, keep taking advantage of the good names. Adding, take advantage, and get this thing, you know, building with time. But the first couple things you're going to buy, first couple months don't really matter, because it is going to, whatever you buy next, you'll be able to work your way around it. And like the first couple positions don't matter because you're going to build and buy some other stuff. But look at all that cash. 23%. So like I said, the other account's at 10, but I do want to use some of this, but I am waiting until the 22nd. June 22nd, we sold our Intel covered calls. They're up 43%, which is great. Again, which like I said, it may tempt you. I will tell you this, if you want to close the covered call, you can. You just can't open up another one for a year, you know? Because like I said, depending on how you play it, this could open up a good or a bad door. Don't let too much of a good thing be a bad thing, you know? The high and low ticker's tweaking out, but I think it's SQQ and SOX chips finally. So yeah, they're hitting their low now. They were stubborn. SPY hitting a new low too. Google stopped. Is it NVIDIA? Again, Apple's going up on it. And then software gave up that last hour of gains pretty much. Are we in yellow? No, this definitely. I think you had a green light for 15 minutes. It just, I thought it was going to last longer. But yeah, red light. That's pretty much, it looked good for a little bit. But yeah, we're same. I mean, think about it. We haven't really moved since Friday. And that was the freak out. And same thing kind of played out for there too. You had a little window. But like I'm saying, by Wednesday and then even tomorrow, we're going to have some other shit to distract us. It's not going to be about is it China AI? Is it positioning? What is it? You know, you're going to be focusing on some other things. But then again, too, whatever we do get out of China and some of these other places, that's also going to impact some things. And then, yeah, it is power hour. Actually, 5 minutes in, dog. You think UMC? No, I don't like UMC. Like I said, I'm telling you, I've said it. It was really since the Phoenix Suns, but then that does correlate when the balance sheet just got absolutely terrible. Yeah, they have a lot of payments coming up. I don't know, Matt Ish, how much is this? Yeah, he like bought a bunch. He's been flipping the stock. Yeah, I don't know. He has a weird purchase history, bro. His amount he owns is going up, but yeah, he's flipped UWMC stock a couple of times. Weird guy. Warsh's low is ES 74, 72. And a good gauge, yes. Let's see, is that where we are now? Right above it. That's correct. Well, again, you guys know we get him next week. So that's the other part about next week. Even this week, Fed blackout period. But yeah, we get this first set of earnings and all of that, but then you get another big week of companies next week, like even bigger than this week. But then Warsh is early. He's going to be on Tuesday. Kava chips off the lows a little, but you just hit another low. Like you said, IGV. Micron on the low. Remember, Micron was just hitting the high. Oh, man. And then what are the Koreans going to do? Anyone trust the In-N-Out lettuce? I don't know, dude. I don't even know what I ate, and I think I got it. But I don't remember eating lettuce. Just do whatever you want. It's, you know, what's meant to be is meant to be. PayPal's a good idea? No. We had PayPal, but even with the buyout stuff, it's already at a premium. But yeah, I wouldn't. I think you got better opportunities for now. No, dude. I genuinely don't. I don't even recall eating a vegetable. So I was like, how did anyone shit in my vegetables if I don't even eat a vegetable? I don't even... But then didn't you guys say you could get it like a week or two prior? So that's it. I don't know. I just need to go down some wormwood. Yeah, literally. I mean, Apple's still down 1.6 though. This sucks. If you think about it, I mean, even though the last couple of days Apple would be green 2%, it is coming up now, but you know, SPY's not down that much though. SPY's only down by 0.05, and Nasdaq is still in the green. So unfortunately, this is just underwhelming, but it's not like you are literally just into the lows and the level of Friday. We'll see if they both go up. That'd be good. PPC, Pilgrims. Pepsi hit a 52-week low. I think it's a good price, honestly. If you want it, I think it's there. That's why, I mean, I'm considering it. I like the 127, 129, but like you're $4 away. I mean, that's, you know, maybe that's just the range of entering. Where were they? Because they started off the year and they went, oh, they went to 135 the first couple days of the year. Isn't that when Elliott got in? Or they got in here and then the stock dumped? Or was that last year? But either way, yeah, it meets the criteria and it's lagging Staples a ton. SPY still at the low tickers almost maxed out. I mean, it's a very broad range. I see healthcare to chips to food. So yeah, I just think broadly. And then you do have Apple going up. But yeah, like I'm saying, again, Staples are coming down off of this. XLV, XLF is at the low. Uber for the long term if you didn't already have it. I love Uber as a company, but I mean, we bought it at last purchase was $20, $24. So I would not buy it here personally. But I very cheap, you know, I am very cheap. I like a discount. You have discount? I go to the stock market. I go to Wall Street, I go to Nasdaq exchange, and I say, listen, brother, love to make investment, but I need discount. Okay, and that's what happened. I get Uber, $20 discount. I say, a great deal, brother, great, I take it. But, you know, so I like discount. It's really about it. I think the yield on Pepsi is 4.44 maybe. I think 4.39. Okay, SQQQ on the high, VIX on the high, NVDA on the low. Habibi, this is not getting any better. Like I said, everything is going down. It's like going down, but then SPY still down by 0.15. NASDAQ up by 0.2 still. So you haven't given that up yet. But yeah, NVDA is now officially red. Google stopped adding pressure. Meta went back to green. Yeah, you just got some software names and Apple. But yeah, this is just chips now. So I think all of those chips that were up, some of them are in the green. That's the shitty part. There's a lot, like even Apple's going up, it's still in the red. There's a lot of chips going down, but they're in the green again, and NVDA is the one that just went red right now. 741.98. I think you're at or below the Powell level. You're getting there, and then you're getting into where we opened on Friday, the low of the Kimme gap down. What's time? 12:14. Let's see the cues. Yeah, low ticker, fully maxed out. You've broadened out on the low. So this is actually correlated, but it's everything. So let's see, Dow 19 red, 11 in the green. So NASDAQ's starting to flip now. It's 50-50 from 60-40 or 70-30. And then SPY, another 100 names almost went red. So yeah, SPY's 324 red now. About just over 160, 170 in the green. Oh, T-Mobile, low ticker. Where is 740.80? So 1 point from here is the low of Monday, and then is that the low of Warsh? 7.8. Yeah, NVIDIA chip still dumping. Is it Bibsy? That was there again. Staples stopped going down, but healthcare actually went down. It's crazy. It's only 0.18. And then the NASDAQ's still green. It's just, yeah, you're just giving up a little bit more of that relief rally today in chips, but welcome to earnings. Earnings are the side of is your AI doom loop. What's gonna happen? Oh. When will we get some actual movement? Hopefully after earnings or in between these earnings, but yeah, that's why those summer themes we talked about. It's either summer sell-off, we rotate from Russell to Mag 7, or we finally get correlation with things all moving up or down. But until then, I mean, yeah, we don't underestimate. Last quarter was insane. For real. That's why, like, after a crazy move like that, we're still near all-time highs, but we have been in the box since about May. You've been in this price level. But I think once we get some more clarity, get into the end of the year, I mean, we still do have midterms and a lot of things, and then now, again, just the mania with AI and what's going to happen with chips and all of that and all of this AI stuff. It seems like both the worry it seems as if the worry is rising more than optimism. Last quarter was all about optimism. So far, this quarter was all about worry, but yeah, I think it all comes down to what the results are. And once we find out, I hope we start moving. But till then, keep the stamina up and do not be lulled into submission. And get a long term. Woo! The bonds creeping into the danger zone. Yeah, get ready then. Your boy, 83.88. See, so what are they going to come up with now? I don't know what happened 518. Was that the end of the war? That was the end of the bubble. That was the top in the market. I think it was it. But yeah, they're going to come up with something every time. So yeah, we might be either AGI or maybe a China. Junko, that thing's still going. Bro, you're at the low, but it's like you're bouncing off of it, but the low ticker, it will not stop, Habibi. Well, I was saying, I mean, today's kind of been just straight down. Like I'm telling you, it's not straight down in an odd way because you're still generally green, at least with the chips, but you just had that little relief. People were feeling good based on how the Kimmy thing played out, but then, yeah, it only lasted for 15 minutes. But then again, some of this latter half here, some of the pressure is coming from names that they're coming down, but from being green, it's not as if they are negative on the day. Looks and feels worse than it is. Yeah, I think a lot of it is the earnings tension, and this kind of all makes sense. But again, this AI, just the positioning and how that all played out, like for real, like Korea, chips are down a lot from the high. So it definitely, after just was so much on the line, I think that the high stakes game of the chips is always going to be in play. But I don't necessarily know if we get our answers this quarter, and that's even though people want it. I don't know if it's going to play out like that. Tap on the ha. AGI. Okay. All right, give me a second. I don't have any propaganda. I said I'd leave it unmuted, but I don't want to scar you guys. Maybe tonight on the watch. We'll see. So please hold. Why they won't give me? What do these guys do, man? If there's no propaganda, what do these guys do on a daily basis? You know? I thought these guys... Okay. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Thank you.
Holding on to gains, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. A renewed bout of oil volatility has sent stocks wavering. Concerns about further escalation in the Middle East, tempering gains in tech firms. Right now, we are looking at the NASDAQ Composite Index, just about flat on the day, up 8 points. The NASDAQ 100 Index higher by 0.1%, while the SOX well off session highs. That is the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Exchange Index. It is up now by 0.6%. All of this with the Dow now lower by 320 points, down 0.6%. A 10-year at 4.59%, and the 2-year currently yielding 4.21%. Gold at $4,000 the ounce, $4,010 the ounce, down 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude, $83.49 a barrel, up 1.2%. Brent, the global benchmark, at $89.30, up by 1.4%. As we have been reporting, a federal judge in Oakland has temporarily paused Paramount Skydance's $110 billion takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery. Paramount down 1.1%, Warner Brothers Discovery down 3.7%. Last week it was banks. This week it is big tech names, including Alphabet and Intel, as well as Tesla. Lori Calvasine is head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets, and she was a guest this morning on Daybreak.
For me, I think that we've just been in this earnings vacuum with the mega cap growth trade, and hearing, commentary from those companies that can comfort investors could get that mega cap growth trade back on track. That's really what I'm listening for holistically. There aren't specific issues. I think other investors have things that they are looking for for on CapEx and those sorts of issues. But for me, I'm just looking for the overall tone.
Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets interviewed on Bloomberg Daybreak. We've got oil stocks higher. ExxonMobil up by 1% now. Chevron up 1.3%. ConocoPhillips up by 1.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, Carol and Tim. That is our Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks, Charlie. We got to talk more about peptides. The reason I say more is because we just had this great Business Week story.
Yes.
That if you missed it, it's all about the peptide king.
Oh, yeah? You want to talk about
Go
peptides?
check that one out. The peptide boom has all the markings of a mainstream wellness craze.
Dude, I can't believe peptides are real, dude. You know that? I've lost 5 pounds in the last 24 hours off of this new lettuce peptide. You like eat the lettuce and then you just shit everything out. You know that? I don't even know what's going to happen when I eat today. I haven't ate yet. You know, I had a protein. Oh, but yeah. This is what it's like. You're right. Oh, this is literally exactly what it's like. Yeah, thank you. The dumbest, this is exactly what it is, bro. I don't know how to explain it other than this. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a classic movie. But yeah, you have no idea. I literally. And then the sounds. And then I'm glad my toilet flushed though. REITs on the low. And then Quantum, and then a couple of plays that were kind of not reacting. They're starting to go. On Palo Alto, do people not take profits on cyber? They might on some, but again, cyber is very, for now, cyber is pretty concentrated. So I think there's more opportunities than not around cyber that aren't necessarily the main ones. So I think you're right, like Crowd, Fortinet, some of those. That's why I've been calling out the laggers. And then, you know, the ones that have already reacted, like Qualys went from underbought to overbought. But yeah, it just does depend on this earnings. And I was saying it, that's the crazy part about cyber is that the bar is kind of relatively low. So the last time they had this bar, it was trading really low. So it's the same bar as prior, but then a lot of their last quarters, they weren't good. Like it wasn't their best quarter. Even this quarter isn't going to be good for cyber. This is the quarter where a lot of them ramp into their hot season. So yeah, we're going to see how they report, but I don't think the bar is too high for cyber unless you are 4 or 5 names: Fortinet, Crowd, Palo Alto, Snowflake, or Snow, and then what's the other one? I think there's the one we played, Crowd. I feel like I'm missing one. But yeah, just the big dogs. Zscaler's a lagger, but I like Zscaler because like it wasn't a lagger. It just kind of did bad on the last quarter, and that's part of it too. Like even for them, they're supposed, like I don't even think this quarter is going to be too hot for them, but they ramp up in the third quarter. But they were one of the leaders turned laggers. So, but I do like Zscaler. To my I don't think it is too late for the Zscaler. No, you have a lot of time on there. So, but I wouldn't touch it because I think you're missing the idea. Go watch the video again on Zscaler. Because like I said, with that one, it has so much time ahead of earnings. It's not really the earnings. You're going to move up and down with all these other companies before. So, but it's not, I would make sure it covers earnings to protect some of the volatility. But yeah, it's not, it's going to be more receptive actually to other companies' earnings. I like Net too. Did Net do the $50 decline yet? 40, 50 bucks usually. So when this thing goes to like 240 again, which I think is the gap fill. It's really enjoy doing it, brother. Fig. What about Fig? Eric. Bro, low ticker is fully gassing, and we've been pinned here for about 10 minutes. And it is power hour. Actually, only 30 minutes remaining. Oh, and a big candle and oil down. Oh, Habibi. Let's see. Do we got a Truth Social? You just got to pop oil, the small oil. I don't know if this is 330 shit or if there's a headline. I don't see Donald. Nothing. So yeah, you got a little pop there. And then Iran ballistic missiles hit prefabricated units at Jordan Salty base, killing 2 U.S. Marines. That's the one from earlier. And then an Israel comment, but it was related to Gaza. How dare you? Apple's kind of coming up. Still down 1-3. U.S. official tells me on potential ceasefire. President Trump is focused on making Iran pay for their violations and their continued act of terrorism. In addition, the president will make Iran pay for the recent deaths of soldiers. These devastating blows will continue until the president deems otherwise, but talks between our countries are continuing. A Barack tweet. That's what, again, that could be the little pop and oil down. It is 12:30. But other than that, man, I'd start thinking about tomorrow. Tomorrow might be a little boring, too. Again, you're not going to have as much data economically to drive you in the mornings. But, yeah, you get a couple names after the bell if you like boring Monday banks and anything else. But tomorrow morning Halliburton, Hal, Vicker, Ally, DR Horton, DHI, Danaher, Charles Schwab, GM, 3M, Valmont, and then MSCI, and then after the bell. But these will be the ones in the morning. 3M, that could be a decent one, actually. I may move in a minute, dude. Nvidia did go red for a second. I don't know if it's still red. But yeah. Yeah, it's back to 0.1 green. It's Yo-Yo Monday. I think we just went straight down. I didn't even think we yo-yo. I think we start a little high and then a ball roll downhill all morning. And I say, wow. And now it's 12:30. You know, it's 12:30 and I've taken 6 shits today. You know that. That's not including my 2 a.m. shits. So yeah, it's been a long day. Active day. Maybe though, it's a sign. I mean, the market momentum takes a shit. People all around America are shitting. So yeah, it's very, very fascinating. Now, 3M just doesn't really move too much, but that's the thing of it. Actually, as any of these companies, even the ones that like don't really move, just, you know, if they have a blowout earnings, it could be there. But yeah, they don't even have like too big of gaps or not. I think Wednesday is going to be a better shot at more of them. Oil is really going down. Oh, I do need to go get some probiotics. Where's the long term? Charlie Schwab. Long term is a green today, brother. Wow. So yeah, but I need to put this capital to work. 9.86% cash. So what do you think, though? So should we spread out the capital, or should we go and just put all of it into one stock and make it our second biggest in the long term? Because that's what's crazy. Our first biggest is Intel at 21%. Then you have 9%, 9.8 on this new cash. And then you have Abivi at 6.9. Then MO at 6.7. And Airbnb and Spot at 5.4. So if we put all the cash into one stock, that new stock will be our second biggest. Or we spread it out and raise the floor. It's tempting. I think spread it out. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that makes it tempting for one is if it's a dividend. Otherwise, I don't see myself putting it all into a growth stock. I would only do it if it was a dividend. But yeah, the spread out just allows us to, the good and bad about spreading it out is the good part. There's so many names to take advantage of, is that, you know, spreading out that capital, you could build around names we already have. You could get so many good valued names that are doing low, but then also in reverse, it's like the downside is that you'll be spread thin. So if something does go up crazy, unless they all go up crazy, then yeah, your returns will be a little bit limited there. So that's just the balance. Because again, the concentration helps a lot. I mean, ask Intel. Oh. You could put it all on AMC or GME. I wanted to, but then these guys in the online chat room started threatening violence against me. They said they were going to slash my tires. They said they were going to do all sorts of things to my personal and private property. And I was honestly, so I don't want to run that risk anymore. I think I'll just make a good decision. Putting in value or growth. So like I said earlier, my idea, and I don't know what price, it just all depends on, you know, in the next 2 days, assuming we don't get like a wicked move that makes me not want to buy anything. But my general idea is 1 deposit towards growth, 1 deposit towards value, and then 1/3 of a deposit on high risk. But still meets the criteria. Somebody said that breaks the rules. And it would, but even the shit stock I have in mind, it technically follows the criteria. Technically, let me double check. It just, I guess it's kind of small, so it just doesn't make as much revenue. So it makes revenue, but it's not making like $500 billion. Actually, no, I think it makes more than 500 million. So technically, Ben Graham would be down. You know, I think. You remember last year when everyone said they were going to sue me when the market crashed? No. That wasn't because the market crashed. It was because I turned the stream off while the market was crashing. So a little different, but yeah. I forgot about that. It was a good time. Yeah, that was different though. So yeah, they were trolling me and they were being really annoying. So I turned off the stream. And then they're like, he can't do that. So it was like, what? You say he cannot. Even though you can't, you gotta stream. So we could do a class action. We could make this guy stream 24/7. Yeah, that was fun. Good time. Ford on the low. NVIDIA stopped dropping. Apple, I mean, we stopped dropping, but still in the danger zone. You forgot about that day? I know. Ford with a stick to the downside. You know, Chad, can we flip the coin? Why don't we flip the coin? No, I'm just gonna wait. I know, if we want to buy now. So I flip the coin. I could buy one of them. USAR. Little stick off the bottom. It's down 4, but that was pretty nice. 30 cents. That's like 2%. And MP, all the mineral plays. Yo, what's going on? MP, USAR, President Trump secures defense supply chain and ensures domestic acquisition of critical minerals. What the fuck does that mean? Is he announced something new? But yeah, MP and USAR. I'm not really understanding what's being announced though. Executive order. Signs EO to make it harder for defense contractors to obtain waivers for banned foreign critical minerals. Threatens defense contracts with loss of contracts if they replace risky foreign suppliers. So they have to use American. That's why they're going up. That's pretty good. I mean, shit, MP's at the fucking bottom. Do you have a cheap one, brother? Oh, they don't really have too cheap. Very big spread. Is there, what's the other one? NB. I'm trying to think which other companies. Yeah, but MP government has a stake. So does USAR actually. That one's going up too. NB government stake, Sermal. Yeah, Sermal, NB. All the last year ones. Oh, LAC, LAR is the Argentina one. But yeah, I just don't know if these are going to have the full follow through. It's good though, and it means that these companies, pretty much all defense contractors, are going to have to keep buying from them. TMQ. They're like building up. The premiums are moving, but it's not like jumpy. That's why. I mean, I have some on watch, but Yeah, none of them. I couldn't find any crazy ones. So yeah, if this gets follow through or if this lags and then it hits tomorrow. So pretty much in the morning if this is one of those things. But again, they're all at the lows. USAR, MP. So it's kind of compelling. How was everyone's Monday? I think it is good. There was a couple of plays. We start Monday with 1,000%. So not bad, but market, you know, crazy. HQY. Okay, MP, they're still going. These premiums won't go up. One set just moved up, but I have some on. They're literally not budging. Spy's actually working its way up there. UAMI, that one as well. Cart now too. Oh, crowd on the low. Fortinet. See, some more than, like, you'll notice even in cyber, they are moving different. But yeah, they're all kind of Fortinet, crowd, the big ones, they're down. Now 10B though. So other smaller laggers are starting to come down. Trump signed proclamation offering 50% reduced aluminum tariffs for onshoring investments. Alcoa is moving on that. Is he live or what? Don't we usually get like a signing? MP still going and USAR. Okay, the one I wanted moved on the ask, but the bid won't go up. I didn't play that one. LAC, just not LAR. Equifax? Okay, Alcoa is moving more. Again, the aluminum thing, that one's moving Alcoa. That's separate. So, I mean, it's related. It's a mineral, but, I mean, aluminum's not a critical mineral, I wouldn't say. Okay, more MPs. That one took off. MP moved a lot better than USAR. That's why MP. USAR is cheaper. But, yeah, now all of the MPs actually moved. There's a couple of cheapies that still exist there. Yeah, White House takes further action to adjust imports of aluminum into the U.S. BTO, coal now. Yeah, Peabody was up all day. Well, all it does is just benefit them. So, I mean, I don't know if this is necessarily new or not, but just seems like he's clamping down on forcing the purchase from American suppliers. Oh, what time is it? 12:40. Chad, 2 minutes until 10-minute rigged. That's it. The day is fleeting. See, got a couple of headlines there. They popped them there. Not too bad. You had that second pop got you some moves on MP, but the other ones are kind of meh. With SPY right below or a decent amount below VWAP. Alcoa is still moving. Oil settled already, but very high on the day. A lot of drama. Even then, we chilled out some of the chip drama, but that didn't really, it did not bring your momentum back, you know. A lot of people wanted momentum, but they didn't quite get it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Trump signed proclamation authorizing Secretary of Commerce to establish incentive program for companies that will invest in aluminum smelters. Whoa, what a 10-minute rig, dude. So yeah, high ticker's tweaking right now, but that's literally 10-minute rig. It's been a minute since we've gotten a nice, crazy 10-minute rig like that. But yeah, you just kind of tweaked out high-low ticker. It looks like it's leaning to the downside. I don't know what the market on closes. But yeah, SPY got a little candle, but this is just the end of the day rebalance for now. I mean, chips closing into their low, 0.5%. I mean, they pretty much just did not really move after Friday. But yeah, NASDAQ's still going to close green here. It should, but anything can happen. I make that contracts free. They're requesting the AI slop. I think I could get you one soon. You might have to wait. Crowd and Cyber. Again, Crowd and Palo Alto more so. Like the bigger ones. But yeah, those just gave it, I mean, they're down 2%. 2.5 bill to the sell side. eBay into the close. A lot of GameStop headlines this morning. Hey, Matt, Leslie, you have such a weird mix on the low. Johnson & Johnson. Unfortunate day. Unfortunate for the rotations. Okay, well, XLP tried to come up a little bit, but Apple came down. IGV. Yeah, Cyber flipped red, but Crowd and Palo Alto are down 2 now. All right, SPY coming down. Palant. Dude, Crowd just dumped. Yeah, Palant held up good. So did Microsoft. I don't know where those other laggers went. Yeah, even into it. But overall, I mean, you have a lot of big chip and memory weakness still. Even though they're slightly green. I mean, remember, their Friday close were pretty bad. And then mix that in now with this Mag 7. Apple down. I mean, Microsoft did good, but pretty sure Meta's about to go back to red. Google, not too bad. Actually, it wasn't too bad for Mag 7. Just NVIDIA. And even then, NVIDIA's break even. Progressive. Oh, CRL, is that Crown? No, it's Charles Rivers. Whatever Crown is, they report. Oof. SK Hynix dumping. What did it IPO at? What was the price? Was it 160? Wasn't it supposed to be 150, the original? But yeah, that one's going down. Schwab, Clack. I mean, low ticker, it's a lot more momentum than not. But again, I mean, even chips, pretty shit low. Now you just deal with the Koreans. I sadly think they're kind of having more pull. Yeah, so chips are going to close into the low, barely green, but SK Hynix, a couple of others, like I'm saying, there's just a lot more momentum on the low right now. And then again, Cyber, that's adding a different corner. Yeah, Celsius on the high. That's a random one. A 10-year? I mean, very weird considering, well, I think 10 years mainly because of oil and the war drama. Because, again, it's fucking July, almost August, and we're still got Hormuz issues. But the weird part about it is that last week, your data, all of your inflation data was very favorable. So, yeah, for bonds to be where they're at, once again, at the cusp of the danger zone. It's going to be fun. Well, that's your final 5, though, right into the low. Again, you had 2.5 bill to the sell side on the market on close. It's funny. You got a couple of names going up, but way more into the low, man. Last 5 minutes. So, again, low ticker, fully active. You're getting a couple of little mini rotations, but I would say there's more names going down than not. Even if you're a staple, you got like TAP is going up, but you're not really, again, XLV selling off. Staples are coming up, but, I mean, look, Walmart's even into the low for crying out loud. Kimberly did a little better. The video would move because their value. Let's see how the other earnings go. Because we have, thankfully, the bad part, good part, is that NVIDIA is like a lot later when they report. But because if you ask me now, if we go based off of what we've seen right now, all the earnings are terrible for chips. Because every chip earnings, they have actually done very well, blown out, guided up, beat very high bars, and then the stocks would just sell off. So, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I think we just need to see once we get more into the real earnings season after we kind of digest this all. But yeah, I wouldn't be quick to make that judgment though. Hey, happy Hormuz days. Here at the Hormuz, we want to make sure you get all of your oil and supply chain needs as soon as you like. But we will not tolerate the offensive Zionist regime and their psychological warfare. Okay, they are the enemy, but here at Happy Hormuz Days, we want to let you know that we appreciate you. And you are not our enemy. The great Satan and little Satan is. Happy Hormuz Days. Goodbye. The fuck? A Schwab. Estee Lauder, a couple more little rotations. Even Apple sold off on the end there. Hey, happy Hormuz days. Oh, sad. AMC's on the high. You know what we call that? A safe haven. Keep sleeping on the future. There's a stock called Buddha Juice. What is it? It's my brother in Christ. You just brought it up to me. Why the fuck would I know? Is it Buddha Juice? Food specialty candy. It's the provision of fruit and vegetable beverages. Its products include Buddha Juice, Buddha Fresh, and non-organic and organic private label products. Founded by Horatio Lonsdale Hands and Bernard Lucien Nussbaumer in 2013. Dude, how do you find this shit, dude? You know what I mean? How did you? Who showed you this? That's amazing. We only have 1 minute. 40 seconds. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You need to make up your mind. There's more earnings tomorrow morning. It might play out like this. You're at the mercy of the Koreans and the Chinese AI models and narratives, but keep looking ahead. It's all earnings fiasco. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chadadonia. Oh, Monday. What a weird Monday. Hey, better than Friday though. You know that Friday, man. It had people tweaking out a little bit. So you know, bro, we actually it's not too bad. Got a little relief, but a lot of tension. The earnings vacuum. A lot in store, but Chad, we made it through Monday. I took 6 dumps today, and I made it. So you can make it. Now we got long-term on the way. We got earnings on the way. We got all of it. But I need a good game, Chad Antonia. That's what I'm talking about. GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, those vibes, personalities, info, Chadadonia. God bless you, my friends, and thank you. Thank you if you actually contributed. You actually vibed. You actually got a long term. Actually upheld the honor of the long term. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the locked in. Everybody who's really about it. You know locked in isn't a membership. It's a mentality. They don't feel me, dog. You better get locked in. It's earnings now. It's what's going to happen the next 6 monons? I love you, Chadadonia. God bless you. Finger to the sky. Need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk.
Some people don't even have dreams. You know what I'm saying? But
if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it.
Chase it, bro.
Chad, I love you. Thank you for your time this beautiful 7 hours. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're ready for more. I hope you get the stamina. Okay? Just make a mistake, that's fine. But don't let them tire you out, okay? Don't let them hit you with the Snickers bar. You're not the same when you're hungry.
Then I heard
you're not the same when you're tired. Don't get tired by this market. Don't let them hold you. Hey, you know what I'm saying, dog? You know what I'm saying, dog? I will stick my ass to the finish line. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Find something to do. You ain't gonna let them. Don't let them lure you to bed, dog. I'm just saying. You gotta be in the game.
Looking dumb out my way. We could talk when I'm done.
Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes.
Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't trying to be a menace. Need a couple minutes with your talking and your bitching. Just show me that you don't get it, love. Now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really
I didn't mean to let that one ride. I was just, having fun at the end of the day. But Chad, that is all. Like I said, a couple earnings here after the bell. I don't know if you're a sicko into the Monday earnings. But yeah, man, we will see. It's going to be a fun time. But thank you for your time. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And don't worry if you do catch this shitting disease, you'll be fine. I was able to thug it out. You know what I'm gonna do after this? So I hope you enjoyed it. And don't worry, like I said, don't let them tire you out. You just gotta get over this. You just gotta get over this earnings weirdness, and before you know it, the window will open. Wait for the blockers. The gap is gonna open. Don't let them lull you, man. A leg day? Are you kidding me? Dog, I feel like if I did leg day, I feel like that's illegal if I did leg day. If I did leg day and did a 90-90, I would shit on the floor. What do you think this is? Do you think, are you kidding? Bro, I think I'm on a list right now. I can't even be within 100 feet of a jacuzzi. Okay? I don't think you realize this type. Bro, I'm telling you. It's fascinating. Just what I pray you don't have to go through this, but at the same time, it would be you will understand what I'm saying. It's really weird. It's a very, very weird thing, man. So either way, God is good, baby. God is good. We made it. I feel a lot better though. That's it. Just one hour after the next, one shit at a time. We're there. So thank you for your time today, chat. So I hope you had a good day. I should see you on the watch list. If I don't, that means the shit won. Okay, we'll see. Because if I could sleep, I'm gonna sleep, dude. But yeah, so tentative watch list tonight. It all just depends on the pooping schedule. I mean, because like I told you, it's a lot of energy. It's more than I've ever forecasted. They're like, oh, we need data centers for AI. I'm like, dude, I need a data center to keep shitting. It's a lot of energy. So anyway, I'm sorry for even I've probably given you at least 25 minutes of shitting content today. But, we got 7 hours. Don't worry. I'll make up for it with a banger long term. So we'll have a good time. And let's finish out July. Get ready, baby. But Chad, go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, even though we love and utilize patience, we know not to make the mistake of mistaking patience as a virtue if there is no action. Action comes before patience. Action, then patience. Patience with no action is a sedative. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. Woo! God bless you all. And I hope you had a good day. God willing, we have another one tomorrow. Let's see where this Tuesday leads us, my friend. But yeah, that's Monday, man. Not a bad start. Third week of July. Woo! But I think depending on what happens this week, with the long term or not, man, just remember, all of this content is made possible all because of long term monthly. So don't you neglect it. And please don't make the mistake of watching me without making a long term. Don't make the mistake of knowing about the market, being in the market, having a computer. You don't do it. Don't let they got Trump accounts now, dog. I'm just saying, but long-term monthly. So check out our sponsors. Show them some love, man. And we love you. God bless you. Ta-da.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.